with some gladness. Let's go.
He has made me glad.
Oh, yeah.
I am so glad.
I can hear you.
I will rejoice, for He has made me glad. He has made me glad. I am so glad. I will rejoice, for He has made me glad.
Let me see your voice now.
I speak positively over my life and my household. The love of God secures a great future for us and comforts us through every situation in life. God is with me. God is for me. God is in me. His mighty presence is my shield and buckler. I carry His power, strength, wisdom, honor, glory, riches, and blessings upon, with, and within me. I am worthy because the Lamb is worthy. God's love cannot and will never be separate from me. We are one. I am the apple of God's eye. He daily watches over me. He rules in my affairs every moment. I have absolute trust in Him. I rest in the knowledge of His loving kindness. I am happy always. I have divine protection. I am in the company of innumerable angels who stand guard over me. They daily minister unto me. I am hidden in the hollow of the hand of the Almighty. His love is made perfect in me. I have found peace in the shadow of His wings. I drink from His streams of joy, and I rejoice always in Him. My God is my King. He is my Lord, my shepherd, my source, and my Father. I have an eternal heritage and inheritance in Him. I am kept and jealously guarded. My life is precious and hid in Him. He gives men up for my soul. I am the light of the world. I am a city set on a hill. My glory is constantly revealed. I am the salt of the earth. I constantly live purposefully to season and positively transform lives. My soul is preserved. I prosper and walk in divine health. My body is the temple of God. I have divine understanding, insight, and knowledge. I am a custodian of His divine presence. I have presence and stature. My mind is fruitful. I have the mind of Christ. I operate in the class of divinity. I see as God sees. I hear and heed only God's voice. I obediently follow God's instructions and directions. My heart is in sync with the heart of God. I love as God loves what God loves. I hate as God hates what God hates. My hand prospers everything it touches. I walk upon my high places. I am above only. My path shines brighter and brighter towards the perfect day. I am a child of promise. I am created in His image and after His likeness. I am seated with Christ at the right hand of God in the heavenly places, far above all principalities, powers, rulers of the darkness of this age, spiritual hosts of wickedness in high places. I am a spirit being with a soul living in an earthly body. I have dominion as mandated in the days of creation. I daily live and operate as an ambassador from heaven. I have overcome the world and the rule of this world. I am powerful beyond human measure. I attract success. I have good success. I am significant. I am the blessed of God.
You got the whole world in your hand. Within the past, you know, day. You got the whole world in your hand. Commando, commando.
God's in charge and God's in control. When I call up in His name, man, He's coming pronto. When I'm low on my faith, then it's Him I run to. He's always there, man, He's always there to console.
I say, Jesus, you be my commander. Anytime I need you, you in the answer.
That's why I give thanks to the Father. If it wasn't for you, I could have been in disaster. Hey.
You know they do focus. Everything I want, I order. Everything nice, I swear I know. Be like you drop out. You know they do focus. Everything I want, I order. Everything nice, I swear. Be like you drop out. You got the whole world in your hands. Waiting in past, you know, you got the whole world in your hands.
Commando, the way you loving to kill him off, the way you holding me tight, I can't go. Forget the console, you get the control. You got the whole world in your hands. Everything bows to your voice. You control, you got me, I won't leave. Forgive me the reason we've been forecasting.
Everything I want, I order. Everything nice and smooth. You be like you drop out. you in no day. You got the whole world in your hands. Yeah. Come and do. Come and do. You got the whole world. You got the whole world in your hands. You got the whole world in your hands. What did it pass you in no day? One day. You got the whole world in your hands. Yeah. Come and do. Come and do. We don't want to China Saramoko. Chinedu mi Chinedu. Onyenso, Sogi Machari. Come and do. We don't want to China Saramoko. Chinedu mi Chinedu. Onyenso, Sogi Machari. Come and do.
You've got the whole world in your hands. Why didn't it pass you in no day? You've got the whole world in your hands. Come and do. Come and do.
I desire to be wealthy and rich. I am ready for a blessed future. I permit myself to be wealthy and rich. I have decided I am wealthy and rich. I am wealthy and rich. I live in plenty. I have abundance. Only good comes to me today and every day. I have integrity and discretion. I am responsible. I am resilient and persistent. I am trustworthy and loyal. I make the right choices. I am enterprising, productive, and prosperous. Everything I touch increases in value. I create value. I am valued. I sense, I see, and I seize every opportunity. I see good in all things. I hear about and speak only of wonderful things. I am content, satisfied, and stable. I experience a wholesome life balance. I have personal power. I have access to where the treasures of darkness are hidden. I know the secrets of riches and wealth. I attract money daily. Money pursues me. I am a cheerful giver. I am a solution to many problems. I am focused. I am grateful and thankful for my blessings. I am a blessing. I am in charge of my finances. I daily maximize my potential. My gifts daily produce for me. I am effortlessly wealthy and rich. I am daily in the company of like-minded, wealthy, and powerful people. My vision is clear. My purpose is divine. I have adopted God's financial plan for my life. I follow and fulfill it daily. I daily walk my path to greatness, wealth, and prosperity. I am innovative, creative, and dynamic. I take the right action at the right time. I use what I have effectively to create my wealth. I am practical, productive, and proactive. My financial goals align with my values and beliefs. I am extraordinarily wealthy and rich. I am special and unique. I am authentic and original. I have and use all resources I need to prosper myself and others. I have self-control. I am prudent and disciplined. I am adaptable and dependable. I am hardworking and committed. I am relevant and significant. I make more money than I spend. I have a healthy self-worth and esteem. I am self-confident. I believe in myself. I am kind, empathic, and compassionate. I am selfless and generous. I am fit mentally.
Doing? Thank you very much, Yemi. Okay, it's very, very cold in here, but I don't want us to be cold, right? I want us to be active as much as possible. I know it's still very early in the morning, 10:36. By this time, typically on a weekend, what are you doing on a weekend by 10:30 if you're not here? You are sleeping. So we brought that sleeping mode. How about you? 10:30 on a Saturday morning, what are you doing? FIFA? You're working? House chores? Okay. Interesting. Who else can I ask? Let me ask the brother with some nice beard. Sending me to go and find bread. But now boys are working, 10:30. But welcome everybody. It's such a pleasant delight to have you with us. Welcome to the Man of the Future 2025 Come on, give a round of applause. Come on. If you're excited about being here, building mentorally, your transformation is here, actually. This is your transformation, and we're super excited that you're here with us. So very, very quickly, I want us to just do something. Just go around, and I want that code to shake off. I can already see Mr. John Oni with his laptop, work mode as always, with his face cap. Please, just go around and shake somebody. Shake Mr. John, shake, and just get their names. Mr. Lucky, welcome, sir. Good morning, sir. Nice to see you. Nice to see you, brother. Good morning. Welcome, sir. Good morning. Nice to see you. Good morning. Welcome. Please move around. Leave that your area. Leave that zone. My G. Welcome, man. Good morning. Nice to meet you, bro. Good morning, sir. Welcome. Good morning. Morning. Welcome. The man of the future. Let's greet them with the man of the future. You are the man of the future. You are the man of the future, sir. The man of the future. You are sitting on a lot of things. You are sitting down. And please, there are some creatures at the back that we might have to tell them to excuse as this meeting gets intense. We will begin to get to some prayer, my brother. Boss, morning, man of the future. We will begin to get to some critical levels that might be too deep for some people here. So as you are drinking that tea, my sister, just know that tea will not purge you. Please, we might have to walk you out very soon, because there are some deep matters we will touch. We'll be describing some anatomical things that we will not like for your ears to hear. Please. Sister Ini, what are you doing here today? You're not even married. What are you doing here? Eh? Okay. Welcome, everybody. So we're delighted to have you with us once again. This pulpit, I might not necessarily need this, but my name is, let me do a bit of an introduction. My name is Alfred Collins, the comparer for today. I build tech solutions, design educational programs for young people interested in artificial intelligence, virtual reality, a whole lot of stuff. And I've had the privilege to know Timmy Awesu for quite a small time now, but he has heavily impacted my life. And there's a small golden ring on my finger. It's not Jesus that put it to. It's a very beautiful woman that put it there. And Timmy Awesu was deeply influential to help me make that strategic move. Because if you act, what's the Don't do the too much. If you asked me 12 months ago, 24 months ago, I would say, no, I'm definitely not ready. But if you meet him, he's a nexus point. He can shape your mindset. He can shape your orientation, right? He can shape your thought system. He can shape your value system. He can help you bridge time. He can help you collapse the distance between time and space. And he really helped me to do that one. And one beautiful sister just said, she just snatched me from the transfer. You know what in transfer season now? Declan Rice, who are they buying now? Odumodu, who is in the transfer? You guys don't watch football. Who is in the transfer market now? This transfer market, people are going on transfer. Okay, it's closed now, but there's winter window coming very soon. January. Who are you looking for your club to buy by January? Who is one player that you love for your club to buy? McGuane, that's the Villa captain. Which one are you? McGuane, Crystal Palace. Oh, you're a Liverpool fan. The deal collapsed. You will not see McGuane too. What is he coming to come and do? You have like 8 defenders already. What is he coming to do? You have Tosin Adarabi, you have Cucurella. Yeah? So there's another kind of transfer markets that might be happening here. So those creatures that we want to send outside, they are also open for transfer. Just the same way I got transferred. So some of those persons at the back, they are open. Please wave your hand if you are open for transfer. Okay, they are too shy. But there's a transfer window also ongoing. We're happy to meet people, get to connect. So Timmy Awesu has been heavily influential in helping me grow, helping me become a better man, actually. So when he did finally put this initiative out, it was one that I knew. I think I've joined the monthly meetings that we have. How many of you know about the monthly meetings we have, the online sessions? Oh, thank you very much, sir. You know about it. I think I've joined like two 2 of them, 2, 3 of them. How many have you joined so far? Like 1. How far? How did you see it? Very, very good. Very, very engaging. And so if you're here as a man, now the attendants, we're still gathering more people to come. I want you to have your heart prepped for impact. What did I say? Get your heart prepped for what? For impact. So what that means is cause your senses to be here. I know that regularly you'll be asleep by now. You'll be resting. Some of our daddies, you need to get that rest, make your body recharge. Some of the younger persons, maybe you still have the strength to work on a Saturday morning. But as much as possible, right, cause your senses to be aware, to be alive. If you need to get coffee or something to just keep your eyes open, please. I know that some of us have gotten notes already. How many of us have gotten a note, a pen? So you can see how intentional we are about the impact. The 3 core areas of this conference. Identity. What's the second one? Lifestyle. What's the third one? Principles. So you're working here not just with thoughts in your head. You're working here with actionable items. That's what principles represent. Value systems that you can begin to live out here and now. Are you getting me? Right? So this is not just about talk. It goes beyond talk and it goes into principles. Principles. Action items. What can I do right now to create a change or to create a shift from point A to point B? From 0 to 1. If you work in the startup space, if you see a startup raise money for Series A or Series B, they'll say, oh, we're now in day 1. It's officially day 1, right? So how do you go from 0 to day 1? That's why you're here. So now that you're here, don't think about, when is the next speaker coming up? Or, when is the, what else? When is when are they going to share lunch, right? Or, no. Don't think about what is coming next. I want you, as much as possible, be focused on the now. Have you read that place in the Bible? I don't know how many of us are Christians here. Probably a larger percentage. Where it said, today is the day of what? Today is the day of salvation. Not tomorrow, today. So there is a today. There is a focus and a zoning in that your mind must have to understand that right now and right here, since I have devoted my time to come, no playing. Stop playing. Just here, you're zoned in, you get your notes, you have your pen with you, you have your smartphone with you, you're doing research. If you talk to GPT like I do, you're getting some thoughts. I talk to GPT like my co-founder and AI partner. Immediately, I'm already brainstorming. If you do that, brilliant. You are drafting out points, stuff that you want to get done. Brilliant. So just zone in as much as possible. It doesn't mean that you cannot go out and ease yourself. Please do. Just go out if you need to do anything. But as much as possible, I want you to have that mindset that I am here for impact, right? And for the next couple of hours, no distractions. If you have a call, no problem. You can slightly receive it. If not, send a text and say, I'll be with you shortly. Just give me a couple of minutes. So this is high impact, and we definitely know the fact that you stepped into this auditorium, you are already implicated, though. Hope you know. You're already what? Implicated. You guys are too... I want to shake that religious boss. We heard that Two Faces song when we were growing up. I don't know how old you are, Asha, but when I was growing up, this brother, maybe you were the same age with Two Face. But back then, because you look like a very... maybe it's your BS that is saving me. Don't mind me. I'm just being jovial. You heard that song, Implication. So that you see that implication I was thinking about. That's what's happening to you now. So as you just walked in here, you see that door she's opening. As you opened it, as you stepped inside, you have been implicated. Something happened. An initiation just triggered. As you stepped into that door, the man that walked in here is not the man that is going to walk out. The man that walked in here is the man of the past. Are you following me? The man that walked in here is the man of the past. The man that yesterday needed. The man that the women of yesterday needed. The man that the schools of yesterday needed. The man that the banking systems of yesterday needed. The man that the tech companies of yesterday needed. But the man that is walking out, guess what? Is the man that the systems of this age and time of tomorrow need. Are you following me? The man of the future is the man that is walking out of here. That is the man that we want to shape. We want to imprint some sort of mindset that the systems
and the mountains of this earth, of tomorrow, the day that is to come. That is what we're building you for. And we're getting more wonderful persons enter. So I want you to just be prepped already for that. And so very, very quickly, I'm going to do something, just a small activity as the numbers continue to grow, but to ensure that we're high focus here, high impact. Somebody help me on the technical with projecting. So I want you to tell me, if you just go to slido.com on your phones, remember we said it's highly engaging. Just go to slido.com. Nobody is using a 3310 here, right? Francis, why are you laughing? You are using 3310. I know your wife. I'll report. Okay, so yeah, just go to slido.com. So when you get to slido.com, can you help me move this this bar at the bottom so that it doesn't block the screen for them? Thank you. Try to move it. Okay, or just call out the numbers or write it and come. So if you go to, how many of us are on slido.com already? Everybody, give me a show of hands. Slido.com, you're there? Okay, good. Thank you very much, Yemi. Thank you for the good work. So you can input the numbers 1483, or if you can, if you use iOS 16 and above, if not, don't worry, just keep your phone, don't show it out. Scan the QR code on your screen. If you scan the QR code, it takes you directly to the site. If not, you do the direct or manual. Yeah, so let me see. So in one word, when you're there, are you there now? Oh, good, thank you. So one participant is typing. How many of us are here already? We are like already 30, 35 plus, thereabouts. So I want to see at least 10 persons on this poll. If you're not here, I don't know where you are. Are you a man of the past or a man of the future? Which one? Which one? Stop sleeping. Impartation. What does impartation mean? Who is that person? I'm going to give you the mic because of this word that you typed. Okay, thank you, sir. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. That's my boss already. He's already guiding me. Because he knows once I get to my wife, will ask me, what did you do today? Oh, yeah, come and sit down, give me reports. And I must not fail. So he knows. He's already guiding me. Reinvigoration. Sir, do you know these people? Which kind of words? Because I know you are the one that uses this kind of words, sir. You are the one that uses, have you heard you use reinvigoration before? Intentional. Who is regenerating? What were you before? You want to regenerate. Did you degenerate? Now you want to guidance. Okay, guidance and counseling. Are you suffering from drug abuse? What's happening? You need guidance and counseling. Okay. Have fun. You want to have fun because of the sisters at the back. Okay, no problem. So you can see what they're targeting now. Have fun. It's you that targeting. She knows herself. Gain more clients. Discovery. Good. So let me start from the first person who was bold enough to step forward. On behalf of Ikewe's, you have a prize. Impartation. Impartation. Who is impartation? Impartation. Who is impartation? Yeah, thank you very much. Please just tell us your name, where you're coming from. Akwa Ibom. You jumped on the flight, or was it train all the way to Lagos State? What work do you do? No need to say too much, and just go straight. Thank you, sir.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Good morning. My name is Joshua Fumefuna. I am a marine engineer in progress, actually. Let me put it that way. So I'm from Lagos, came all the way from Iba, near Lagos State University.
Iba? That's
yes.
not Lagos again.
No, it's still Lagos.
No, it's not Lagos.
Yes.
No,
but that is still fun. Okay. No problem, sir.
Go on. Thank you for coming, brother.
All right, thank you very much. So that's where I came from. Jumped multiple buses and finally got picked up. So
you know, if he said I jumped 2 buses, it's one thing. I jumped 1 bus is another thing. I jumped well, when you say multiple is like 5, 6, 7 buses. So that's Togo, sir. Togo. That's Togo. But go on. We get you.
So actually looking forward to be a better person.
Oh, beautiful.
There are a lot of questions I have in my head
Yeah.
yet to be answered.
Beautiful.
As a young man that is coming up, that wants to have a family, wants to balance life, wants to be wealthy also. So we have to, I need that impartation actually, and I believe guest speakers have something like that too. Like at least a part of them would be in me. That's just what I want to do.
Very, very beautiful. A round of applause for this young man. I didn't get your name though. Please give it to her.
Okay, my name is Joshua.
Joshua wants to conquer the mountain. In summary, Joshua is saying, give me this mountain. That's what Joshua is saying. The Joshua generation is rising. And Pastor, before he leaves, he wants a laying on of hands. That's what he wants. He wants impartation. Either by leg or by hand, whatever way. He can snatch your button just before he goes. So please be careful. And thank you very much, Joshua, for sharing with us, for being so bold to stand up and share. Not a lot of persons can be bold enough to take first place, but you did it. So definitely, I have a small prize for you, Joshua. Who's next? Somebody else? Anybody? You're bold enough to just come on the mic? Feel free. I'm going to give you the mic. Just share with us in one word. Yeah? Anybody? Thank you, sir. Don't worry. Take this one.
My name is Stockwell. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
For me, basically, I believe that there are things that we used to know that we thought of as the norm. So one of the things I came to do here is to relearn some things. You know, so that's like the theme says, the man of the future. The man of the future should be someone who is going to be in tune with the times as things are changing. He's learning so that he can fit himself into the future that's going to meet himself.
Oh, come on, a round of applause. Very beautiful. Our daddy, I don't know his age, but he's well advanced his age, like the Bible will say about Abraham. Well advanced. And there's a brother here now, you are 17. You are not even thinking of relearning. If daddy can be saying, I want to relearn. No, that's actually courageous. Another round of applause. No, so it takes a lot of courage. We celebrate you, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. We celebrate you and we honor you so much. We honor you. You know, there was something that Joshua said. I think that I don't want to take any other person, but that's a good conversation before we go to the next activity on my slide. Those on the technical, please help me out. You know, Joshua, you were saying something about he wants to establish himself. He wants a family. So this is an open question now. He wants to establish himself. He wants a family. He wants wealth. And that he sees that the way to trigger that is by impartation. Now, is that true or is it false? Do you unlock wealth? Do you start a family by impartation? Mr. Lucky, I know you have like 1 or 2 persons you have been, am I prospecting somehow? Okay. Am I exposing something going on somewhere? Why is somebody at the back laughing? Did I expose something? Okay, but no problem. So, bro, Joshua wants to start a family, and based on his own thoughts, he believes that as he has come here, there's some level of impartation that can help him step into that next level. Is that true or false? Can we unlock those things? Just the way you are sitting down here now. Is it true? Okay, thank you, sir. Please just give us your name, where you're from. Okay, thank you. Please go. Let's go. Fast.
All right, my name is Michael Oyaga. I'm from Lagos. And I think I would say that it's true, what Joshua said. Impartation is at different levels. You know, the word impartation kind of carries this aura of spirituality. But it's not all about spirituality. Actually.
Wow.
Everything is not spiritual, even though we know that the spiritual controls the physical, but to an extent, actually. So impartation can also be having access. Yes, because when you have access to some persons, access to some kind of level of information, it will help to impact your thinking, expand your capacity, and then expose you quickly to what you want to assess.
Wow.
All right. So if he says he needs impartation, I think it has gone beyond that of laying of leg. That's a level. Laying of hand is another level. And there's also the level
Laying of head.
Laying of head. That is exposure to knowledge.
Yeah.
That's also another level of impartation. So that to make his access to where he's going to very fast and very quick, and he can get there before he becomes a daddy.
Wow. So beautiful, so beautiful. A round of applause, Mr. Michael. A round of applause for Mr. Michael once again. That was so beautifully answered. So just what you were saying, it began to trigger thoughts in me. What you're trying to say, and I hope that we're learning, right? I know somebody might have a different thoughts. I want to take you very fast so that we rush. Is that knowledge is power, like Francis Bacon, the philosopher, said. Knowledge is power. So impartation does not only have to carry a connotation of spirituality. it can also be in transference of knowledge. That's a whole session. I feel like giving you the mic. Just come and stand. Just take it away from here. So somebody else, it doesn't have to be similar. You know, when a young man, you hear a young man say, oh, I want to start a family, I want to be wealthy, and I feel like if I can get the impartation, it's done. The woman will just appear as a result of impartation. Or is there something else to be done? The man of the future. Oh, my brother, thank you. Green, white, green. Do you play football?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Williams. I'm from
Nice to meet you,
Lagos.
Williams. Yeah.
Yeah, so just to follow from your train of thoughts when you said knowledge is power. I believe knowledge is not power. I believe applied knowledge is power.
Kai.
It's-
Pastor, why are you training here? You are training some... Wow. Please go on. Please go on.
It's possible to know something and not use it, right? And so to follow through to impactation, right? So applying the knowledge is the impactation. As he said, it works in different levels.
Wow.
So it can work in a level of a mind shift. You know, the impactation can be a mind shift. A mind shift, learning, relearning, and unlearning some things, So,
Wow. So what you're telling me, Williams, or if I can call you Gbemi Debe, because that's what you just did. You just bade us Debe. In English, you just bade us Debe, is that knowledge alone in gathered information or in acquired information, when not applied, will not unlock the power that produces. I feel like giving you the mic because you're already wearing green. Green is for what now? Okay, that's beautiful. Thank you. Next activity on my slide, slido.com. Are we still there on your phones? Next activity, and then we'll run. I want to introduce a very phenomenal person who has put together. Yeah, in what word? What does being a man mean to you? I want to introduce someone very, very phenomenal, and then we catch our train. In one word, somebody's writing Ifeanyi. Omo Igbo kan niyen o. No, don't be biased here. We can kick you out. That's not, we don't train, please don't do that. In one word, what does being a man? Who is writing David and Boaz? Are you looking? Is it? Oh, he's asking, please. Oh, it's the technical people. If I call your full name now, it will be as if I'm wicked. If I call your matrix number now, it will be as if I'm a sadist. Go back. Click on previous. Now, good. In one word, what does being a man? Can you all see this activity on your screen? Everybody, can you see it? Okay. Yeah, let's go for it. 2 participants typing. Good. In one, I can stone somebody. Okay. In one word, what does being a man? I cannot do teacher. My mommy was trying that year. Hey, teach like 15 students. Authority. Okay. You like being authoritarian. Abacha's people. Well done. Leader. Cover. Okay. Visionary. All right. Yeah. Please sit down. Leadership. Intentionality. Intentional. Provider. Wow. I like provider parts. You will spend a lot. You will spend. Just be ready to spend. Whether you are married or not. Once you have that provision mindset, you're going to spend a lot. Who else? Genius. Beautiful. So which one of these can we pick? Let's look at the word visionary. When you say being a man means being a visionary, what exactly are you trying to say? Anybody? Who said that, actually? The person who wrote that? Yeah, that's a good thought. You want to share with us? It's not a woman that wrote it now. It's we now. Who wrote visionary? Emmanuel, is you? Okay. I don't trust Emmanuel. Is it you, sir? I know you're very brilliant, sir. You're a boss. Anybody? Who wrote visionary now? Okay, the person is too shy. Okay, let's go to when it comes to provider. Anybody? Who wrote provider? We want to share with us your thoughts around what does it mean to be a provider. Is it Joshua again? You again? No problem. I love it. More prize for you. Please give him. Provider. When you say in one word, provider covers the concept of manhood.
Okay, good morning once again. Why I said provider is from the setting I've come to see of who a man is. A man is someone who basically makes sure things are available in the house, make sure everything is in order. And I feel it's a man's responsibility to just provide, to make
To
things
provide,
available.
not just in the house. Let's not limit it to house
No, not house.
alone.
Just make things
House is
available.
one dimension, right?
Yes.
So there are other facets, but the man must be the one to provide.
Not basically him, from what is happening now, but he must,
He must know how to provide,
must know how to exactly.
and that's the impartation you came for.
Part of it.
Part of it. So I'm the way he's doing me now is I'm already set to hand the mic to somebody who can continue, or in fact, be the first person to set in place that bonfire, through the matchstick upon the bonfire and set it ablaze. A very wonderful person, a visionary leader. In fact, all of these words depict this man. He's a father. I want you to put your hands together for him. He's a genius. He's a leader. I wanted to read his bio, but I was like, he's too humble. He doesn't want me to read his bio. He's an authority figure, more like he's a provider. Your hands together, please, if your hands are not tired. If you have two hands, I want you to clap. He's a provider. He's a visionary. He's a man of the future. He's a responsible man. He's a leader. He's an intentional person. Please put your hands together for Timi Awesu, convener, the man of the future. Boss.
All right, thank you very much. I hope I'm not spoiling anything. All right. Good morning, everyone. Online, good morning. Interestingly, we have more people online than on ground. So they are so part of us. Like, I'm so interested in like them right now. So, and of course, we who are also here on ground. Thank you, everyone, for showing up. Smile to me. Smile to me. Okay, good. You know, sometimes men have generally, not in all cases, but men have generally been pressured by society to a point where they're beginning to lose their real essence. You know, 50% of men, the reason why they are doing what they are doing is not because they want to do it, right? There's just this pressure in the air. I don't know if you've noticed it. Social media made it a bit worse. It's always been there, but social media just made it a bit worse. You know, from the comparison point of view to the, oh, this guy has bought this thing. All of a sudden, there's just this pressure. And I'll tell us a quick story as to when all this man thing, you know, personally, how I picked interest. So, I grew up in, Alfred, you help me. What's the meaning of suburbs? What's suburbs? Is it like ghetto? Or what's the meaning? Like, so these days, so I grew up in a very, you know, on my streets we had all types of vices. I mean, on my street, we had brotels, we had gambling sites, we had like, they've sent me to go and buy Rizla before, like as a 10-year-old, 11, you know, year-old boy. Game house, betting. Like, if there's anything that you think that is bad, it's that place, club, every side, like strip, all those strip, everything was on my street. So I grew up in the midst of that. However, big thanks to my parents who sort of like did what they could do to sort of give us a level of leverage. And what I'm talking about here is the fear of God. Because in all of those things, when I do those things, because we did those things, all of those things we did it, but there's always this, you just fear, say, you know, what will happen? And of course that triggered, you remember, you know, the wise man Solomon saying that the fear of God is the beginning of wisdom. So, but me, I didn't even know those ones yet. I just know that I was just wise. Something was just telling me. That's something then. I figured it out later. Anyways, that, no, don't do this. This is not the type of future you want. Right? This is not where you should be. But to be honest, I did not know where to go. I don't know if how many of us can relate? You know that this is what you don't want, but you don't know what you want, and you don't know how to get there, but you are clear about what you don't want. How many of us have experienced that type of, exactly, I know that this one, I don't want it, but the next thing, I don't know what it looks like, and I don't know how to get there. Of course, I grew up in the home. I saw different types of men. I grew up with alcohol, like, see, just name it. Alcohol, drug, cocaine, everything. Like Igbo. How many of us know Concord? Concord. Like smoking. That's why I grew up. Like, they'll come to our area to shoot. Like, we'll see bullets on the floor. Like, it's normal because police usually raid that part of Oshodi very well, you know. But that was where I was privileged to, of course, grow up. And big thanks again to my parents who put me in a bit fair enough school to be able to speak English, you know, all of that. Then as I entered university, you know, of course, they told me I was an average student. We took all of that. All of that changed later. Anyways. And I started questioning things. You see, and that's one of the things that I trust that will happen to us, that our level of curiosity will just go up to the next level. Because if we do not have that sense of curiosity, questioning, which is one of the things which they should have taught us in university. One of the things we should leave university with typically is the ability to question things. And of course, develop solutions around those things you have questioned. Because as you question, innovation, you'll be innovative. As you question, you will improve. As you question, you know, you will be a man of the future. And I'm coming to where that team came from. In university, I saw all types of vices. I saw everything. I went to Bomosho. I saw YY boys. I had opportunity to do all of these things. However, I began to really draw interest in the subject of manhood after I finished school. Because myself, I never even knew. I don't know if you get. I'm just trying to fix myself, like fix life. I don't know what it is. I'm just trying to. So, but around 2020, it got a bit clearer, very clear, that, man, and of course, all those years, I usually listen to, I don't know how many of us know Dr. Miles Monroe. I love him, like. So I started listening there and all of that. So, before you know it, I started like, oh, shoot, man, men are the foundation of the future. In short, actually, one of his teachings in 2015 or 16 was where I got that phrase, men are the foundation of the future, that we now started using in our podcast. Right? Men are the foundation. It was a particular teaching. What had happened then in school was, of course, I couldn't do anything. I was participating in fellowship and all of those things. But in 2020, it became clear that we needed to do something about this thing of man. We needed to start talking about it. We needed to, and no bias to the ladies, I just found out that, I don't know, somebody was sponsoring this female stuff. Like, there was money behind this thing. There was influence. And I looked around, nothing for boys, nothing. I was a bit concerned. I'm like, why have we left the young man? Why have we left men on their own? Who gave us that height of, you must figure it out by yourself? You don't need, do you know, I've done this for a bit. An average man thinks he doesn't need mentorship. Are you aware? An average person, he doesn't need, like, what do you want to teach me? Like, what do you know? Do you get? Like, especially if you don't fall within the bracket of what they consider success. Right? For example, some people will not listen to you until you are driving a type of car. When you drive that type of car, then you have enough with to talk. But you then find out that we have all of a sudden put the young man, the men, the fathers, who eventually I didn't blame them because they didn't know so much. So they lived out there was no frame of reference. Nobody was questioning anything. Eventually they lived out like that. And then I just knew. You know that you just knew. I said, okay, what's the best place to start? Let's start doing podcasts. And we started, releasing, talking, take the book, read it. I've lived a bit of it too at that period. And it became very strong. And we did that for 5 years straight into this year. And of course, we went to the next level. And let's say, oh, we need to have a meeting. Like now, we want to go to the trenches. We want to do one-on-one. We want to touch people. Okay, you have been doing online enough. Hence why we are all here today. So a round of applause. You are all fulfillment of prophecy. Those of us online, you are fulfillment of prophecy. Yeah. And I remember in that room praying about this a couple of years ago. I'm like, God, like who talks to men? Like for you to be a man, you have to be bastardly rich. There are metrics. Right? And I said, no, relax, just flow. Yes, actually, that's like just express yourself, just be. And it's not been if I live life again, I'll do it all over again. Like it's not been a waste at all, you know. To welcome you properly to this event, I want your heart to be open online. Because the way we curated the event is to ensure ongoing transformation and unlocking of potential. You notice, you see when we get there, there's a part of our schedule that what we are doing then is after a teaching has gone on, you sit, you meditate, you think. Just sound will be going on and you are writing. Online as well, you are writing, you are taking action step. The privilege of being into coaching has showed me that if you really want people to change, the communication of information is the first part. There are a lot of other things that needs to happen. The individual must make a decision. The individual must catch it. I like the impartation conversation. There's a catching part. The individual then must make decisions, right? Then you need to also put a system in place that ensure ongoing renewal. Otherwise, the person you are coaching or you're helping will not grow. That's why plenty people go to plenty conferences, but by the time we do an analysis of the output of those conferences, you find out that not a lot has changed because transformation is a process. Are we together? It's a process. So the notes you have with you is to ensure that you capture action steps, things that by the time you look back, you're able to track it. It can be 1 or 2. By the time you look back, you know that I made a decision based on this. That's one thing. If you are the one person who decides to do something and you change, that's success for us. So please use the note. Also, the note is also to serve as a means of remembrance. It's prophecy. So when you see it, when you see the flyer, it was to trigger something. It was to question, am I the moment demand? Especially in the 21st century, where you are having ladies, women, beautiful female people doing great stuff. A subconscious question we're beginning to ask is, how do you define manhood in this age? How do you define manhood in this age? I remember when I was 7 in school, I was privileged to do what we call Gen Sec. Then, please tell me my time. I need to know 5 minutes. So please help me adjust it so that we can go to the next thing. Then I had about 10 secretaries under me. So I had a sister. So with them, they paired them 2-2, 1 male, 1 female. So for example, if you're in choral or choir, you say choral male leader, then choral female leader. So it was 2-2 like that. Then one of the Saturday afternoons, one of the ushering sister walked up to me. I said, Sir, this person is with me. I don't like him. I don't know what is there. What is wrong with him? And I said, oh, you know that God is using this thing to train you so that you can understand submission. He said, what? He said, what is inside him to submit to? Then I was like, oh. So, women recognize there's something that they see that say, I can submit to this one. That question has never left me. And it's a question that we're asking again. Ladies are asking. One of the videos I'm going to release is like, why should we call it? Why is he the head? Is he the head just because God said it alone in the context of marriage? Or why should I regard him? Why should I regard men? Hence why we're talking about identity, lifestyle, and principle. Identity first to help us come to the true measure of manhood. There are certain things that we must become as men that will help our generation. For example, measuring a man by how much money he makes is not the true measure of manhood. Because you can have wealth, you can be financially smart, but be but not be relevant. That is the same reason why my wife was telling me that somebody, they are good, they have money, they have everything, but the woman is cheating. Then I'm asking, what's happening? How? I thought that finance will make everything. I thought that that is what it means to be a man. How come? Something is wrong. Of course, when you drill down different case by case, you find out that, oh, somebody's not doing this, somebody's not doing that. That's when I knew that money is not enough. Money is important, and we must get it. Mula, ego, we need it. However, we found out that you can't use that to measure what a man. That's not the full essence of the measurement of a man. Subconsciously in society, have you been to parties? People gravitate towards the person who looks like is a spender, like is a investor lavish. Do you understand? Have you noticed it? Have you been to parties? There's how a man dresses and comes into the party. Maybe comes like 3 entourage, police and this. There's something that happens like, that's a man. Really? Those are the templates that we have been given for long. And God is saying, nope. We need to tell this story more. What's manhood according to my definition? We need to help young people more. We need to stop this comparison, this thing that has plagued society. The things we show forth as the strength of manhood, God is saying, well, we need to redefine it. Can a gatesman who has a vision, if we teach him what he should know, can he come into the full element of his manhood as he transits? Because being a gate man is simply a vocation. But there's something he can know that he will transit. Lifestyle, being in the man of the future. We're talking about how we coordinate our lives is where our future is. I don't know if you hear what I said. The future is already showing. We are becoming the man you will become. You are becoming the man you will become. I am becoming the man I will become. So, how we live right now, the principles that guide our decision making is already forming. And the great rabbi said it. He said that if he's faithful in what? In small things. If I'm faithful with small principles, small life, 200K, yeah, this. He said he will be faithful in much. It's not just about money. It's about opportunities. It's about time. It's about principles. You can apply it. Identity, lifestyle, and principles. Oh, I love principles. The day I found out that principles work everywhere. Blessed be to God for Pastor Sam Adeyemi. That I cannot. Some men of God, I just meet them once, and it's only one thing I remember. He mentioned. He said, principles are the same everywhere. That year, success power. And the day I found out that principles, I said, wow. I started looking for the principles that can work anywhere, that will make guarantee. So you can see the transition between I didn't know where I was going to meeting books, to meeting knowledge, to meeting coaches. And I'm going to introduce the next person is going to speak to us. Before I knew it, life began to order my steps. I began to meet certain types of people. I began to read certain types of books. We didn't even have men conference. I was not opportune to attend any man because nobody was really doing it. Do you understand? Like, I didn't see a lot. Okay, maybe I didn't look enough. Let me say I didn't look enough. Let me put it like that. I didn't look enough. But it was not something you could just bump into. As we gather today, it's an exhortation to, it's a call to what's the word? It's a call to step up. You don't have to repeat a generation's mistake. You can improve on it. Forget your weaknesses. God's word will take care of that. Are you clear? Can God partner with you to be preservers of divine ordinances? Can God partner with you to be preservers of his purpose and assignment across the spheres of influence? Can God partner with you? Let's think on that. All right. Now we'll take this moment to introduce our speaker. So how did I meet him again? I'm trying to remember. can't remember now. So I had known Mr. Diolo Akinyemi for before online. You know those people that you just meet through somebody. So this person is teaching. This person is, talking on finance. I was very excited. I found out that he finished with first class. So I actually have a small bias for first class people. Small bias. So I wanted to finish with first class then in school. So having frame of references really helped me. Then I got this there was this first class who kind of coached me to become a first class student. He was first class. Then he brought his book or something, or a seminar. Then I just met. Then I started listening to him online. That was about 2014, 2013, when I was still in school. So we've never met. We've never done anything. Then some of those teachings, alongside with other teachings, sort of like activated me. I started looking for him on ground. Then I found out that they were somewhere in Ikeja. So I actually attended ATC once. I'm sure you never knew. I attended, I came. I keep telling you, I remember the teaching there. Winter is coming. That was one of the first churches. This was way back in 2014. That I was going to enter into. That they were teaching us about God's mind, about money. Where I was coming from, nobody talks about money. Nobody. Don't worry, it's my background. I'm not saying it's everybody. Like, that was my experience. So when I say winter is coming, I said, which winter? Where? In Nigeria. So of course, as I sat down, we were talking about stock. Okay, you should buy this stock. This, like, do this. This is what you should be thinking. I'm like, in this place. Anyways, I left. Then, of course, I went to service and all of that. Then I got an opportunity to teach his first daughter. And from there, I just said, nah, I'm connecting with this man. I'm staying with this man. I've known him to be he's sabi finance in terms of building. God has helped him with that. We'll be reviewing one of his books in our communities in the coming months. When it has to do with family, if you see him on social media, he's a family person. He understands family and the purpose of family. And I'm talking from experience, not just saying, I'm not trying to hype him. This is something I've seen. I've seen his decisions. He likes Jesus. Some people, he's not just a pastor. He likes Jesus. Like, Jesus tickles him. Do you understand? Like, I remember another teaching again I listened to. God's pocket. I didn't see it anywhere. God's pocket. He's saying that all the money that God is giving you is because of himself. Where I was coming from, they told me 10%. This person is telling me that everything I have is for God. And they have money. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not teaching from a point of give me your money. It's teaching from a point of God has helped us to experience a level of wealth, but we have come to know that we are stewards enough to know that all the money is for God. I was a bit like, how are you financially intelligent and financially, good? And you are thinking that all the money is for God. Those things baffled me. And of course, his podcast really blessed me. Free stuff, but packed. I want to thank you, sir, for coming. It's a privilege that we're having him. He's one of the nicest and kindest person I know. Very kind, very down to earth. Likes Jesus, like I said. Like, Jesus for him is not just he's like a disciple. But these are disciples that God is saying, we can use this person, we can put him in this place, but you don't know. When you see him talking about money, you don't know. But once you touch him, you're like, let's stop here. Thank you, sir, for coming. All right, let me read his bio. That's story. Nobody came to give me time. Okay. So let me look at his bio. I teach people how to lead, grow wealth, and leave a legacy without losing their soul. I'm a father. I'm a mentor, a business builder, and a believer in Africa's future. Yeah, I forgot to mention, he likes politics. He's involved in nation building. Yeah. Through Coach B and Stewards, he has trained thousands across industry on leadership, strategy, and ethical excellence. He has also designed learning systems like Smart Curric and the Financial Intelligence Masterclass that empower professionals and families alike. Yes, the first cash flow game I bought is him. You know, cash flow game, board. It was part of the people in Lagos that started doing, they'll come, you do finance, they'll put cash flow board. Then you will play the game and you will learn money. How to use money. Oh God, such a blessing. My passion is helping people discover their why, sharpen their how, and amplify their what. Please, with a standing ovation, please, can we welcome my dearest coach, father and leader. I don't know why I should call you pastor, mister. I think you should have a PhD, sir. It's time. Welcome, sir. We are privileged to have you, sir.
Thank you very much. Please, you can have your seats. Thank you. So I've been thinking in my mind, what exactly do we want to do today? Timmy, I sent you one slide. I have 2 other slides. So, and I have another one that is no slide. But I'll just I'll just flow how it comes to me today. And I'd like to say congratulations to all of you for being here. I believe that usually is the beginning of things we know. Nobody has any direct view of how major this will be for you. Right? Now when we gather like this, we can see now. We can't see 10 years from now. We can't see 20 years from now. I was watching this video that somebody was sharing about 2 people whose names are not known, or one person whose name is not known and may never be known, but this guy was the usher in a particular meeting. I'm sure you've probably seen the video. It was an usher in a meeting where 2 young boys wanted to join the meeting, and they looked around, they couldn't find seats, so they were going back, and this usher ran after them and called them back and said, "What's the problem?" And said, "We're looking for seats." And he said, "Well, come, I'll get you seats where you can sit down together." And he got them a seat to sit down together. And one of the guys was Billy Graham. And the other person was the guy who assisted him and did the administrative work behind what he did to build the legacy called Billy Graham. Billy Graham is somebody who physically met with 200 million people in conferences around the world talking about Jesus Christ. So usually when we have these meetings, we don't know the possible future impact that it will have, right? The only thing we know is the beginning. And I want to trust God this morning that we will have these conversations in such a way that it will tie to our futures in exponential ways. Are we together? Are we together? So while I was thinking about this, I remembered a story. So I'll start with that story. It's a true life story. It was a behavioral science experiment. One man wrote a short letter to a select number of people. I'll read to you what he did. This story came from the 20th century in England, and it goes like this. A man was curious about the guilt-ridden lives of supposedly successful people, politicians, wealthy individuals. So he conducted an experiment. It was a very simple experiment. He wrote a letter to all of them. He selected 20 people, politicians, wealthy people, and wrote a letter to them, a very short letter. The letter read, "Flee at once. All has been discovered." That was the letter. He sent it to 20 of them. "Flee at once. All has been discovered." Within days, the consequences were astonishing. Several of the recipients reportedly vanished without a trace. Some resigned from their positions and liquidated their assets and left the country. At least one took his own life. Yeah, the message was exposed nothing concrete, but the panic it triggered revealed how many of them were hiding something and living in fear of being found out. Now, these were people that people looked at as successful. I heard that when Timmy was describing, he said people feel that money is what makes a man. I think there are many things society wrongfully thinks makes a man that doesn't make a man. Now, if the wealthiest, the most influential people suddenly disappeared based on a note, "Flee at once. All has been discovered, you can imagine what people are hiding and what people are running away from. So today we want to talk about the man of the future. And I like conversations. I don't like talking at people. I like engaging with people. So I'll ask you questions. You tell me what you think. And together we're going to evolve something that is bigger than I could ever have imagined, and something that is better than you could ever have imagined. And together we will pick up things that we can apply in our lives to be the man of the future. So the question I'd like to ask is, when is the future? Or what is the future? Or should I be asking, who is the future? Because if we're describing a man of the future, I think the very strong word in that phrase is future. Right? Yes, sir. So, is it a when? Is it a what? Or is it a who? Anybody? Is the future a when? Is it a what? Or is it a who? Yes, sir.
For me, I think the future is a who.
Who?
Yes, okay. Because if you look at it from the perspective of a when and a what, when in actual fact, there's a tendency of forgetting the who that is now and then looking for tomorrow, not taking into cognizance the fact that today was the tomorrow that we're looking at yesterday. So it is about the who. If I understand that the future is, should I say, me now, I focus on me, prepare myself, develop myself, and get whatever it is I think I will be needing in the future now. So it's about the who. Thank you.
Okay, so he says who. I can see one hand up there. Is it a when? Is it a who? Or is it a what?
Okay, so I think, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I think in proper perspective, so far as I have gotten in this meeting, I think the future is the three: the who, what, and the, what's the third one now?
Where?
Yes. So because looking back at history, you discover that for us to have gotten to where we are today, there were men that were intentional, whether for good or for bad. And then they combined the three. So the person, the what they were doing, and they were intentional about the time they were doing it to get us here. So for us to talk about any future, the three must merge.
Okay, thank you very much. Anybody else? Yes, I have somebody else. Please, when they are speaking and you like what they are saying, you can take notes. Don't wait for only me before you take notes. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
And I think from the three words you just mentioned, I think from the who, when, and the last one. So, from my own point of view, I think the original word to combine the three is now. Because the combination of the three, who, when, and the third one, is talking about now. For me to see the original word, because for me, I will not want to choose the three of them. For me to agree, what I will choose is now.
So you think, what are you saying?
Because the
when is now.
No, I'm going somewhere.
Please get there. No, I'm following you. I'm with you.
So I'm going somewhere because the future. You saying who, when? Because those are the three. And from my own point of view, those three, they are trying to like picture somebody, and the person, if not doing anything now, is not going to reach that place. So from my own point of view, the future is now, and the now is what you do now. That will take you to when, who, and how.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Thank you. Maybe we'll stop with you and then we'll progress from here.
Okay.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Sorry. Yeah, I think I'm going to be in support of him. I was going to say that too. Now is the future, right? Because what you do now determines what happens tomorrow. You know, there's a ripple effect, right? So yeah, who is the future? Now is the future. What is the future? Now is the future.
Okay, thank you very much. Very interesting contributions. I have a follow-up question on that, right? And the question is very simple as well. Is life about the destination, or is it about the journey? And why? Is it about the destination or is it about the journey?
Yeah, okay. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
If it's about the destination or the journey,
Yes. Is it what I want to become? Or is it about just having an adventure? Is life about a successful end or an exciting adventure?
I think it's both.
Okay. I like all these both answers.
Yeah, because it's a very real question for me.
Yeah.
Because it's something that I've been looking at more.
Awesome.
Because I think the most important thing is what we become, not what we get. It is who we become in the process of things that matters. But even when you get to that destination, the person that you have become matters there. So it's not just the journey. The journey is forming you into a type of person, and at the end of that journey, the person that you are is also important there. So, of course, it's not just the results that matters, because the results are only as important as the process that produced them. So it is who you become, even at the end. So yes, the journey is good, but it has to be shaping you into a kind of person that is the result.
Okay, awesome. Anybody else? Yes, I have many hands flying, so let's have it.
For me, I think it's the journey.
Okay.
And I will give one or two reasons. For example, in marriage, a lot of people feel that, I mean, people may differ from this opinion anyway. Some people see marriage as a destination. But I always tell people that what you do before you get to that destination matters a lot. The process determines the product. If you get the process right, you are sure the product will be right. But if you focus more on the product and you jettison or you overlook the process, you end up getting a wrong product at the end of the day. So the journey will determine how, when, and if you will get to the destination. Thank you.
Thank you. I saw one other hand there at the back. Yes, it's the one controlling the microphone. Please, what we're doing is we're trying to engage, right? And I think it's important. Yes.
Yeah, so thank you. Good morning, everyone. So, as the first speaker said, the journey and the destination are quite important. However, we should focus more on the journey because it's, as the second speaker also said, you are trying to arrive at a product, but the process matters. So it's like when you have a goal, what will eventually help you to arrive at that goal are the habits, the choices you make in the now, as he said the other time. So the journey is that now, is that process, is the habits, the choices, the lifestyle you are embracing, the decisions you are making. That's what will eventually take you to the destination. You don't focus on the destination, you focus on the now, how you live now, the choices and the decisions. Yes, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. One last person. Okay, we have one hand here. Is there any other hand there? There's one here. Okay. Sorry, by the time we finish this printing, you'll have done 10,000 steps.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
For me, I think the journey and the end result is like a guiding compass, while the journey is a template. And while you're taking the process through the journey, you're also becoming. Every step in the journey takes you to a becoming stage. And then it leaves a template for you to recall and for people to follow. So they both play hand in hand. And then the end result leads you towards the journey in order to keep you focused. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so let's take a pause from there. I have one other question. And this one I won't ask you. I'll ask you just think about it. And the question is the man of the future more of a man or more of a woman? But just think about it, right? We'll get there. But let me say it very quickly from the journey and the destination analysis. I feel that the adventure and the journey is very important. But I feel that if we don't arrive at destinations every now and then, we lose the momentum to keep on going on the journeys. Are we together? It's the reason why today people celebrate graduation from nursery school. Right? And it's very absurd. Right? My son has graduated. So for where? He said nursery to primary 1. And then they do another graduation at GS3. I mean, at primary 5, primary 6. They do another one in GS3. They're doing graduation all the while. Why? Because they feel that let's have some momentum. Let this journey, right? Let it end so that I can get to the next phase. And then we begin another journey. Because something in us wants to be celebrated for completing particular milestones. I'm sure, of course, we love the journey, but it will be a very frustrating journey. For example, if you came to Lagos 20 years ago to start work and you seem to be parabolating around the same spot, it will be an exciting story for you to tell, but you will not be excited to continue. You will feel like quitting because all those milestones of celebration that makes you feel, okay, I'm making progress, has not been done. But yes, I think I support the thought that says we need a combination of an adventure and a destination. Are we together? Now, if you get to the one of my mentors once asked me a question, right? And he said, Diolu, if you achieve everything you want to do in life by the time you are 40, what will you do from that point going forward? And this question was very important to me because I was the kind of person who wanted to do everything before I was 33. Right? I just had this feeling that Jesus Christ lived 33 years and anything I want to do in this life, I should have finished it by then. And then after 33 and a half years, it will be extra. So I was living like that. I was living to make my first $1 million before 30. I was living to achieve key milestones before 30. I was driving myself and my life like that. And it took somebody to call me attention and say, do you know, you want to waste the latter part of your life because you will not have any vision for that side of your life, and then you will not have anything that you are. There will be lots of adventure, there will be no destination, essentially. So I'm saying to you today that there is a beautiful blend of the adventure and the destination that makes a good life, right? That the fact that I'm landing on one step and climbing to the next step gives me a sense of progress, right? Even though most of my exciting stories will not, the landing on the step will not be as exciting, as thrilling as the story of the journey, right? So today we're talking about the future man, and we're saying, I like the way we've analyzed it. I like what we've arrived at. We've arrived at a place where we're saying it's not just the who, it's not just the when, it's not just the what. It's probably how can we inculcate all of those values now so that we can manifest to be the who, and the when can be now, right? And the what can be the definition of what the ideal man that is able to operate in life today looks like. And if we're going to be able to identify that man, I think it's important that we first of all ask ourselves, what did man look like originally? Right? What was it about? And there are many schools of thought. And one of the things I've realized in my life is that science always goes into this explorative journey of trying to find out what the Bible already declared. Right? That eventually science lands in a place where scripture already defined it will be. And usually, when science has not landed, it's because science has not landed. That there are things that science doesn't have a position on yet. You know, I was watching so I'm very technology interested. I'm very technology involved. You know, so I try to follow a few trends. I'm a scientist. I'm an engineer by training. And I don't feel it denies me the understanding of God. In fact, I find a lot of correlation. And in the places where there's no correlation, I tell my friends, guys, you're not smart enough yet. That's what it means. Because when you do your experiment and you finally discover, you realize that you're coming back to this place. And I was listening to a very interesting conversation that was showing a convergence between scientists who had normally being atheists because they couldn't find God in their understanding. The Bible calls them foolish. There's a terminology for them, right? It says there's no God. But here are atheists describing a scenario where most of them were agreeing that 99 to 100% human beings actually live in a simulation. Meaning, science is agreeing that this world is not real and final. That this world is a simulation. And that based on how we operate in this world is a test, right? That we will be, quote and unquote, judged by. And somebody asks the person, says, are you a religious person? He says, no. I'm not a religious person. I have no interest in religion. I have no belief in religion. But I think religion is correct in saying that this thing that we're in is, and we call it life. So when we talk about future, one of the words that come to my own mind is eternity, right? It's a timeline that does not end, right? So when you say now, you say it's a continuous timeline. Now, reality is, we know that this timeline ends, right? And people are thinking about it as saying, someone was talking about the concept with AI and says there's a point we get to with AI called singularity, where AI technically becomes more intelligent than us. And at that point, our ability to predict what will happen next ceases, right? Because you cannot predict what will happen next when you have technically created an alien that is smarter than you, right? That today we have AI operating at the level of PhD, essentially, in terms of knowledge regurgitation. And you technically have the capacity to have 50 million AI agents, right, who are technically aliens, who now coexist with us. And at the point of singularity happens when they collectively become more intelligent, they are connected, they are networked, they have the ability to create more intelligent than themselves as well. We enter into a phase where really we come to the end of the world as we know it. Now, what am I saying? I'm just saying that, so when we're talking about the future, I feel that the timelines that get us into that future are already set. Some of these things are already predefined, and we'll open our eyes and look at it together. And it's saying, what kind of man am I meant to be? And I think we've gone through a journey in humanity. We have a journey where once upon a time in the history of this world, a man was the man's primary business, the starting business of all of humanity, was gathering and hunting. Are we together? A man went out, looked for what to eat. This is backed by the Bible, is backed by science. If you look at the story of Cain and Abel, you'll find that story. If you look at the analysis of the world history, you'll find that the first thing that man did was, man didn't know how mango grew. He just plucked it and ate it, liked it, and kept on plucking it. And after he plucked all the mango in his environment, he realized he needed to move somewhere else where he can find mango. And that's how he kept on moving around to find new places. When he had finished everything around him, somewhere he learned technology of, I need to plant these things. In fact, the one I dropped yesterday grew. So I probably have the capacity to begin to breed it. Right? When he found an animal, he killed it and ate it. After a while, he took an evolution to realize, wait, I can begin to breed these animals so that I don't have to always go out to hunt and kill it. Right? So that when you look at Cain and Abel, it begins to look like a story of somebody who was living in the old and somebody who was living in the new, essentially. But what am I saying here? I'm saying that at that point in time, man was hunter-gatherer, man was the security for his family, man was the defense mechanism for his family, man was the provider for the family, and the role of women was very distinct in that time as well. Right? So they focus on the children, they focus on the family, they try to convert what has been brought home into what can be utilized, yada, yada, yada. And of course, we have seen the evolution of that man, right, into a place society today where one of the things we began to notice was women also began to feel that this is anomaly, right? Somehow we don't have equal rights. Somehow it looks like we are subservient. Somehow it looks like these men are not even within control. So a man goes out to hunt and gather, finds another woman there, creates something else there, and it's just all over the place. So women began to demand and say, no, it can be better than this. And we evolved into a world where technically today we have equality. It's not as it should be. We're getting there. We'll still argue that 25 to 35% of management positions and CEO positions are still held by women. So there's still a lot of push to say equality is not something we've arrived at yet. We still need equality, right? But we're getting to a world where today it is expected that men and women partner together as equals, right, within the family structure, within the corporate structures to get things done, right? So the old woman is looking like the current man. Are we together? And today we have scenarios as well in maybe less than most homes where even women are becoming breadwinners. Are we together? And some of the conversations you have around men conversations, you have things like, people criticize the fact that men are too macho, right? That they are saying men don't cry. Why shouldn't men cry? You should cry, right? And there's that conversation going on to say men are kind of like insulated. There's this expectation of them that is unreal, and that creates a man that is not really a good kind of man, right? So that there should be the masculinity, and then there should still be the softness as well, etc. And we have what the Bible says about men. It says, in the last days, men shall be lovers of themselves, they will be self-centered, they will be this, they will be that, and there's a retinue of definitions of what characterizes men in the last days. So that when we say man of the future, I think it's very, very important that we are clear that who is this man of the future? When is this man of the future? And what exactly is this concept about? And I think that what we are trying to gravitate towards and capture is, what kind of man should we be? Are we together? What kind of man should I be? What kind of man allows me to fulfill the mandate and the purpose of being on this planet? I was talking to a group yesterday, and the title of the conversation was multiplying money. And I asked them a question. I said, what's the first commandment? What's the first commandment? There are 10 commandments. And there are many other commandments. There are 2 commandments. And what's the first commandment? Anybody? The first commandment in the Bible. Anybody? Any takers? Any takers? First commandment. Yes. Love the Lord thy God. Okay. Anybody else? First commandment in the Bible. First commandment. Yes. I think he has the answer. His smile shows that there's an answer there. First commandment. Yes. It's a command. Be fruitful and multiply. Are we together? That was the first command. Before man fell, before anything went wrong, before anything changed. Right? It's not. If you look at the blessings, you realize that the blessings are contingent upon obedience. So it means every blessing also has tied to it a command. People like to claim the blessings and forget the command. Right? But you don't just say, anything my hand touches shall prosper. There's a reason why everything your hand touches will prosper. If you don't fulfill the requirements, you can't claim the promise. Now, so the command, and this is like the first command, is be fruitful and multiply. It means the expectation of man is that man will be productive. Man will be fruitful. Man will multiply. It will subdue the earth. It will replenish it. Now, so it means if I'm going to be the kind of man that I was purposely built to be, I will be productive. Are we together? Now, so the question is, how can I be that man? What exactly is the journey to being that man? And I like to say that the first man had a woman inside him. Are we together? Yeah, so we saw the story of how the bone was removed from his rib and formed somebody else. So at the point of his creation, he probably had all the values. And I think that's why Jesus, it will be said in the New Testament, Galatians 3, that in what is being done in Christ, there's neither male nor female. There's neither Greek nor Jew. There's neither, that what God is doing is something that everybody in humanity can realize that, look, what the ideals are set by God are not gender biased. Are we together? So, in being the man that God wants me to be, in being the man that can transcend time, because the timelines we have on this earth are very, how many years do we have? 120 years. I'm sure those 120 years will be challenged in the future, in the near future, if Jesus tarries. I'm already hearing conversations of people saying, why don't we live forever? I'm already having those conversations. I'm hearing conversations of people saying, what if I upload my brain, right, into the cloud, and I have an AI agent that is a replica of me in idealness? The only thing that it will lack is a body, and it can live forever. And people are saying, even the body, can it not live forever? What are the ingredients that we're missing? Very interesting conversations. But the question is, how do I become this man of the future? What is the journey there? And I believe that this kind of like, I think this confusion, compromise, conviction, and clarity shows the step of our journeys in arriving there. Right? So it's saying that once upon a time in the life of every man, you are confused. You are living your life as it comes. There's no guiding compass. You are just living from day to day, oblivious of clear direction or clear purpose. If you've had a phase like this in your life, can I hear yes? I can't hear enough yes. Yes. Okay, so I know the story of my life. I existed. I just moved from day to day. There was no clear purpose. Right? And because there's no clear purpose, I will make compromises. I will do things that I will feel guilty about. I will do things that I will feel this is not right. I will do things and I will catch myself later. It's the reason why someone like me, I tell people, I probably give my life to Christ 20 times. Every altar call was a renewal. Because I remember many things I'm doing that are not right. Right? So I will collect it, I will give you back. I'll collect it, I'll give you back. It was a season of compromises. I was making decisions based on convenience, not on my convictions, right? I was making them based on convenience, not convictions. No, you can go back to that slide. That slide on conviction is still where we are. Okay? I was making them I was settling for less, essentially. Until one day. Say with me, until one day. So, and I think every one of us will come to one day. And if your one day has happened before today, beautiful. And if your one day is going to be today, awesome as well. But you need to have one day. One day when you have deep conviction about your life having more meaning than just being ordinary. Real conviction about your life. Okay, awesome. Thank you. Real conviction about your life meaning more. And I think I think there are 2 days that are important. I think somebody said it this way. Said there are 2 days that are important in a man's life. The day he was born and the day he finds out why. Right? And those days can be separated by 10 years, 20 years, 50 years. God forbid they are separated by life and death. But there's a day you are born and there's a day you find out why. And you need to find out why. Because when, like Miles Monroe will say, when the purpose of a thing is unknown, abuse is inevitable. I cannot live my life to the grade and the quality that was designed for except I understand why I'm here. Right? If I don't know that what this is used for, I will use it for something else. And it will be less than the value it can bring. And I want to say to you today, many of us don't know this, but I can bet you already that you are living your life way, 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 way below capacity. Way below capacity. That many of the people that we look at and we envy, we look at and we judge, we look at and we feel they are not doing it right. Let me say something to you, that what you have installed in you as capacity, some of those things that irritate you are signals to let you know that there's capacity. I tell people, God doesn't give you appetite for banquets he has not created. The banquet predates the appetite. Man was made after food, not food after man. What man will be hungry to eat was made before him. Are we together? And the moment you have a craving for something, the moment you have a desire for greatness, the moment you have a desire to be global, your instinct to want to jackpot, for example, means that you are meant to see the world. It doesn't mean that it's supposed to be jackpot. essentially, but it's just giving you an idea of what is available for you. And all of those cravings, they are legitimate. Right? But guess what? You need to understand why. Why am I here? What greater purpose do I serve? And for me, it happened early. I went for a conference like this. It was a 3 days conference. I somehow, in the middle of that conference, I was a teenager. I was a teenager back then when I say I had strong conviction. And I think God did it for me because I think God always steps into my life just before the things that are going to mess up my life come. Right? So I can see that in every life there's a battle. There's a battle for every life. There's a battle of good and evil, essentially. And in that epic battle, your life is a Hollywood worthy movie. Right? If you see the back things happening in the back office of your life. In this epic battle between good and bad, God has a very beautiful purpose for you, and the devil recognizes it. And the devil's ploy is, what can I do to this man's life before he comes into his own so that I can always have a hold of him? I always tell people that the devil tries to put a grenade in your life so that he can detonate you sometime in the future. Right? Because he knows that something great is happening to you. So for me, it happened early in my life. I went for this conference, and somehow I just felt this craving and desire to be better, to be more, to not be confined to the general dictates of the people in my environment. So I like how Timmy described his environment. My environment, I grew up in Ilorin. Okay? I grew up in a place that was predominantly all that I could see around me was just normal and average, right? There were some things that we had access to that have the capacity to destroy our lives, but destroy it very privately, right? And it will be very private until we are public. Yeah. It will be very private, and nobody is going to know about it. You know, but somewhere in the journey of my life, I came into this meeting where I found myself going in front and praying to God and say, God, please, do something different in my life. You know, take me out of the crowd, make me, you know, let me be close to you, let me be, and for the first time, that was the first time I believe that God spoke to me in my life. I heard his voice clearly in my heart, and he said, I'm not the one that will do that. And this scripture was revealed to me. If you draw near to me, I will draw near to you. You want to draw near to me? Draw near to me. And then I will match it. You know, it's like that salary matching we do. We tell people, if you contribute 10% of your salary to investment, the company will contribute 10%, so you have 20%. If you don't contribute anything, the company will not contribute anything. Right? You have nothing. So it's like pension. You do 8%, the company does 10%. You don't do anything, the company doesn't do anything. So God is saying, you want me to have that relationship with you, own it. I want to say to you today, this your journey to manhood, this is your journey to full stature, this is your journey to the fullness of, we'll describe what the future man looks like. You need to own it. Tell your neighbor, own it. Tell another neighbor, own it. So I think you believe, you need to own it. I think one of the key hallmarks of a man is not somebody who blames others for his failures. Are we together? I think the iconic statement that made Adam less than a man was when he said, the woman that you gave me, and I ate. Right? The man of the future owns it and says, I messed up. And this is what I intend to do about it. This morning, I had a call with a man who has been dodging me for the last 6 months. And why has he been dodging me? He's been dodging me because he owes me money. And I hope he's not listening. Because the money he's owing me is not a big deal. It's not a big deal to me. It's a big deal to him. So I've been calling him. In fact, I sent him a message. I said, bros, do you want me to pick you up? He says, yeah, you want to pick me up? I say, yes, I can get EFCC to pick you up for a weekend. Right? So that you can learn sense. So he's been dodging me, and then we spoke today. And he said, sir, I've lost the money. And I've been thinking, how will I talk to you? I said, guy, talk to me. Tell me I lost the money. And tell me, even though I lost the money, this is my plan. That's all I want to hear. That's what anybody wants to hear. I lost it. Right? And because we don't have clear terms and conditions about that, and I can lose it, this is what I intend to do. And if you tell me, CM, it's going to take me 5 years to pay you, I will negotiate with you how it can be 2 years. And even if in 2 years it's not going to happen, we will find other ways. But as a man of the future, take responsibility. So one of the key things you'll find with being a man is responsibility. It's responsibility. We're going to have mistakes. This adventure is going to have ups and downs. Are we together? It's going to have ups and downs, but thanks. I just want to know I'm in control. That's fine. But I need to own it. In fact, I believe that whatever it is that we're doing, that we are blaming others for, I always say it this way: whoever you blame for your failure is going to be responsible for your success. Because if it's not in your hand, it's in their hand, then your life is in their hands. Are we together? That the day you begin to own things and become a man in that sense, and I will talk about man as a mature thing, as different from boy, is the day when I say I am responsible, when I own it. The day I stop saying they gave me third class. I made the first class. I made the third class. I made it. Right? I did it. Right? You own it. Because guess what? Once you can own your failures, then you can really own your success. Are we together? And let me tell you, your failures don't define you. They only define you to the degree you want them to define you. In this journey, failure is a major part of this journey. It's not the failure that you experience that is the problem, it's what you do with it. Are we together? It's how you manage it, it's how you handle it. Failure is part of this process. It's a necessary bus stop. Are we together? Hello? If you are not failing enough, you will not succeed. Somebody discovered this. He said, I have discovered that in order to succeed, I need to increase my failure rate. Yes. Because if you are going to achieve 1 out of every 1,000, I was asking my team a question recently. And I said to them, I gave them a little bit of a parable. And I said to them, you advertise something, and then maybe you spent 100 naira advertising something, and then you sold 1. Right? You spend 100 naira again the next day, and you sold none. You spend $100 again the third day, and you sold none. You spend $100 again the fourth day, and you sold none. Then on the fifth day, you spend $100 again, and you sold 5. Are we together? And then you send $100 again, and you sold none. In 7 days, you spend $700, and somehow you have sold 7. So I asked them a question: if you spend $100, how many will you sell? It's business maths. Someone said 1. You know the answer? The answer is, I don't know. It's not defined. Because for it to be defined, you need to spend $1,000. You are not spending enough. Because you are getting 0, 0, 0, 0, it means you are not spending enough to know. The sample size is too small. When you load it and you spend 1,000 and you get 10, and then the next day you spend 1,000, you get 9. You spend 1,000, you get 8. You spend 1,000, you get 11. You are within the range. But for as long as you are getting 0, you have not loaded it sufficiently. You have not failed enough to know what your success formula is. Are we together? So in this journey, I will have failures. I will have mishaps. It's not about having mishaps. Everybody has. Some privately, some publicly. Right? It's about knowing, what do I now do with this? What do I now do with this that I've come to learn? So in this journey, clarity happens after conviction. Right? And the quicker you become clear about why you are here, the better. And let me tell you this. In case you are struggling to find why you are here, I can give you a very clear clue on why you are here. Because why you are here, there's a bigger agenda than you. Are we together? No matter who you are, there's a bigger agenda than you. The person who made you did not make you for you. He made you as part of a bigger agenda. Right? And in that bigger agenda, you are uniquely created, uniquely crafted to, in your own unique way, play your role in that agenda. Now, you're going to do business. We're not going to do the same business. We're going to do different things. We're going to marry different people. We're going to have different expressions of our lives. But our lives answers to one core agenda, right, of the person who made us. The Bible says, do not be foolish. Know what the will of the Lord is. Right? It means that anybody who doesn't know what God is doing on his agenda is foolish. Somehow, foolish. Clarity comes from realizing that, you know what? Something challenges your comfort and makes you realize this, my life, is a showcase. My life is a showcase that God is deliberately using and creating to cause other people to be attracted to him. Your life is a showcase. And I give a simple illustration. I've shared this illustration before a number of times. And it's a very simple illustration. You have been diagnosed with a heart challenge. You are certainly going to die. Right? And then somebody shows up. Mr. Timmy shows up. And Mr. Timmy is sponsoring and leading this project called Building Men Thoroughly. Right? His life is about building men thoroughly. His mission is building men thoroughly. Everything he lives for is building men thoroughly. And then you are about to die. They ask you, what are you living for? You say you don't really know. Right? But they say you are going to die in 24 hours. Except somebody chooses to give you a heart. And then Mr. Timmy comes and says, you can have my heart. I hope you know, as soon as you collect his heart, you now have a life purpose. It will be an insult on his heart, an unfairness on your part. For you to now have his heart, he dies, you are now living, and this project suffers. This project becomes your project. Are we together? Are you following me? Yes. I tell people, if somebody gave you life so that you can live, their purpose becomes transferred. Their purpose is now your purpose. And clarity is finding out how, in your own unique way, you can live that purpose. So, research shows that, and I'm sure it's more than 63%. I think a lot of young people lack positive role models. They don't know, they don't have statistics of who they want to live by. It's a generational emergency. We also realize that nations rise and fall on the shoulders of men. If men don't understand their divine calling and their responsibility to lead with integrity, it affects nations, it affects community. And today's character, we realize it shapes tomorrow. The moral fabric of tomorrow lies on the character of men today. The future of the world is decided by the men we raise today. It's very important. And there's what culture says about men, and there's what is real about men. Culture says you are what you own. Hello? And that's why what Timmy was describing. People feel he drives a good car. He lives in a good environment. You are what you own. You are not what you own. Right? Yeah, you can be what you own for a few years. The world will see you that way. But reality is, I went for a birthday party of an 85-year-old man. I mean, there was no Mobile Towers. You know Mobile, this Mobile building in VI. Yeah. Mobile, right? So the man he was the one that did the civil engineer behind building that, built it like 50 years ago. Yes, right? So I was at his birthday party, and he was sharing his testimony. Right? And he didn't talk about that building, he didn't talk about the projects. He was a civil engineer, he studied in the UK. You know, back in the days, I think he was looking forward to playing football for Nigeria. He's 85 years old. I went to his 85-year-old birthday, and he was sharing the testimony about his life. And you know what he shared? He said, I'm so excited. that God talks to me. He said, God talks to me. That, you know, when I was 70, I felt I was going to die after 70. And God told me, it's not time yet. That you still have many more years. He said, after my 70th birthday, I got better. And then this happened, and God spoke to me. And the hair was high in the audience. I'm like, So at 85, this is what's going to be important. And at 40, 30, we are busy chasing what will not be important. And the people that have done there, bought the t-shirt, are realizing that no. That I better be living my life not based on what I own, but on who God says I am. You are not what you own. You are who God says you are. Your success is not measured by possessions. Because guess what? Whatever it is that you think you possess, you know, Tim was saying that I say that 100% belongs to God. It's not my own philosophy. If it doesn't belong to God, when you die, take it with you. When you die, take it with you. The real owner will show up when you die. Are we together? Is it not futile to labor all your life to build what you cannot? One of my mentors told me, he said, Jolu, by God's grace, you'll be alive when I die. At my funeral, please check my hand. Nothing will be inside. One man wanted to con his family. He wanted to con his family. He told his family, he wrote it in his will, that when I die, bury me with all my money. Are we together? Bury me with all my money. So you know what his wife did? His wife collected all his money. Thousands, millions of dollars. Collected everything. Put it in her account. Then wrote a check for him, for everything. And buried the check with him. Go and cash it. And while the man is, of course, cannot cash it, the woman is living her life. Who owes the money? You are not what you possess. Success is not measured by possessions. It's measured by your divine purpose. Your value is established by God's love. You know, many of us, we play lip service to these things. And I tell people, if you have not, everybody will come full circle. Everybody will come full circle. You know that, I don't know if you are science students here. You did physics now, Abi? Physics. You know about first class, Abi? Yes, I love physics, so I'm still studying physics. Yeah. Maybe my PhD will be in maths or physics. Yeah, I'm still very interested. There's this thing called, under quantum theory, there's this concept, I try to remember the name of it now. They did an experiment to see that observation alters the behavior of particles. Duality of matter, good. Now, so somebody, they're making headway on that concept currently. They realize that, listen, I know how to explain very difficult things in simple ways, so follow me. They realize that the way matter behaves changes the moment you begin to watch it. Does that make any sense? Does it make any sense? Now listen. Now, for a long time, they just parked it somewhere. Until recently, they now began to explore, if we are living in a simulation, what kind of hardware will be able to store everything that is happening here? That hardware will be phenomenal, isn't it? I said, no, doesn't have to be. Why? Because when you are playing a computer game that is virtual reality and you are seeing your environment, the computer only allows you to see per time only what you are looking at. So the data to be able to have everything in this room will only exist to you when you are in this room. When you are outside, all you'll be able to see is the outside, not the inside. So even in designing virtual reality systems, you design it deliberately to only be able to change what you see based on observation. That you only have access to as much as your observation. Now, what are they doing that to see? They're doing that to realize that even in the design of this world, right, science is coming to realize that that concept of matter reorganizing itself based on observation means that man cannot even accurately define how the planets are, what light, how distant light travels, or how many years it really is, because the moment you begin to observe it, it tells you a different story. Are we together? So it means anybody who is disproving or doubting what God has said will finally come to realize that he's only seeing a part of the picture. And they did an experiment, very interesting experiment with light, where they tried to, in a small space, coordinate light. And in that coordination, they realized that the moment they began to observe it, it changed. And the whole concept of going back in time came from this concept. To say light behaves in a particular way, as soon as you begin to observe it, it changes the way it behaved before you began to observe it. It's crazy. But what am I saying? I'm saying to you that you cannot afford to base your life on the things that are contained within the context of this world, because their measures are not eternal. What is determined by others' opinion is what culture says. Social mirror. Here it says value is established by God's love, significance and eternal calling. Our unshakable foundation is what we have in Christ. Right? Temporary validation is not from external sources. And it's very important to realize where our identity comes from. Are we together? And in God's design for men, which is shown in various places we'll see in scripture, we realize that from the very beginning, God entrusted Adam to lead the garden. In times of crisis, Noah was a builder. And I want to say that it's all about taking responsibility, isn't it? Because guess what? We live in a world today where people are complaining. Hello? If you have heard complaints in the last 24 hours, can I see your hand? If you have been involved in complaining in the last 24 hours, can I see your hand? Okay? We don't complain. We take responsibility. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you a very small story. And please, whenever it's time, just give me a sign. I'm not speaking from my notes. I'm just speaking from my heart. These days, I'm coming to observe the kind of potential that exists all around us. And it's crazy. And I'm coming to realize that, you know, when the Bible says the race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong, but time and chance. Are we together? You'll be amazed at what you can do. I've seen young looking weird people create multi-billion naira enterprises in Nigeria. We're on the brink. As in, it's like somebody was saying something. I and my friend were having a discussion, and we said, where is the best place to live in the world right now? I'm sure you have many ideas about where the best place to live is. The best place to live in the world right now is where all the conversations around war is not happening around. Because I don't know if you are following the trends or if you're understanding what is going on. But today, the world is getting more and more polarized. So there was a picture that I heard that Donald Trump tweeted to the picture. In that picture, there was Russia, Putin, there was China, there was Iran, and there was India working together. Real life happened about 4 weeks ago. And then Donald Trump, America, tweeted at India and said, well done, guys, continue meeting together. Yeah. You saw it? Yeah. And discussing against America. And then the guy replied and said, hey, we are free to associate. It's not really about anybody. But there's a lot of polarization going on. So all this Ukraine play, all these very interesting conversations, it's getting the world to a place where really, 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 you want to be living in Africa, where you are just an observer, right, of what's going on. Because if things get heated up, everybody will collect, right, in various ways, in various forms. Qatar is... The Middle East is already looking at Saudi Arabia, Middle East, they're looking at America and saying, this happened under your watch, right? These Israelis bombed Qatar. You didn't do anything about it. Are we safe? Everybody's trying to form their alliances. It's a very interesting place to live. So we live in an interesting environment. In times like this, what do? We're the ones building. We're not the ones complaining. We're the ones building. We have Joseph. Joseph gives us a template of the fact that you can, by God's wisdom, thank you, you can, by God's wisdom, get access to insight about the future and be able to prepare the world for it, prepare the world around it. So we have the likes of Joseph, and Jesus modeled servant leadership in very beautiful ways to realize we can lead and still be servants. We can serve people that we lead, and we can live that way. So, ladies and gentlemen, in this our interesting conversation about the man of the future, I think it's very important for you to recognize who you are, right? Your identity. Your identity cannot afford to be grounded in trends. Your identity must be grounded in God. Your sense of self must come from your calling rather than cultural validation. And you must have a foundation that stands the test of time, that is eternal in its perspective. Are we together? Identity is very crucial. There's this conversation around maturity that says the journey to maturity starts from being dependent, it grows to becoming independent, and it ends at being interdependent. That a time in our lives when everything that happens to us, we can blame somebody else for it. That's when we are boys, right? We can say, my son, I have a son that is 6 years old. And my son was saying, his elder brother is 18. So my son was saying that my brother didn't put fruits in my bag, right? So on Fridays, they have no sugar days in school. So what we must pack in their bags must be fruits instead of snacks. So they mistakenly packed the wrong thing for him. And when I asked him what happened, he said, brother didn't put fruits in my bag. So I said to him, even though I know that he's in the age where he's a boy, right? So I said to him, no, but you know that it's Friday. You know that it's fruits. So why didn't you tell him? Why did you tell him? But he's still at the place where he can blame brother for what's happening. Now, the day he begins to become mature and begins to live dependence is the day when, before he goes, he checks his bag himself and says, no, there's a mistake here. Please let me do this. What's happening there? He's becoming independent. Are we together? He's becoming somebody who is taking their own choices, who is making their own decisions, who is owning their own life, who owns their vision, who recognizes their calling, and recognizes that at the end of the day, nobody will be to blame for this reality. I will be to blame. I will own it. Right? It begins to shift from dependence to independence. He begins to own his vision. He begins to own his time. And this is what he needs to begin to own. Your identity in this place must be driven not by cultural validation, but by deeper than cultural validation, what God says about you. It may sound religious when we mention God, but for as long as you believe that you didn't create yourself, we answer to somebody. Are we together? Well, we answer to somebody. And the whole world is united in knowing that there's no way we could have created ourselves. Because every rational thought knows that there is super intelligence behind humanity. So what is making it even more loud now is because we are in the journey of creating super intelligence ourselves. Right? So we realize that the moment we create super intelligence, our life ends. Literally. Because I don't know if you understand what's going on with AI. I don't know if you're following. Right? But the whole idea of we're currently in stage 2, in the three-step journey. And that stage 2 is generative AI. It's a place where I can create agents. Who can create agents? Right? So rather than do the work myself, I can create something that will do the work on my behalf. That can also train other agents to do the work on his behalf. So I can have a workforce of 50 people, 100 people who are doing very regimented work that I want them to do. That's possible today. That's doable now. We can do that in this room. Now, the moment they can create each other and the moment they are networked together and we get to the third stage, which is super intelligence, then logic changes as well. Right? It becomes their logic. So, and what are we saying? We're saying that our identity must transcend what's happening around our environment. We must realize that God made us for a purpose. Our life must align with that purpose. And integrity basically is making sure that my inner world and my outer world are aligned. Who I am internally and who I am externally are the same. Right? Integrity means I'm not living a life that is double-sided. my character matches publicly and privately. What I'm projecting publicly is what is real for me privately. And we live in an environment where people can say, I am a Christian, and then do something else. Right? For real men, for men of the future, we must deal with integrity. And number 3I is impact. Okay? We need to intentionally invest in the lives of others. Your influence must expand beyond your lifetime through the lives of the people that you touch and transform. Hello? Hello? There's something I discovered. I discovered this in my own experience, and I've seen it backed up by books. The moment you start taking responsibility for somebody else, no matter your age, your life changes. This is my guy here. How old are you? Huh? 18. 13. If he's 13 and you are 22, 23, good. It's 13, 23, 10 years difference. If he has people that is leading and is responsible for, and you have nobody that you're leading or responsible for, he will mature before you. That the moment, it's profound. The moment you begin to think about others. I'll tell you this. When I was 13 years old, we had a house help. This house help, for one reason or the other, took a liking to me. And all the advances made during the day, I wasn't seeing them. So she would make advances at night. Are we together? This was a time in my life when the normal gist around boys was, this happened, I did this. We're doing exploits. And I had free pass. And the free pass existed for days, weeks, and months. Are we together? Why didn't I take the free pass? I was already responsible for a small fellowship of people. It was called Teens and 20 Bible Club. There were some people that I was the leader. And what I would tell myself is, if I do this, how will I stand up and tell them that I did this? And that in the future, I will be great. How will I stand up and say that I did this? Say, no, I will not do this. What kept me from the vices that normally captured everybody in my days was responsibility for others. Research shows that the moment I begin to learn with the mind view of teaching others, I learn more than people are learning to learn. In fact, they say 90% more. I started teaching people for common entrance in GS2. I started being paid to teach people in SS1. Oh, why do I understand? Why will I understand things more than most people? I'm not learning for myself. There's a burden of responsibility. Every time I'm learning, there's a burden of responsibility upon me. I was telling some people, I remembered SS1 when they started teaching us indices and logarithms. There was a class, my first class I attended, one of my classmates and friends did not attend. So I listened, I took red biro, green biro, blue biro, black biro, and designed indices and logarithms made simple. I designed it for this, my friend. I didn't come to class, so that when he sees it, he can just go through it and learn everything that we thought was in class. Now, there's no way I will learn like that and be the same level with somebody who is just thinking what the teacher is saying, so that we can give him back an exam. Are we together? That the moment you begin to think impact, when you begin to think, these things I'm learning, how do I make a difference, even if it's in one person's life, it elevates you to a whole new level. And ladies and gentlemen, you don't want to lose that in your life. In fact, I tell people, the reason why people are stagnated in their walk with God is because it's only about themselves. It's only about you. The reason why you can behave anyhow and do nonsense is because it's only about you. The moment other people enter into the equation, your life becomes more guided. Life becomes different. You have something bigger than yourself that you are fighting for. You begin to answer to his call, because God's call, God's plan for your life is not about being self-contained. It's about being a channel. It's about being a channel. So understand this, that we're looking at a life with very clear identity, live by integrity, and a life of impact. Okay? That you live a life that fears God, delights in His commandments, and transcends in such a way that your descendants become mighty on the earth. And the generation of the upright is blessed. So if you want to live a life that transcends one spectrum and goes into eternity, it needs to be a life that is characterized by good, solid, grounded identity, inside and outside, same values, and a life of impact. Now, the second key element in our journey of identity, principles, and lifestyle is principles. And principles are different from temporary trends. We can have a society where being famous and being popular for not doing anything of value is respected. But that's not the way the world is going to be forever. Are we together? Something can pay you in a season, but it is not the future. So the question is, what are these principles that stand the test of time? What are these principles that you can hold yourself accountable to, right? That do not change and are true north. I tell people there's a concept called true north principles. They are principles that everybody in the world agrees that these are principles. It doesn't matter their religion, it doesn't matter their faith. These are principles that are really principles. I'll give you an example. I tell people honesty is a principle. Are we together? Because even if you're a thief, right, you must work with honest thieves. I hope you know. 2 people went to steal in a bank. One person is driving and one person is loading the boot. The person that is loading the boot trusts the person that is driving the car that he will wait for him to finish loading, allow him to enter before he drives. If he loads the boot and the guy goes away, he's a dishonest thief. You will not steal with him again next time. You will find a honest thief to steal with. It sounds funny, but I'm saying that even amongst criminals, trust is a code that they cannot afford to violate. So the very nature of principles is that it doesn't matter the environment you are in, it doesn't matter where you live, the principles are true north. It means even when you are not straightforward, you still value them. I always tell people, very simple principle. This girl you are not married to, you are sleeping with her. You are okay with it, she's okay with it. But come, hope you know that even when you are married, because the principle is they can do like this, it means both of you can still do like this. Are we together? The principle is, if we don't have a contract and we are doing this, then when we have a contract, we will still do it with people that we don't have contracts with. Because the principle is the same principle. Are we together? So it's understanding that if I have a principle, and I have people who are dedicated to this, there's somebody I know who, he will explain to you what the Bible calls principles, but he will explain to you in natural language so that you know that it's not Bible. Real life, you cannot afford to live like this because these are the consequences. Are we together? That what God has just packaged for us is wisdom distilled into instructions. Wisdom, responsibility, vision, courage, discipline. These are things that will not impress in the moment, but they can transform you for a lifetime. Are we together? They transform your life for a lifetime. Where am I? Yeah. So my encouragement to you in this place today is be principled, have backbone, have non-negotiables. When faced with an option to choose between likability, choose honesty. Between likability and honesty, choose honesty. Because guess what? In the long run, who do you think you prefer to have around you? Somebody that likes you or someone that is truthful to you? Think about it. Who do you like to be around you? Someone that likes you. Someone that likes you is not going to help you go very, very far. Someone that tells you the truth will help you adjust before you go public with what doesn't make sense. Are we together? Person is offering product testing. You are making a product. And ladies and gentlemen, be productive means you need to be giving birth to products. You need to be giving out to things. Are we together? Yeah. Some of us are stopped bearing children. We must be bearing products. If I make something that I want to sell, and I show it to you, and I tell you, what do you think about it? Like currently now, I'm tasting some drinks. You see some drinks in the fridge. I'm tasting them. I'm trying to make a product. I'm trying to make a drink. I'm trying to make a drink. Now, if I give you the drink to taste, and because you want to like me, you tell me, very nice. And I go to the market, and the market tells me it's not very nice. Do you think I will show you the next one? But if I give you, and you tell me, ha, I can't buy this. Oh. I say, hey, why? He said, it doesn't taste nice. I said, really, what should I change? He said, the flavor, mango flavor. Who drinks mango flavor? Say, hey, mango flavor. I said, can you make it apple flavor? And he gives me feedback, and I go, and I collect the apple flavor, and I come back, and he tests it again, says, hey, this is it. And I take it out, and it blows. The next time I have another idea, who will I go to? So honesty is a value we can keep as a value. Likability. When I want to celebrate my triumph, I will call him because he likes me. He will eat a plate of rice and chicken, and I will wave to him. I work together. But if I want to make decisions that will affect thousands of you, I'll go to a person that has honesty. So you look at those values. Be responsible. Who do you want around you? Somebody who is complaining, or somebody who is taking responsibility. I hope you know that there are ordinary, everyday people that love Nigeria to pieces. And they have reasons to. They have reasons to. You know, I don't know if this happens to you. It happens to me. Maybe it should be happening to you. When you go out and you see a business, ask them questions. Tell them, how are you doing? You'll be amazed. You'll be amazed how much that guy that is selling suya, how much he's selling per day. You'll be amazed though. You pay him 2K and you walk away. Sit down with him, stay there. Stay there for like 30 minutes, be counting people that are coming. Sometimes you smile and say, I cannot tell you that one now. I said, tell me. This is what I'm even learning to do. I'll go to some shops. I'll buy things for the sales reps there. I'll buy for them. After I build a relationship for a while, I say, but this, how much are people making here? I say, okay, they make money here. I say, hey, tell me. I was talking to a friend one day and I said, this shawarma you're selling, is it making sense? He says, it's making sense. So I say, hey, really? We hanged the conversation. After 1 month, one location, I asked him again. He said, hey, I even remember that shawarma. Let me send you to these numbers. 10 million. 300 million every month. Shawarma. Shawarma. Cake, cake. As if you see people and what's the essence? It's responsibility now. Instead of saying the government is nothing. Government will do government. Do you? Are we together? Study where the wind is blowing. Position yourself. Don't change what you cannot change. Are we together? I was telling someone. I said, hey, this things. He said, if we tell people, if we educate people, yeah, if we educate people, it's good. But we educate people that are not going to vote. They won't make a difference. So, I'm saying let's be educated. Let's make a difference, right? But in the gap between making a difference and living our lives, ask yourself, what can I take responsibility for? Have vision. Ladies and gentlemen, something happened to boys on the way to becoming men. They lost their ability to dream. They took feedback from failure and settled. I remember one of the prayers they prayed for me when I was in university. One man prayed and nobody could say amen. He said, I'm praying for you that when you leave this campus, many of you are on fire today, you are on fire, you are branded. I said, my prayer for you is you will never settle down. So what kind of prayer is this? So, but settle down means you accept faith now and relax. We don't want to settle down. We want to keep dreaming. Have a big... See, I've realized that, listen, the real index on what you can become is what you can see. Today doesn't matter. Are we together? If you're looking at yourself from the eye of today, and that's all you can see, and there's nothing that you're looking forward to for tomorrow, then you're already sabotaging yourself. But there's more to you. Somebody who goes to toast a babe and says, marry me. Is it the person that is toasting that the person wants to marry? So some people toasted people when they were already married. Me, I toasted my wife when I was 19. The only thing I had was future. Are we together? It's vision. I went to her, I said, babe, it's not for today. But I made it very clear. I said, I don't want to marry you today. It's in 7 years' time. But so that you will know and I will know. And I will not be confusing people. I will not be confusing people. Let's agree now. That is where we are going. And she looked at me, like, as what kind of rubbish guy? What kind of rubbish this guy is saying? And I said to her, I said, look, I know that you have not answered me, no problem. And you will likely go to your room and be discussing with your friends. Please do me a favor. Before you start discussing with your friends, discuss with God. Because even at that time, I knew that this God is behind the architect of my story and my life. But I didn't have anything to offer, and I was in school. I was in 200 level. Yeah? It couldn't be, it's not based on anything. It's based on the future. So the question is, do you have a future that makes sufficient sense to recruit somebody else into? Is your future making sense? Because that's what we are doing. Every business is recruiting people into the future. Bill Gates said one of the biggest problems he had starting his business was how to pay his classmates. He said because he was just having fun. But after they worked for like 3 months, people started coming to him and saying, when are you going to pay our salary? I was like, so you guys expect salary? That's why I started thinking about it, that, wait, we have to pay people. Oh. Is the vision you have big enough to enlist people into? I'm going to pause it around here. I can see that my time is already taken, and we want to ask questions. I will just end with this and say lifestyle. For the man of the future, you need to ensure that your life is made up of habits that inadvertently take you to where you want to go to. Some people may look at me and feel I have achieved something. I don't think so. I think the most important thing about my life is where my life is trending towards. So what do I do daily? Daily, I have a commitment to my health. And why am I having a commitment to my health? Because I want to live long enough to continue to do His will. I want to live long enough to continue to represent the one I represent. I want to live long enough for the life of the one who died for me to be expressed through me. So I'm walking, I'm living healthy, I'm doing a few things to ensure I can stay committed to that vision. 2, every day, I learn. Every day, I have a commitment to read, I have a commitment to write. Every day, I read and I write. And I read and I write, and I engage with knowledge in my field, I engage with knowledge around my field. I'm a bit of a generalist, so I know a lot about a lot, right? So I'm keeping myself on the cutting edge of knowledge as a consultant, to be knowledgeable sufficiently to engage, to connect others, to help others. I'm doing that on a daily. I have a life that is hid in Christ in God. So my Bible study is daily. My communication with God is daily, right? So the quick question I'm asking you today is, what are the things that make up your lifestyle? What exactly are the things that you do daily? What are the things you are building? My philosophy for investment used to be driven by impatience and quick wins. But I've learned by failure. Are we together? That the best investment strategy is patience. Say with me, patience. I can't hear you. Research was done and it showed that the people whose investments gave the highest return on investment as a category were dead people. Dead people's investments grew the most every year. You know why? Dead people are not removing and replacing. Dead people are dead. Imagine that you bought 1 Bitcoin in 2010 and died. That's the best return on investment. Or you forgot your password, you lost your password, and you only found the book where you wrote your password this year. Or let's not even go that far. 2017, I was outside the door when they were doing ICO for us to buy BNB. I watched Binance burn. I was there. I was live. So imagine you bought Binance at 4 cents. Now, the problem is not buying Binance at 4 cents. I bought Binance at 50 cents. I bought Binance at $1. I bought Binance at $3. I have a friend who bought this and $3 and would not let me rest 3 years ago, 4 years ago, of how much he had made. He had made 100x. Are we together? The real key is not buying it. The key is buying it and losing your password. Because if you bought $100 just 8 years ago, that $100 will be 25 times 25,000. What's that? That's 25 million. $2.5 million now. I met one young chap. He's in his, I think he's 20, maybe he's 21. He said, I bought this thing. And then one of my mentors told me that I should sell it, and I sold it. He said I had 4 million units, and it became $1 each. I said, your life will have spoiled. What am I saying? I'm saying I've learned patience. Ask yourself, what can I do? What am I building? And the Bible says it. It says, if you real wealth comes by gradual, it's gradual. It says that easy come is easy go. It that makes wealth quickly, we lose it. He said, but if you build gradually, so long-term strategy, 5 years, 10 years, delayed gratification. What do I want to build? What are you building? What are you buying? What are you stocking? What are the lifestyle habits that you have? How are you about relationships? I was sharing yesterday, I said there are three capitals that you need to pay attention to. There's financial capital, there's social capital, and there's intellectual capital. So score them over 10, 10 over 10 over 10 over 10. So you should have 10, 10, 10 if you score very well in all of them. Your financial capital is the money you have that you are putting into investments that you want to grow. Your social capital are the network of friends and relationships that you have that you can leverage on, right? Your intellectual capital is the skills and the knowledge that you have that can create value with. The question is when you have the three of them together that you're able to build to scale. The question is, how are you doing? Right? And is there a habit to constantly be growing these capitals? Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that we are having this meeting today because as men, we are crucial to society. And there's a desire for us to not just be boys or men of the past, but to be men around whom change happens. Men that society can rely on. And let me tell you this for free. We don't need 1,000 people to change Nigeria. We just need a few people. We need a few people. This is my mathematics. I'll end with this mathematics. It's my simple mathematics. Hello? Hello? Now, I asked a question in the beginning. I said, is a man of the future a man or a woman? I said, is he more of a man or more of a woman? And I think what I was just trying to score is, I don't think it's about man or woman, ultimately. I think these are values that everybody can embody. Right? I think man is just giving us an opportunity to be the first takers. We'll guide our families, we'll guide our relationships, we'll guide our surround to live to these truths. What is my basic mathematics? I believe that the journey we've been on in the world today of mass evangelism, of mega churching, and of trying to reach crowds of people at the same time will not move the needle as much as very personable contact. And I'll give you my maths for it. Mathematically speaking, if I take one person, come with me, and me and this person, we have 1 year to work together. This is my philosophy, this is what I believe. And we work together for 1 year. 1 year contact spot. And I'm showing you everything I know. I'm sharing my philosophy. I'm sharing my ideology. I'm sharing God's word. I'm sharing everything I know how to do things with you. And in 1 year, it's a curriculum, it's a course. And in 1 year, we are done. Right? And as we are done, we still maintain relationship. We are still friends. He still comes into contact with me. He still talks with me. But in the second year, I take one other person. And he takes one other person. Are we together? How many will be in year 2? 4. Are we together? And then he spends 1 year. I spend 1 year with this person. One person. And we are still relating. So I'm relating with 2 people. But one person. And then year 3, your one person cannot do one person. You can do another one. I can do another one. My person can do another one. How many do we have? 8. Ladies and gentlemen, this model in 34 years will have exceeded the world's population. And it won't be shallow, it will be deep. Because guess what? In 34 years, I will only have 34 people I need to relate with. So even though they've left me, we still have connection. And I will only have 34 people I'm relating with. He will have 33 because he started 1 year after me. The person that he did will have 32. Are we together? But in 34 years, we'll have finished the world population and we'll start picking up dogs and cats to train. Are we together? And I feel that the world post-Christ has existed for 2,000 years. And we cannot beat our chest that we have 1 billion people who understand what Jesus Christ came to do in the midst of the earth. So I feel that, and it's just saying, it's not complicated work. The impact that you need to have is not about 1,000 people. It's about within your circle. And sometimes we feel I'm not old enough. The person that got me serious, that made me not take the pass that I was given, was a copper who came to my area to do NYSC. I'm looking for her, by the way. I've been looking for her for the last 30-something years. I'm looking for her. Tolu. Sister Tolu. I don't know her surname now. She's married. But she came from Lagos to serve in Ilorin and gave us books to be reading. That's all. Gave us books to be reading. Eh? And she will get referral bonus on my life. She will collect referral bonus. Because God will give referral bonus. You don't believe? There will be referral bonus. So the idea is, this is not a lot to do. But something that if done well, the impact will be. I'm telling you about world population, not Nigeria's population. No. The reason why we have plenty churches in Nigeria and corruption is still very high is because people are not learning anything. No. The real cultural values are eating up. You know, it's like what Vice President was sharing, to say that the gospel that transformed Europe is not what we're hearing in Africa. The gospel that transformed Europe and became a part of the culture that defined their policies and their procedures is work. It's defined by work. It's defined by value. It's the same concept around which you add value to things. Everybody here should have what they are producing. And it's not complicated. There are needs in this land. There are gaps. And men have eyes. They have vision. They see challenges and they are taking responsibility. Right? So if we do this 34 years, we'll finish the world. Unless we're finished Nigeria. Unless we finished Africa. So the idea is there's something you can do. There's something I can do. It doesn't start by something very big. It starts by something very small. And the idea is there needs to be a fulcrum around which society shifts. And I think men who decide to take responsibility, who decide to accept responsibility, who decide to interact with others as well and have an abundant mindset to say that I don't lose by getting you involved, right? We both gain. You know, nothing is finishing. Nothing is finishing. You know, for many years, please you can have your seat, thank you. For many years, the world worried what will happen when coal finishes. Coal was the source of energy. And we're like, coal, when all the coals gets finished. Before coal finished, petrol came. Diesel came. Before anything finishes, something else will come. I went to China, and one of the things that shocked me the most about China is how many skyscrapers they have in their villages. Village. I was calling somebody, I said, where I am now is like Ajangbadi. But I cannot believe that it's Ajangbadi because everywhere is 45 floors, 50 floors. Is Nigeria overcrowded? I think we can fit the whole of Nigeria into Lagos if we have enough buildings that are facing up. Are we together? So there is opportunity. Nothing is finishing. If I max out on what I have in sharing with you, other things will be created. And if we have this mindset that goes beyond ourselves and reach out to others, we can begin to, in our own small clusters, begin to make change happen where we are. I think it's a good place for me to pause. Thank you very much.
Wow. All right. The next section is, let's have sounds. I want us to sit and meditate and take action step. Nothing fancy. Just relieve. Engage the principle of remembrance. We'll have that for 5 minutes. Please let it be quiet. We don't want distractions. Expect that you are thinking, you are making decisions.
All right.
hope you're able to capture action steps. I hope you were able to participate with your own thought. Our brother that talked about impactation, I hope you were impacted. Okay. We will stand up for 1-2 minutes while we have the panel session come up immediately. I want you to, yes, Alfred, what did we say we're going to do for the meeting people? What was that idea you brought again? Go about.
Okay. Hello, everyone. So we'll spend the next couple of minutes. We want you to interact, get to meet someone, and tell them what you currently do in terms of your career, and get to know theirs as well. Feel free to exchange contacts, or if you use a LinkedIn account.
So more value-based. Don't just exchange number. If it's one person, like, make sure you sort of like more value-based. Yeah, because I've gone to plenty of events and I found out that I eventually did not meet anybody because I just didn't know how to just walk up to you and say, give me your number. Why? So more value-based. So spend like 2 minutes, interact, know the person, be interested in the person. Do you get? So we'll do 2 minutes with that while we set the stage for that. All right, please, you have 2 minutes for that. You can give us some Afrobeat if you don't mind. All right, yes. Please help us with the stage set. Yes, most likely. At least one person. If you have card exchange, make sure you know what the person is doing. You could meet a VC, a venture capital. Who knows? Something they are working on that is exciting. You could get a word of knowledge. Who knows? Make meaningful. Don't let it be shallow. Don't let it be shallow. Meaningful. You can end up exchanging numbers, but make sure it's meaningful. Be interested in the person. Yes, online too. You can do the same. Yeah, you have 2 more minutes for that. 2 more minutes. Online, what we are doing right now is we're connecting with people online. Online, you can drop your LinkedIn, tell us what you do. You know, you could come around. Online, you can drop something. Just connect. You can drop your link, self. Maybe you're selling something, you have a product. Feel free online. Yeah, make sure you exchange contacts. You can even meet D1 here if you're a brother. We have some single sisters who are searching. All right, 1 more minute for that. 1 more minute. Have you exchanged phone numbers? Or you have if it's your LinkedIn, if it's Instagram, if it's follow me here or something. You might need that person tomorrow. Thank you. All right, start wrapping up your conversation now. Wrap up. Start wrapping up. Start wrapping up. Make sure you meet somebody. You've met somebody. Make sure you meet someone. All right. All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, this is 110. Some people are still meeting, seriously. Okay. Yeah, we trusted God for divine relationships as well. So, all right, thank you. Thirty more seconds. Okay. All right. So we're going into the panel session. You will have an opportunity to ask questions across different varying aspects of life as it comes. Let's see how it goes. Hey, hi Timmy. Welcome. All right. So I'll have the privilege to, so first, our MC, leave our guest speaker alone. because he likes AI and he sees that you are interested in AI. I knew Alfred. All right, anyways. So please, sir, a round of applause again for Mr. Diolo Akinyemi. Please, sir, kindly come up so you can help with this session. That's going to last about 45 into 50 minutes and we should be done. All right, I would like to invite, I don't know how he wants me to invite him now, honestly, because he plays multiple roles. We're still going to do a proper bringing him up. This is the person of Pastor David Edwards. Please, a round of applause for David Edwards, Mr. David Edwards. My pastor. All right, so nothing fancy. Please, I would like to have the microphone close. So this session is going to be we'd like to take questions. I learned in school that the questions are the answers. So Mike Murdoch says when you learn to ask the right questions, it will open the door to the right answers. So for somebody, it might just be a question that will really trigger for you. And we're not just doing this to fill up an event. We are feeling like there are real needs. And I'll start with this. And I really don't want you to be distracted because this is part of online. Please don't be distracted as well. All right. So I don't know who I should start with. While we also, if you have questions, please start keeping it, especially from the first session. We did a poll, SARS, in our men community. Let me open it. So in that poll, we had asked what are the top, why do men struggle? What's the issue? If someone can help me open it, maybe Emmanuel, can you help me get that poll so I can read it verbatim? But the result of that poll showed us that finances seem to be the #1 struggle of men. So we had asked around finance, identity, spirituality, relationship. Why do men, the top issues men have? Finance was #1. #2 was a sense of purpose and identity. I think #3 was relationships, if I'm correct. So somebody can help me pull that up if you're in our community. So I wanted to ask, of course we can't go deeply into everything. What can men do based on finance in 3 minutes? And I'd like to start, I'll start with CM. We call him CM. Finance, you touched a bit of it. What can men do? I know it's quite, you do master classes, it's a lot. But in a short term, why is that the case and what can men really do? Because we don't want to do this and just do as if it doesn't matter and just gloss over it. So sir, what can men do as regards this area of finance, at least from a start? Because different people are in different levels right now, categories.
So for the question of finance, I'll say that you want to earn income, right? It's important. Money is important. Money, I think, is overrated, but it's important. It means, as a man, it would be good that I am earning income that can sustain my lifestyle. And I think the journey there is going from zero to earning, right? So at a particular point in my life, I'm not earning, and then I want to earn. After I earn, I want to make sure that I'm earning more than I'm spending. After I'm earning more than I'm spending, I want to be able to earn enough to put something aside to take care of the rainy day. So I think the first question really is, how do I begin to earn? And there are a few key sources of income. One is a job. 2 is a business. 3 is deals. And 4 is a gift. Right? So you're asking yourself, how do I get income? Either from a job, from a business, from a deal, or as a gift. Let's talk about income. So income means I need to get a job. I think that people don't do enough to get a job. I think so. I think and I don't know, I think it's connected to our convictions and what we believe. So if we already believe that money is not important, as a child of God, I don't need to be looking for money, then it will affect how much intentionality and intensity you attack this first one with. So I feel that if you want to get a job, getting a job should be your job. Right? You should do getting a job, you should do it like a job. Wake up in the morning at 8 a.m. and resume at the job of getting a job. And do it until 5 p.m. and close for the day. Right? It needs to engage you fully enough. Right? It needs to engage you fully enough to, I want to map out 1,000 companies that I want to reach out to, that I can work with. I'm looking at only one of the 4 elements of job. So I think people don't do enough. And then people have called some jobs undignified and some are dignified. There's not undignified job. You'll be amazed the kind of volumes that are happening in different areas of endeavor. Fashion. I have a lady who is a lawyer by training, but she does fashion and she does 10 to 20 million every month on clothes. I have people asking, so how can I add value to somebody else's hustle? How can I add enough value to take my own salary from there? Right? If somebody is already making 10 million on something and his profit is 4 million, if I'm able to help them take their 10 million to 15 million and their profit becomes 5 million, can they pay me 300,000 from inside? I think it's only fair. So I think we don't do enough. So in the period between 0 and earning income, take that job as a job. Right? Apply, search, find, put your application in, see how you can get a job. Sometimes in this journey of getting a job, there are many things you can do under getting income. It can be an actual job. Somebody was giving an example of his daughter that finished from school, studied a course completely different from investment banking, and wanted to work as an investment banker, wanted to work in investments. And he told his daughter, this is what you do. Go and find out the names of all the companies in this state that do that kind of business. And she came up with a list of 1,200. I said, these 1,200 companies, mail them one by one by hand. Not email. We don't have their emails. We have their physical addresses. Send them an email. Send them a mail. She sent mail to 1,200. Eventually, somebody who got the letter got in touch with somebody. She got a job. She got a job that paid better than everybody who studied the course, because she took getting the job as a job. Now, in that journey to doing that, there's also the opportunity of volunteering. Sometimes your value is not apparent. So your value may need to be discerned and discovered. And that's why I like volunteering. What is volunteering? Volunteering is recognizing that experience is experience not because I was paid to do it, but because I did it. Meaning, even while I'm volunteering, if I'm not gaining money, I'm gaining experience. My problem was I didn't have money. Right? It's not going to be worse when I now have a job and I don't have money, but now I have something I'm doing. Now, I can give you plenty of examples of friends of mine and people that I know who volunteer somewhere, and before their volunteer period ended, they started earning. I have people that worked for me as volunteer that I couldn't afford for them to be volunteers and ended up paying them. Somebody was telling me after 18 years, he told me he worked with me 18 years ago, that he came as a volunteer. He came with his computer. He said, but that month, I paid them. In fact, after that month, I started providing lunch. So he was wondering that I came here as volunteer. What's going on here? Right? So I'm saying, if you are truly adding value, somebody will recognize that they cannot afford for you to live. Do you understand? There are many businesses today that have existed for 20 years. Their founders don't understand email. They don't understand technology. They don't understand marketing. They have a database written down of names and phone numbers that are in a book. You go to that place, your technology mindset, you can add tremendous value in 1 month. I was talking to somebody last last week, who does graphics. And then while we were talking, somebody else came into the meeting, and I said, you can do graphics for this person. So the person came to meet me after and says, how much will I charge him? I said, don't charge him. Tell him first month is free. After 1 month, I will see the volume of work I'm doing for you. You will see the quality of the work I'm doing. And then we'll fix a price that works for both of us. They now ask me, this other person, what should I do with this person? I said, this other person, tell them to pay you anything that they have in their mind to pay for the first month. And I said, why is it different? I said, because they are different. This one is at a level where free is what will attract them. This one, if you tell him price, you can never tell him a price that is willing to pay you. You will sabotage yourself. Tell him he's a wealthy person. He's doing all right. Tell him whatever you like, pay me. He probably will pay you more than what you have paid. And then your first month, you realize I did 50 graphics for him. He may give you 50K, he may give you 100K. You now say going forward, because you are not even present on social media, you're not even doing this, I can be doing this for you, I can be doing this for you. Just be paying me 100K every month. You have one more client. If you have 10 like that, you're making 1 million. Once it becomes overloaded for you, employ somebody else. I'm just looking at the income part. So the idea is, take it as a job, volunteer. See, there are people need staff, they don't know. Go there, find out where the gaps are, fill the gap. I have a friend who got a job as a volunteer. Before 1 month ended, the person that he was working with resigned. He began to be the one handling, he was working with a technology company. So the bank that the person that was managing him was working on, he became the one that was working on the bank. One day they were having a management meeting. They said, who is managing this bank? He said, it's Shegun. He said, who is Shegun? He said, one volunteer. He said, volunteer is the one that's handling our major project. He says, volunteer. He said, no, a volunteer cannot do that.
Yeah.
He said, what do we do? He said, we need to make him permanent. They made him permanent. It was after they had hired him that they started recruiting his classmates at entry level. He was already as a manager.
Interesting.
So, volunteer. So, I feel, and I don't know, you need to have strong motivation behind driving to get income. And that motivation is, there are many reasons why you need to have money. One of the principal ones is God's kingdom and what God wants to do. It requires money. If I'm going to be involved in it, I need to have. So let that motivate you. I ask people, what will you do if money was not a worry? Let the thought of what you would do if money was not a worry, let it motivate you.
Wow.
To make sure that you earn. So income, the first part. Deals, there are deals. There are many opportunities. Deals are things that are not sustainable, right? But there's one opportunity here.
Right.
Okay, REA, for example, now they're doing solar in villages. There's a project to do solar for every university. There's a project to do solar for every institution. You can tap into it. Find the investor. You can, by knowledge, position yourself as a partner into something that you don't have money for. Right? It can be a deal. It can grow into a business. There are many things like that are going on. Right? That you can just sit down, look around, identify the opportunities that exist, the gaps that exist, play a role. Right? Huh?
If you continue, Sam, because I'm normally in your session, so I know how this. I'll piggyback on what you said, and this is for Pastor David. I was talking with Bro John at the back. Then I said, for what God wants us to do, I don't agree that it's 9 to 5 that can fund it, and I know that we need money. As men, how should we be thinking around finance that would cause us to really break into these places? How should we be thinking around it? Because it can't be, in my opinion, I know we can start from there, but it can't be 9 to 5. Are there other ways? Is there wisdom? Solomon was wise, but he had plenty of money. So, sir.
All right. I think that the first thing that that needs to be understood is there is a way that money or finance generally, particularly amongst Christian people, has been demonized, where there are Christian people who think, when you have money, you will be carnal. The more money you have, the more carnal you will be. So that's when you do a bit of history, you will see that besides people like Solomon, when you look at history from, let's say, in the last 2,000 years, you see that the most wealthy people are people who were the least religious. The most wealthy people are the people who were the least religious. And you see that, and why is that so? Why is it like that? Is, like I said earlier, it's because of how, wealth has been defined, how money is seen, in a manner that that has made believers to, equate money to worldliness, to carnality. So the first thing that must happen is we must come to a place of having a definition, or coming to the definition, of what money is as against what God's word says, in a manner that is free of religious sentiment, in a manner that is free of human opinion. We must come to see wealth the way God sees it. We must come to see money the way God defines it. Because that's a major problem. If that doesn't happen, now that's why you've seen believers who ended up making some money and eventually, somewhere, somehow along the line, they lose their spirituality as well. There are believers who have gone into politics. After a while, they stop going to church. After a while, it's the same problem. Wow. It's the same problem. So that for me is something that must be dealt with. It's a foundational problem. If it's not dealt with, every other thing we say, all right, we get us some money, but we keep coming back to.
Interesting. So what Pastor David has done is a whole day's teaching. That's what he just did there. So he used time to tell me that, Joel, are you sure you want to go into this? That's what he just did. All right, I'd like to talk about family and men. Family and men. For men in families and the impact of families on society. Still on you, Pastor David, then we'll come back to Mr. Diolu. Based on what we can see from sociocultural, everywhere right now, there seems to be a level of, how do I call it? A lot of people are not focusing on the pivotal role on families. Family is just like, okay, I've done it, let's move on. We are focusing on other things. I want to build a business. I want to do this. Some people, not all, or let me say most people, are not taking the family unit as a core component of transformation. And society seems to begin to pressure men into several things in that sense. So the question is, as men, how do we position to build the types of families that, one, would cause God's plan to easily come to pass? Two, of course, on just the superficial level, cause society to take a type of shape. How do we do that more intentionally? What should we be thinking about right now from a family standpoint as a man in the midst of all the quagmire of issues? Yes, sir.
All right. Still the same approach. There's a popular saying that says that when the purpose of a thing is not known, that abuse will be inevitable.
True.
So again, it will require that we understand what was God's original purpose
for family,
for marriage, and for family. If that is not understood, there'll be problems. There'll be problems. So what does the Word of God teach? About the marriage covenant. What does the Word of God teach about God's plan for marriage? Why does a man need to marry? As a man, why do you want to marry? As a woman, why do you want to marry? Again, you must look at it through the lens of God's Word. Because one of the things that I've said time and time again is the fact that marriage is God's idea. It's not man's idea. Are we here?
Yes, sir.
Marriage is God's idea. God is the one who initiated what we call the marriage covenant. And that's the reason why it's an enterprise that you venture into by choice. Meaning that you can choose not to marry and you will not fulfill God's plan for your life. Yeah. You can say you don't want to marry and you will still do well as far as God's plan is concerned. But when you now say you want to marry, then you must embrace that with the mind, with the motivation, with the intention of doing it God's way. Now, because marriage is it's God's plan, because marriage is an initiative that God conceived, then whoever gets into it, whoever wants to come into it, whoever wants to do marriage must do it God's way. Because there are specific purposes that God had in mind and still does have in mind regarding marriage. So, again, it brings us back to the place of what the Word of God teaches. Now, there are different definitions about marriage today. There are different ideologies that, have entered into different society, and as a result, different perspective here and there, and all of that. And, there's a brother, just briefly, one of our brothers told me something. He said they were in church, a couple of weeks back, as a matter of fact, and somewhere in the UK, and he was teaching, he was preaching, and for some reason, that was not the focus, but for some reason, he began talking about relationship and got to the part where he said, the Bible says that the woman should submit to the husband in all things. He said the church scattered. Because this is the UK, where people have different opinion. Questions began to come up about what of if, and there are many what of if. But again, what does the Word of God teach? You see, what does the Bible teach? So, returning back to what the Word of God says, what God's mind is in the Scripture, is the basis for helping us to rediscover true purpose.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. So, back to CM. We have about maybe 15 minutes. If you have a question for CM, let me know. You have a question? Okay, so I'll come to you. So, I want to talk about around purpose and calling for men, because it was the second thing. People said, man, this subject. Why do you think he eludes a lot of people as to what God has, especially men? A lot of men derive their sense of purpose and assignments from their work. In short, some people they don't have any other thing that they do than their work. And that's why what we teach in Beauty Mentorship, for example, you don't introduce yourself by your work. We don't start with that first. Tell us who you are. Tell us what you are becoming. Oh, I'm an innovator. Just describe yourself from a BE standpoint, not just from what you do, because we grew up, that's why when men want to have conversations, they say, where do you work? And if you tell him, I just have a small business, and he works in an oil company, there's just a way, we've seen that over the years. So from a purpose calling point of view, what do you think is around that subject for men? Just very far.
Okay, so if I would go around it generally, I'll say that first of all, we are lost, right? The whole of humanity is lost. So it should not be a big challenge to realize that we don't know why we're here. And I feel that there's a school of thought that will say that some people who don't know God have found themselves because there are a few clues that can help you understand your uniqueness. So you may realize you have a flair for certain things and you are drawn to certain things, and it can give you a sense of something bigger than just yourself, right? But I think that to really, really identify your purpose will be to tie that together with what only God can give you, right? So by yourself, you can discover your interests, your flares, your experience, your personality. By observation, you can find those things, and it can lead you in a particular direction. But I feel it's incomplete. I feel the complete picture is that God has a design and a plan for your life. He has an agenda that involves you. It's a bigger picture that is beyond you. It is for His pleasure that you are created. And it is understanding how your uniqueness fits into that bigger plan. So you have Peter, who fits into that plan in reaching out to people, typically the Jews. You have Paul, who fits into that plan by being able to reach out to people who are not Jews or Gentiles. And you have different people having their unique handles around how they do the same end. So I believe it requires, first of all, having a relationship with God where you now seek to understand why you are here. I believe that everybody is created uniquely with different strengths and flares to put their own unique signatures on God's agenda. But I think the bottom line connecting all of us together is that God wants many people to come to his knowledge and to be saved. And all of us have our unique ways in which he wants us to do that.
So regardless of what you end up doing, the big agenda is that knowledge.
Yes. So I think everything we do will not be scored by how much it entertained people or how exciting the world found it or how much they clap for us. At the end of the day, it will be, did you do what I would have done? Did you complete my mission? So our mission is his mission.
Right.
The only difference we have is that we are designed uniquely to do it in certain ways.
Wow. A round of applause, please. All right. Let's have you, sir.
Good afternoon, sirs. My question is to Mr. Adeolu. My question is on family. It's based on family. Before I came here, I have had these thoughts. That is part of what I want to take away from here. So I want to get clarity because while you were also speaking, you mentioned a lot of things you do, the impacts you make, and you engage yourself every day, things, your activities. So as I'm married, I have 2 kids plus a child, a teenager with me. So I have like 3 children, and I have a kind of a work that is, bugging me. I'm upskilling in my career. So I want to understand I'm just 3 years in marriage. So why you were married and all these things are happening around you, how were you able to manage your time to impact your family? Because I know that is primary impartation, the family. How were you able to also, in this same time, impact those, because I know you're a career coach, impact those around you? How are you able to also work on your skill that with all these, with the quagmires and the noises, you're able to achieve a lot within the family sphere and outside and in your life also? I just want to get a broader view and call, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay. I think it's a very good question. So the way I handle it or the way I say it is I use a metaphor that I discovered some years back around rocks. So you have big rocks, you have small rocks, you have pebbles, and you have sand. And all our life's priorities can be grouped like this. The big rocks are the big issues. God, family, those are big rocks. The smaller rocks are the things that follow them. Career, development, advancement. The pebbles are the things that could be distractions. The sand are the things that we just use to fill our time, right? And there's water too. So the analogy is, if you put sand and water in first, you will not find space for the big things. So the first things that you put in your life first are the big rocks. And sometimes in our lives, we get to empty our bucket because we have arranged them wrong, because we came into clarity late. So you empty that bucket and say, look, I want to rearrange my life. God and his mission for my life, my family, my first set of disciples and constituency, and my family. If I fail there, I'm not likely to succeed anywhere else, right? In the full count. I may succeed somewhere else, but they are very primary to me. So I put those things first. So one of the things I always prayed and desired, that before my first child will become 6 years old, I wanted to control my time. So I desired this. I wanted to be in control of my time before my first child would turn 6. And God granted me. right? Before she would become 6, in fact, by the time she became 3, I had resigned and I became an entrepreneur. So I could have time for myself. I could control my time. I could choose to be there, choose to be present. I've largely been present in the life of my children. God has granted me grace to be present. And sometimes those things don't happen unintentionally. So you set out time. There needs to be time when the family gathers. There needs to be time with your spouse. I don't live in a world where I will feel, we'll be close. No. Every week we have time out. And it doesn't have to be expensive. It just has to be scheduled and consistent. How do you handle the big rocks in your life? You schedule them. Whatever you don't schedule doesn't get done. You are not going to meet with people you didn't plan to meet with. Right? So you need to create a schedule that allows you to engage with your children, create a schedule that allows you to engage with your spouse. It's very important. So I'll give you my own little story, maybe very quickly. So I've been married, this year will make it 22 years. Yes, I'm an OG. I've had the privilege of housing over 20 people in the last 22 years. So people lived in my house and got married from my house. And I'm not recommending it as something that everybody can do. I just feel maybe there's grace for it. And my wife and I align. But the idea is, so while we are doing family together, we are conscious that there are people who are also watching us. Remember I said, the moment you begin to have other people in mind, you do differently.
True.
So I have people who have lived with me who will say, they wonder whether my wife or I, whether we quarrel, or whether we disagree. Because they are there watching. And then because they are there watching, our lives align as well, because, hey, right? We are also surrounded by a cloud of witnesses. I think it's been good for us. It's been good for the children as well, because the children can also see people who are also in their own journeys at different stages in their process of growth. I parent 2 generations. So there's a generation that is, I have a graduate that's finished university, I have someone that's in tertiary level, and I have someone that's in primary 1. So there's Gen Z and Gen Alpha in my house. And I feel that, I look back over the last few years and I believe that it's paid off. The time investment, the other people examples they have. So there are things that there are things we cannot tell children or they will not understand from you. But when an uncle reinforces the same thing or an auntie reinforces the same thing, it makes sense to them. These are the people that, no, this is what that is trying to say. This is what he's trying to say. So all of those beautiful things have come together. So I feel the starting point is identifying your priorities, that this is priority. So once it's priority, you schedule it. The other things will find their way in your life. Career, you have to develop your career. So I think career for me is not as big as those 2 assignments. Career is important as well because it's my mission field. My career is my mission field. So it leans on God and it's important as well. So what kind of person do I need to be to make sure the same values reach out to that place? So I think starting point is prioritizing it, scheduling, making sure you have meetings and connections to have those things happening. And, sometimes things will go out of the way you want them to go. You give feedback, you correct, you invest, We've done that for many years, My children told me recently, they said, Daddy, don't allow Ifeoluwa to travel out.
As the last child.
As last child. Don't allow him to be trained here in Nigeria. Allow him to be trained here in Nigeria so that he will turn out right. They are looking out for him. They want him to turn out right. They believe that they have turned out right. Right? And they say, this one, if he goes abroad, he'll be spoiled too. We have to discipline him. I said, okay, thank you very much. But essentially, I can see that it's paying on that. So for me, if you prioritize it, you give it the time it takes. It doesn't have to be expensive. It just has to be it's there. Have a family vision. Have a family values. Meet with them. Let them be able to talk to you. Let them be able to share what's going on with you. So I don't know.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. This is for Pastor David. I want to talk about sex. Of course, at the same time, I know that we can't exhaustively. The idea is to create the seed, to sow that seed. In future meetings, we'll touch about it. It has become so it's an issue from pornography point of view, to the orgies, to all those things. And men face a lot. You know, you see an advert that they're selling bike, and you see an unclad lady there. It's just, we know what's happening. And I know that men struggle with this, boys struggle with this. So from a, what will you advise? Of course, I know it's back to the word of God. But really, what can men do around this subject? Of course, I know there are different layers on married and all of that, but I'm talking about it from a lost point of view. It seems men are under attack. It has always been, but it's just more. These days, you can build an AI this thing by, like, just pay a certain amount, you can curate it, and technology seems to just be riding on that part. What would you like to say about that? That would be helpful to men at the, very far out.
All right. Yes, pornography. The truth is, a lot of people have issues with pornography. A lot of people. It's a very common problem, in the churches, everywhere. It's a common problem. Now, but there are things that must be understood. First of all, it's important to understand that every human person, all right, has what you call a sexual urge.
Okay.
Every human person. That again, too, to many people, it has been demonized.
Wow.
Yes, such that the idea people have about their sexual urges have been misconstrued to mean that if you feel it, then something is wrong with you. So one of the ways I've dealt with that is to compare sexual urge to hunger or thirst for water.
Okay.
It's natural. You don't feel condemned when you feel hungry. You understand that? You don't feel bad when you feel thirsty. So it's the same thing with sexual urge. When you feel sexually aroused, it's not a sin. Sexual arousal, sexual urge is not a sin. Now, what the Bible teaches is how you are to correctly steward it, how you are to steward your members. Are we here?
Yes, sir.
There's a way we are looking at me.
It's an interesting subject.
All right. That's what the scripture teaches. The scripture emphasizes what to do. Now, what to do is what bridges the gap between living a purified life, all right, and finding yourself in a mess. So because of our time, just a few seconds. Now, what to do is, what the Word of God says about your body. You know what the Word of God teaches about the basis for distraction. So I tell people, cut off the distraction. All right, find out what are the things that stimulate it for you when you are not married. Because, you see, when we talk about pornography, it's not only single people that have issues with pornography. There are married people who have issues with pornography. I remember some years back, I made a statement while speaking somewhere, and I said that, do you know that there are married men who have lust issues, who are imprisoned to lust, and the object the enemy is using to stimulate it is even their wives? People are like, how can you say a man is having lust issue and the wife is the person? It took a couple of months. People started talking about it. Here, there, here. It's because if a man has a lust problem, getting married is not the solution. Marriage does not, God didn't institute marriage to solve sex problem.
Interesting.
So if there's an existing, perversion, all right, of your sexual desire, getting married to the most beautiful man won't solve the problem. That must be understood. So again, it brings us back to using God's word to deal with the issue. Using God's word to deal with the issue. So the way lust works is you must identify what stimulates it. You must identify what what are the triggers? What are the stimulants for you? You see, what are the stimulants? Now, if you are not able to identify it, and you think, well, I think this problem will only go if I get married, the things that stimulate it won't suddenly go because you are now married. You must confront those things. You must sit down with God's word to deal with those issues. Yeah, true. A lot of men have issues, sexually, true. But it's not a problem that cannot be dealt with like every other problem. It's not. All right. The number one reason why it's a problem that has continued to elude a lot of people is because of the fact that we are not sincere. We are not practically sincere with ourselves. Then two, because like I said earlier, it's an area of life that has also been demonized. It is the reason why people don't. Let me give an example. This is even very recent. Someone sent me a message. Today is a Saturday. Sent me a message 3 days ago. I just got a message that says, hello, sir. Please, sir. I'm in a situation right now. I feel like having sex right now. And I'm reaching out to somebody right now for sex right now. The message just entered my phone while I was reading. Now, somebody asked me and said, why would this person talk to you about it? I said, because we should talk about these things. This person should be able to reach out to his pastor and say, sir, this is the way I'm feeling. But again, we don't, because sex too has been demonized in the church. I was in a meeting, I think 3 years ago. They said it was a couples meeting, and they had told me that they want us to talk, very seriously about, marriage, sex, finance, and all of that. And they had given me what they wanted me to talk about. They wanted me to talk about spiritual seasons for couples and finances. Then I'd seen what the other speaker would be talking about. They wanted me to talk about marriage, sex. Then I came into the meeting, a 2 days meeting. I sat through all of his session. This man didn't talk about sex. And I was like, what are you afraid of? And it's a couples meeting. Somebody got up and asked a direct question. And this man was refusing to talk about sex. And these people have issues. So again, everybody would leave and, have you been blessed? Yes. They'll go back with their issues. It was after that meeting, a couple of persons started reaching out to me and started asking me the questions that did not fall within the purview of my own conversation in the meeting. They were asking questions about sex, and I'm like, I didn't talk about sex. So there's that thing again in the church where we, like I said earlier with regards to finance, we have a religious, distorted perspective about these things. And that's why many Christian people are having problems in this area, finance and sex. So again, we must develop, we must come to believe we are open-minded, all right, and embrace what the Word of God teaches about these things, and not bring in human opinion. What does the Word of God say? And be very open about it, and people will get freedom. People will get liberated.
Wow. Permit me, sir. A round of applause, please. That's on point. I would like to end this here. I had one more question around community and men's role in community. CM, we call him CM. Sadiolu is he likes community, like local government, all of those things, market women initiative, all those small groups and all of that. Sir, just shortly so that you can go, because I know you have to go now. The man and the community. How do we leverage, how do we take advantage of that? I'm also guilty of that. For example, they will say they are calling estate meeting and I will not go. Local government, I saw them doing the election. I saw the people. I did not go vote. From community, I mean where the man lives, not just his online community. Of course, we now have online communities where men have influence. How do you think a man should position in the community?
Okay, so I'll answer it very briefly.
Sir.
And I'll say that the difference between the predator and the prey is how they think about community. 3 lions chase 1,000 buffaloes. Why are the 1,000 buffaloes running? And why are the 3 lions chasing? When in fact, if you drop 1 lion and you drop one buffalo, the lion cannot handle the buffalo.
True.
Are we together?
Yeah.
But you see 3 lions running and 1,000 buffaloes running away from 3 lions. Is basically based on how they understand community. The lions organize themselves and they say, we want to eat. We are not chasing 1,000 buffaloes. We are chasing the weakest buffalo. So when we are running after them, the ones that can run fast, let them be running in front. The one at the back that is struggling, that's the one we will eat. Are we together? The buffaloes are thinking, every man for himself, God for us all. And I feel like it's the buffaloes that eventually end on the breakfast table or lunch table of the lions. I think we were designed to be powerful collectively, not alone. I think our greatest strength is what we are able to bring forward when we unite our energies. And I think if you have that thinking process, every time you see an opportunity to cluster together with others, you will take advantage of it. I feel that Africa is behind for the same reasons, right? We complain about our societies, and instead of trying to solve our communal issues, we think about how we can escape and go and join another society, where in 20 years we realize that we are second-class citizens, really. So I feel the thinking, understanding that lion or buffalo is not strength. It's the real strength is community. The real strength is working together. So once I realize that there's power in our numbers, there's power in leverage. One will chase 1,000, 2 will put 1,000 to flight. 2 is better than 1 because they have better reward for their labor. All of that shows that there is missed opportunity whenever 2 people don't come together. And when they come together, they achieve 80% more than if they are solo. So it will mean that anywhere you find yourself in your communities, participate. Be the light there. We have 2 roles. One is salt, one is light. Salt is invisible, light is visible, right? You need to sometimes be salt for long enough until the opportunity for light comes. So within our communities, within our small clusters, investment clubs, cooperatives, join something, be involved. You can't change what you're not a part of. God wanted to change humanity. He came down as man and joined our community, joined our WhatsApp group, and changed us from there, right? If you're going to make change happen, you first of all identify with the people that you want to change, right? And that's why some of us we are traveling, we are going to be involved. We are going to Abuja. We are going to all the places. Why? Because you can't change. You can't be analyzing from outside and be saying, you just be looking at you and be wondering. They don't even know what we are doing. They are saying what we are doing is wrong. Come and do what we are doing and then tell us that it's wrong. So I think as light, as salt, we are not salt in a salt shaker. We are not light. We are not the light of the church. We are the light of the world. Our function is in community, not outside it. So once we realize that, we can embrace the opportunities we have to participate and to be involved.
Wow. Last one, someone dropped this online. He said, I have a question for doctor. They say you're a doctor now, they've given you PhD by force. Does he have a curriculum for the 1-year mentorship program as we begin to target and change our environment one man at a time? Because the curriculum determines the end product of that kind of man that we want. Do you have anything like that? Do you have like a program, a curriculum or something?
So I think it's a good thought. I think the curriculum, I think it's not a bad idea to flesh it out into something. But the curriculum is God's word. The curriculum is Jesus, right? Jesus is the message, is the messenger, and it's basically distilling him into his life, his purpose. It's just basically understanding him, understanding what he came to do, understanding our responsibility to make it happen. But yes, it may not be a bad idea to flesh it out into something that is curriculum oriented.
Wow, a round of applause for our panels as we take off the stage. Thank you very much, sirs, for doing this. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Please keep clapping. MC Alfred, please come and take over while we see.
Thank you very much, Timmy. Come on, a round of applause again. Thank you. Let's take this.
A show of hands if that really was transformational for you. A show of hands. I can see new faces in the building. Welcome, welcome everybody. Everybody who came late. I can see quite a number of faces, folks who are just coming. But thank you everybody for joining us. We appreciate you, appreciate your time spending with us. So we had 2 panelists. How many of you noticed we had someone else added to Dr. Akinolu? We had Pastor David Edwards as well. So fingers crossed for one more session still coming. David Edwards is absolutely breathtaking. He's an iconoclast. He's a very transformational speaker. He will shatter your boxes. So you want to keep your eyes open for that one. You want to keep your eyes peeled. Trust me, if the first speaker was 0 to 1, David Edwards is able to take you from 1 to 1,000. He's able to push you, help you cross those boundaries, help you really transform and alter the way that you think. So it's a very transforming experience that we're going to be going into. But just before we go to our second speaker of the day, what I want us to do very quickly for the next couple of minutes is to do something that we're trying to do earlier but we couldn't. Let's just use, sorry? No, come on. So I want us to spend the next couple of minutes. Monarch, I can see you in the building. Shout out to Monarch and every other person. Is that we'll spend the next couple of minutes, just 2-5 minutes. Let's just go around. I want you to leave your seats. I know that our guest speaker might be having some contemplative time, so no need to bother him. But let's feel free to just spend time, walk around and connect with someone. There are some crypto brothers in the house, so make sure you connect with somebody in the crypto space if you're trying to make your next 100x with $1. Feel free to connect. Yeah, so we'll come back in a bit by 2:10. Thank you very much. At the Wealth, I want to connect with you, sir. Thank you for coming. I want to connect with you.
I don't want to know him. I'm the expert.
No, we need to do based on what we have.
Right now, It's you all over me. My system for shut down if you were to ever leave. I mean, I can't finish my way up. I need your referee, and I need your guarantee. Oh, it's crystal, oh, it's clear. Where you when you can't show, don't move me to bear. Oh, I put my hands in the air. It's only you I will serve. Baby, sorry, oh, baby, sorry. Yeah. Merciful, plentiful. Nobody, no like you. When I think of all the things that you do, what I fully my eyes, I just they cry out to you. Merciful, plentiful. Nobody, no like you. When I think of all the things that you do, what I fully my eyes, I just they cry. See how many times will I wonder? For me be your TB intoxication. She mean if I lala. Oh yeah, for me more I can my shekele be shekere ki my yoki my fanda. It's your influence that I've been under. Can we align till the call? Then this crystal oh it's clear. But you when it comes to show, no more me to bear. Oh, I put my hands in the air. It's only you I will serve. Baby, sorry, oh, baby, sorry.
Still standing on business. We'll be having something like brunch for the next 10 minutes. So please don't go too far. We have something for you. And then after brunch, we'll come for our next speaker. Thank you all very much.
Merciful, plentiful. Nobody, not like you. When I think of all the things that you do, what I fully my eyes, I just they cry out to you. Shouting like, who's am I? Unconventional to describe. You're an anomaly. Oh, what you mean to me? I cannot put in words. No vocabulary. You give me freedom. You give me life. You give me guidance. You give me guys. You're all I ever need. You is my evergreen. Oh, you're the best. You're the best part of me, and I'm gonna say it. Yeah. A million times in one, a billion times in two. Yeah, I only breathe you. Only wanna see you. It's no ordinary love. Only wanna feel you. Ooh. I really up, only you light me up. Constantly, I no valleys, no overkill. I'm trying to see past the threshold. See what inside my system, you light me up. La vida low, I'm living it up. I'm spitting, I'm running off to you. One lady, one lip. Catch me in system, euphoria. Touching the heavens, I'm touching it back. Now you the me, trying to make up. Boy, I love them more. Boy, I guess what you lift your voice with me, bounce along with me. Boy, I get body walk, get body walk. Boy, I guess it's you. Lift your voice with me, bounce along with me. Yeah. And I might do myself a disservice if I don't let you full control. If I don't let you roll the boat, I want my gun flow. Oh, best you fell, oh, my jet. Oh, Caracas, well, sempe. Oh, I still live with me, tipe. You know, the competition, you know, tipe. Oh, can I rain on this parade? Can I put a price? Can I put a cap to this? You got me high off the ground and high off the wave. When you be serving, it's the recipe. Sweet reputation. Going back, I'll be circling round and round you. Can't do without you. And that's the last thing I'll be on the bow. See what inside my system, you light me up. La vida low, I'm living it up. I'm spitting off to you. One lady, one lip. Catch me in system, euphoria. Touching the heavens, I'm touching it back. Now you the enemy, trying to make up. Boy, I love them more. Boy, I guess what you lift your voice with me, bounce along with me. Boy, I get body walk, get body walk. Boy, I guess it's you. Lift your voice with me, bounce along.
on with me. Bend my head and my knees, holding you deep in my chest. I'm burning you like a anthem, I'm carrying you like a badge. Yo, what's up in the know, and you what's up in the fast. Your butterflies in my stomach, more than I could digest. We are there, what feel it, do my ass on the car. Oh, yeah, go on and look past you. I should find no lush in my jail. Finally, sooner, wonderful. Oh, yeah, go on and look past you. I should find no lush in my jail. Oh, I'm leading blindly. Carry your hands and put all of my trust for you. We always time. It's just for nothing. I'm not in a rush. For these, I reckon more steady, I'm steady now. We're blind, I'm leading blindly. Carry your hands and put all of my trust. I won't have another way. Ole, you're the pinnacle, you're the spectacle, it's undebatable. You're the very core of my existence and all my days. But they were failing, do my son. Oh, yeah, go on and look past you. I should find no lush in my jail. Finally, sooner, wonderful. Oh, yeah, go on and look past you. I should find no lush in my jail. Oh, I'm leading blindly. Carry your hands. All of my trust for you, always timely. It's just for nothing. I'm not in a rush. And for these, I reckon more steady. Oh, blind, I need it blindly. Carry your hands and put all of my trust.
Hello, everyone. Please dial down the music just a bit. Thank you. Dial it down just a bit. So I hope that we're making good connections. I heard somebody was looking for all the crypto guys in the house. Thank you, Yemi. So if I say BMT 2025, you say the man of the future. Mr. Joshua. If I say BMT 2025, you say the man of the future. BMT 2025, the man of the future. So thank you for grabbing that one. It seems like we're alive now, we're energetic. Nice. So what we're going to do is, I want us to just maintain a bit of composure. Monarch, I know you have a lot of introductions to do, so just come back and take a seat. Let's take our seats. For a couple of seconds. So just like I mentioned earlier, we have lunch. So what I want to do is that if everyone is seated already, just so that we don't have it rowdy, right? The sisters over there, Joshua and what's your name? Sorry. Oh, Barrow. Nice to meet you, Barrow. So we go from here, please. Sorry, I'm having to walk you from your seat. We just go like this. Those two rows, Emmanuel, you guys just go like this, and we just go there to where our lovely ladies are. Please look at the faces of some of them. They just notice. Do you understand? But don't notice too much, so you don't collect slap. Just take notes. That's all I'm saying. Sir, just leave my own alone. I know how I did my own. I was taught, so I'm trying to transfer the knowledge. So what you just do, just take a couple of steps from your seat. Just go there. You want to bring it here now? Please do that. Let's do that in the next 5 minutes. ASAP, ASAP. You can start bringing it now. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Please dial up the music back. Let's take the music up. Find me energy songs, please. We have the next session we're going into, you are entering another dimension. I don't want anybody sleeping. So find me one kind of song that is pumping adrenaline. Thank you. Thank you very much, our sisters. Look at this sister on low cut, for example. Just take notes. Just take notes. Whatever you are doing, take notes. I did not say much. I just said take notes. Eh? Melody man. You are going to need energy for this next session. So please, eat, for the journey is far. The next person who is coming, your spirit, soul, and body will never remain the same. If you don't have energy, you can pass out in between the session. You can pass out, literally. So please eat, please. Don't form spiritual man. That's what they were saying, you know. Christian people, you are always forming spiritual. They gave you food, you are keeping it beside you. I don't understand. Is it the chair that will eat the food? You will not be dozing in between sessions. Okay. Please eat. That sister that is wearing black, it's like you like some brothers in this row. Brothers on this row, they are not getting anything. That sister that is wearing black.
Like a keeper, I stay my post. When I come out, I then get post. Cause I pull up inside the ghost. And me and my fellas, we make it toast. And I feel like today. That's my daddy, Baba look baby. Go to booking and load to toy. I'm a killer for all that. And I feel like today. That's my daddy, Baba look baby. Go to booking and load to toy. I'm a killer for all that. Cause we're not the same.
Yeah, I can see her actually, potential.
I just in my lane, not one of them. Cause we are not the same, not one of them.
What's going on? This is even the role where our second guest speaker is. Ha.
I just in my lane.
You want me to make you to disappear, Abby?
Cause we are not the same, not one of them.
He was playing.
Every other God is in my things. Lord, I go follow you till the
You
end.
too, you know you're in trouble already.
Now you give me life, now your life I live. If not to die on top your matter,
Pastor Timmy, are you sure this next session will allow some of our sisters to stay? It should be exclusively men. What do you think? Exclusive. Are you sure? Think about it well, oh. Exclusive to men, oh. There is one particular sister at the back that did her hair like a pop-off. We might need to excuse them.
Cover me with your anointing, cover me with your power. Oh Lord, I beg you, oh do me joy. Madabore me, cover me with your power, and then with your blessing. Oh do me joy. Madabore me, cover me with your power, and then with your blessing. Cover me with the blood.
And just so you know, we have one quiz competition based on some of the things that you've been learning and just general topic for men that will be coming up right after the keynote session, the second one we're going into.
Every Every other God is in my mind.
That's what these people are eating.
God, I go follow
You can
you
run
till
through.
the end, sacrifice my dreams. Now you give me life, now your life I live. If not to die on top your matter, not to buy this. Oluwa mi jọ̀wọ́, má dábò rẹ̀ bò. Cover me with your power, and then with your blessing. Oluwa mi jọ̀wọ́, má dábò rẹ̀ bò. Cover me with your power, and then with your blessing. Oluwa mi jọ̀wọ́, má dábò rẹ̀ bò. Cover me with your power, and then with your blessing. Oluwa mi jọ̀wọ́, má dábò rẹ̀ bò. Cover me with your power, and then with your blessing.
Ladies and gentlemen, listen to you, man of Zion and the spirit of prophecy.
MOZ. SOP.
I think they already like
Spicy points. Do you know? I know. Jesus is the only way.
I know. All right then. So, still on this very light mode, while our convener is working on some things on the back end, trying to write some nice code to make the next experience beautiful and ongoing. So, I designed something, and that I think that you all would love. How many of you would like to see it? Anybody? Bishop is it Prosper or Purpose? Now, why am I mistaking your name? You are looking more handsome than usual. Hey, God. You are confusing me. So we designed something. Can we have it on the screen? Very quick. So we want to know those that are truly fit to enter this future. We want to know. It's from here. As you are missing the question, we're just walking you out. You are not fit for our next speaker. Because that our next speaker, hey God. Join slido.com if you have a phone while you're eating your pie. This is where we're going to know now. Those of us that are really fit. There's going to be prize, don't worry. There's going to be prize. Some nice things. So feel free to scan here. If you have the latest OS, you can just scan. Or if you have a QR scanner on your phone, just scan. Or just use slido.com. Yeah, feel free to do. I can give you my phone if you're interested. You want to join? Yeah, okay, yeah, sure. Let's go. Nice. Chakam. So if we're good to go, how many of you are good to go? You're already there? So let's push to the next slide. I have a couple of questions for you. You're not there yet? If you're not there, say If you are there, say it's only I'm hearing. Okay. Yeah, so join the quiz. Let's see. Who is this Sheguni guy? He's always everywhere. What's going on? Who is this guy exactly? They're always sitting at the back of the class, but somehow they always come first. How do they do it? Kilo shele gone. Okay, we have lots of names already. All right then, let's roll it. So you're going to have 10 seconds for each question. I want to see who is the most brilliant man in this room. And if you are single, just in case you are single, if you win this quiz, if you by chance win this quiz, I'm not promising anything, but let's go. Let's get some energy in the room. Next slide. Give me my first question. Yeah. You've got 10 seconds. Fastest fingers. You can call a friend. Who was the first Black African Nobel Peace Prize laureate? Oi. Who clicked on Wole Soyinka? Okay, go on. Let's go. Nice. Now you're learning something, right? Let's go. Yeah. You are in for a shocker. What year did man first land on the moon? Let's go. Look at your phone. You're looking at moths, brother. This is how you miss the future. You're looking at moths. You have exchanged your future for moths. Let's go. Okay. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's roll it. Roll it. Roll it. Brother, are you wearing glove? Which exercise is known as the king of workouts? Now you're going to know man with a good gym. Push-ups, sit-ups, squats, or pull-ups. Okay. Good, good. Let's go. Yes. You don't do squats before. Have you done squats before? Belgium squats. Nice. What's the full name of the convener for this conference? If you miss this one, Erela will knock you. Who? Ajoke. Sir, they said your name is Joel Timmy Ajoke. Who is that 10%? Who is that 10%? Let's show him to the Lord. Okay, let's go. Roll it. Famous author said the following quotes: the cemetery is the wealthiest place on earth. Funny thing is, our last speaker referenced it, not because of money, but because of the vast amount of untapped potential. Dolph Lundgren, Mara Golden, Asiwaju Tinubu. Somebody click Asiwaju Tinubu, please. Okay. Let's go. Which of these video games is the most anticipated of 2026? Game of Thrones 9, FC 26, GTA 6, Candy Crush, The Sweet Saga. I hope no sister is involved in this quiz. If you win and I see you are a sister, who clicked Game of Thrones 9? Nice. I know it's a sister that did that one. Let's go. Which of these companies is not a member of the X&P 500? Who knows what the X&P 500 is? Show of hands. Okay, one lady in the room. Is there a ring on your finger? No problem. Blackstone Group, Broadcom, Johnson & Johnson, Palantir. Palantir is a big company. It's actually built by Alex Karp, this guy's friend, Elon. Alex Karp, if you know Palantir, very, very big company. You should watch out for them. Which of these famous tech applications failed as an online gaming platform before pivoting? They say that brothers that wear glasses are smart. So I want to see if you're actually smart. You come out the glass. You sure can. Okay, let's go. I want to see you on the top of the leaderboard. Slack, yeah. Fun fact. Which of this is the highest mountain in Nigeria? Those of you that love your country, this is where we'll see you. Pastor David is always saying it. Don't talk bad about your country. We will know today. Let me see. 12%. Zuma Rock is not a mountain now. Who picked Mount Everest? Is Mount Everest in Nigeria? We should collect your NIN. Let's collect that person's NIN. Let's go. Chapawaya the year. Go look for it. The oldest conglomerate in Nigeria. Which one is it? Trust me, it's not GT Bank. As much as you hate GT, it's not them. Close tie. Yeah, close tie. But it's UAC actually. Initially known as Royal Niger. But let's go. What is a group of pandas known as? Not all the answer come out now. You know what win prize? Is it a mother, a pandorium in school? Let me see. Anybody that get this one actually? Nice. Who is using ChatGPT? Why am I smelling ChatGPT in the room? I can perceive ChatGPT. Let's go. The loudest animal on earth. We're almost there. Just 3 questions to go. Who is deserving of our prize today? The ultimate man in the room. Man of the future. Sperm whale. What's the value of pi? Those of you now they run for maths. Oh yeah, now you came to men's conference and you will solve maths. Maths will always be there in your life. You can't run away from maths. You always meet maths as a man, except say you don't want to marry. By the time when your wife asks you for money to market, you can't calculate. Who is the greatest football player of all time? GOAT. Who is the GOAT? If I hear Sue for that place. Who picked Donado? Cristiano Donado. Is there any player like Cristiano Donado? You don't read. Can you see why you failed jam? You have to write jam 3 times. Cristiano Donado. Last question. What is the theme of this year's men's conference? Pastor, please allow me to pick the person that picked something. Just allow me single them out. let me appoint them to a special service. The man woman wants. Oh, come on, a round of applause for yourself. Let's review the leaderboard, please. A round of applause for yourself. Ifeanyi. What's Shegun only doing on this leaderboard? He's a deacon. He should not be here. He should not be here. He should not be here. But Ifeanyi, shout out to you. Who is Ifeanyi in the house? Oh, it's true. Smart guys actually wear glasses. So shout out to Ifeanyi. We have something special for you from the stables of Ike wears. Just something small. Don't worry. Just come and meet me at the back. Me and Ike, we have something for you. Thank you so much, Pastor Timmy. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Mingilo. All right, please, can I have the pulpit back? Okay. Sound, please. All right. Please be aware that we have quite a number of people online. We also have a community of people who will stream this again for those who couldn't at some point click in. We don't want these conversations to end as talk. So we would encourage you to join the community. There are going to be follow-up conversations. If you've not registered, maybe you just click the link online. Please find the person who shared the link with you, because there are going to be ongoing conversations. The power of mindset or strongholds wasn't formed in one day. Do you get what I'm saying? It took a while for certain things to be formed that became mindset or strongholds. Now, for transformation to happen, I am of the opinion that transformation needs to get to, or truth needs to get to, a level of stronghold. Truth must become stronghold and mindset for transformation to happen. I want you to prepare your heart for this next session. This next session will be eye-opening, like the other sessions. This is somebody who God has used to teach me, father me, open my eyes to things that you were like, oh, really? I remember the first time I listened to him. That was in Ogbomoso. He came in a Manchester City jersey. We didn't know then. Don't worry. He has, I don't know, maybe he has, well, let's say he has repented. I've never seen him on a jersey again. For that year, I cannot remember. White House. I was a 400 level. He came, Manchester jersey. And, by the time 30 minutes into the teaching, because there was one brother, here, we were both in the same fellowship, Kola, who brought his teaching. I'm like, who is this person? Who is this person? Who is this person? I'm curious. We're very hungry for God, So we're looking for truth everywhere. Anywhere we smell it like this, bah! So we're in all meetings, everywhere. Then we stumbled on I stumbled on him. And by the time he was teaching, I looked at my Bible. Honest, I said, guy, this same Bible. And we used to do daily reading. So we tried to finish the Bible. So the goal was finish the Bible. I was like, no way. I was spellbound. I was like, Jesus, what is this? This same Bible. And it wasn't just head knowledge. You get when a man pulls you into his thought and you can experience the thought like in an environment. Like I was feeling the truth around me. Like and my spirit, even though I didn't have a frame of reference for some of those things, because I was still growing, I wasn't as grown as now, even though I'm still growing, my spirit could bear me witness that this guy, now truth is the talk, now truth is the talk, now truth is the talk. But my current knowledge will say, who have said it before? Where did you see it? So now I don't know if you're in that dilemma. your spirit. Man is spirit, soul, body. Man is not just the person who lives in a body. Yes, that was a definition we used. There's an upgraded definition. Man is spirit, soul, body. We've taught that in our community, and we keep reiterating it. But more conversations on that later. And by the time it was done, I was like, who is this person? And I remember another meeting in Lagos, I came. And that was for me, that was the most humbling part. Roars of Immortality was a teaching. We're there it was a conference. We're there. And by the time we're done, I want to see him. And I cannot forget that experience. This person had just preached. Power everywhere. And then I came and I was just asking him some questions. So I was about to remove something from my bag. Like, so I had a school bag. I was still a student. So, and the person that just preached was helping me to open my bag. You don't understand? Where I come from, man of God now. Do you understand? I wanted to open my bag to take a note. He said, well, I will give you my number. And he was helping me to open my zip. At that point in time, honestly, I was like, what is this? Of course, I'm coming from a background whereby man of God have their special seats. You don't touch, you don't shake, you don't like. So he was really, he wanted, it was a, how do I say it? Yeah, he was very welcoming. And of course, over the years, pastored me, teaching me. It's a privilege for us to have him here. It's a privilege for me to have him here. We don't take him for granted at all. So not because we hear him again and again, like this one, I'm going to sit down afresh. Like that boy, that 20-something, how old was I then? In that, house, sitting down. Sir, we are privileged to have you. Please, a round of applause for Pastor David.
All right. Thank you very much for having me. All right, it's a privilege to be here to, I was thinking while he was talking that it's a men's meeting. Why is that we're hearing the sister's voice? All right, so I'm excited to be here to share with us you can't have enough men's meeting. You can't have too much conferences for men. You would see that if you take a very close look at history, the enemy, all right, now I hope everyone here is a Christian. If you're not, don't worry, we'll come use general language. But there's an enemy, right? There is a devil, there is a Satan, all right? If you're here, you don't know that, then there is an adversary. There is, because today we live in a world where you have different school of thought. People tell you there's no such thing as God. Like our first speaker was saying, that you have to believe that there is a person, there is an intelligence behind what you see. All right. Now, some people are of the opinion that intelligence is not a person. It's not God, but it's divine. Well, this is a very dangerous time to be naive. This is a very dangerous time to be ignorant. All right? Some persons have lived their lives. There is no such thing as God. There's no such thing as the devil. Not until very terrible things happen to them. Not until very terrible things happen to them. I remember, or you remember the story of Steve Jobs. All right? It was a painful experience or a sad, story hearing about the way he died. Many people didn't know he was actually very sick for a long time, and these are people who didn't believe there's anything like. But eventually, in a bid to get succor, to get relief, he went all the way to Asia. The last photo or picture of him that he took was a picture he took beside a Buddhist monk. He was looking for help. Are we together? He was looking for help. But it's a pity he went to look for help in the wrong place. He died. With all the meditation they were doing with him, he died. I don't know if you saw that picture. He was emaciated. It was a picture of death even before he died. But again, why did he go there? Even though he didn't go to the right place, he had to go look for something that speaks or evokes spirituality. Because I'm sure he eventually came to a place where he agreed that his problem was spiritual. Are we paying attention now? So it's Gone are those days where you think that being or having an atheistic mindset, is trendy. It's not trendy anymore. It's not trendy. You see people who tell you they don't believe in God. In their lowest moment, when something takes a hold of them suddenly, they shout Jesus. Yeah. I saw a movie one time, and this man, something had jolted him, surprisingly. And he said, and he shouted, he used the F word. He said, fucking Jesus. Yes. And I said, I'm not offended. At least he mentioned Jesus. After the F word, there is Jesus. There's a story of this dear man of God, who said he was, it's called J.C. Duplantis. He said he was in an airplane and he was heading somewhere. And interestingly, the person that was sitting beside him looked at him and said, are you a pastor? He said, well, do you have a problem with that? And the man went, I don't believe in God. God decided saying all sort of things, how that God is not real, God is fake and all of that. All right. And whilst they were still in the journey, they entered into a very terrible, turbulent cloud. And the plane was vibrating. Then he said, this same man who said he believed in God started shouting, Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. And if you know this man, just man, very funny man, he said he told him to shut up. He said, shut up because you tested earlier you don't believe in him and you're going to die and go to hell. While this plane was shaking, that's what he said to him. Then eventually, they landed safely. He said the thing vibrated till they landed safely. And he told the man, he said, you better be grateful to God that I was on that plane. Otherwise, you would have died and gone to hell. He said, because it is because of me, that's why that plane didn't crash. So you see, even in the midst of the so-called unbelief, and all of that, there is something deep down in the heart of every human being, that points him to God. Something deep down. And that's because of how God designed humanity. Inside of the very core of every human being is a vacuum that only God can fill. Not New Age, not even spirituality, not spiritism, not even money. Only God can fill it. Only God. That's what Buddha was looking for. The founder of Buddha, all right? That's what he was looking for. He was searching for, enlightenment. He was pursuing, he pursued, to arrive at an enlightened state. He was looking for God. So deep down in the heart of humanity is God. God has a seat inside of every human person that nothing else, can sit and properly occupy inside. So I'm going to be sharing a few things with us today that would help us, greatly. There is no. Now, why did I begin by, speaking in that direction? It's because there is nothing humanity can attain. There is nothing humanity can achieve. There is nothing humanity can accomplish outside of God. Now, hold on. But that thought it depends on how you look at it. Some persons will look at it and say, well, there have been people who didn't believe in God who have accomplished things. True. All right? There have been people who didn't believe in God and who have done very great things. True. All right? But because of how intricately woven God is, all right, with his creation, God is intricately woven into creation. There is nowhere you would turn that God does not exist, where God is not. All right? Because inside of all of creation, all right, at the very core of creation's essence, all right, is the signature of God's life, the signature of God's wisdom. The scientists have continued to be, amazed at the inexplainable design found in all of creation. For example, some scientists, a while back, cut into the human bones. They cut, this is just one of example. They cut into the human bones, and the marrow, that's what you find in between the bones of a person, marrow, right? They looked at the marrow with some very, powerful lens, and one of the things that astounded them to their amazement was they found out that the arrangement, the display, the beauty, of how the marrow is structured is likened to the constellations in the firmament. Another scientist very recently, all right, he used to be an atheist, but he came to a conclusion that God now exists after him and a few other guys did some in-depth, research, scientific research, looking at the human eye. Now, he did not need another Christian to preach to him. God manifested to him, all right, in a scientific lab as they observed the human eye. Now, that's something the Apostle Paul was saying in Romans chapter 1 when he spoke of what? How that you have the signature, the imprint or signature of God, where in all of creation, some of the research institutes today, I don't know if you heard about that, very recently, are now beginning to debunk the what do you call this? Darwin's theory and even the Big Bang theory. They are beginning to debunk it. They are beginning to see that there is no way. All right, there is no way that there was no what? There was no divine intelligence behind creation. And the people who are coming out to say that now are people who have been atheists for years, well-known atheists in their field. Now, it's not Christians who are coming to tell them. It is atheists, former atheists. They are now former atheists. Because now they are coming to that realization. Why? The more they've delved into creation, all right, the more they've awoken to the realization that there is God and He's real. He's real. Are we together now? Now, so when you begin to talk about, what man is, what is man? What is man? You can't understand subjects such as this without tracing it back to God. You can't. That is why some of the best minds in human history that have accomplished great things without having a vital, closely knitted relationship with God, all right, reach the ends of their successes, all right, and one way or the other began to give voice to the emptiness their soul had known for all the years of their lives. They began to alter. Some, they wrote it. Some, that was the last thing they said. Some, that was the things that, they found themselves saying that people who wrote about them captured. You see, because God has a design for man. God has a divine purpose for man. There is a divine reason, or there are divine purposes behind God's creation for man. That's something so simple that first one needs to come to the realization of. One needs to come to the understanding of. There is a divine purpose for why God created man. And every other thing that man will become, every other thing man will accomplish, stems from that. Every other thing that man would accomplish, every other thing that man would do, execute, stems from that fact. Now, Genesis chapter 1, all right, is a popular scripture. We all know. Verse 26 was where God first voiced his intent, all right, to make man. Okay, to make man. All right, verse 26, he says, let us make man in our own image and after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, the birds of the air, all right, over everything that creeps upon the face of the earth. Okay? The following verse 27 says, so God created man, male and female created what? He them. You see? He said God created man, male and female created he them. All right? Then the following verse tells us how that what after that God had created that man, what did he do? He spoke to that man. He spoke his purpose into that man. Now, I'm not going to bore us with all the biblical details now, but I want to draw your attention to a few things. After that man was created, if you are very conversant with your Bible, you will see that the first thing man, after that he was created, the first thing that God did to him, all right, or the first thing that happened to him after his creation was that God spoke to him. Follow carefully. God spoke to man, all right, after he had been created, before he was formed. Do you understand that? Man wasn't formed not until Genesis chapter 2. Right? Man was created in Genesis chapter 1. It was in Genesis chapter 2 that he was formed. Okay? Before he was formed, all right, after that he had been created, God spoke to him. God spoke his words to him. I want you to follow carefully. That shows us something. In other words, what God did after he created man was to show man that the instrumentality or that would help him to function, that would help him to gain function, to gain purpose, that would help him to, perform the divine purpose for which he was created, is fellowship. That was man's first experience after he was created, fellowship. Are we together now? That God spoke to man after that he had created him, all right, is an indication of fellowship. Showing us that man is designed, you see, to find out what his purpose is. Man is designed to walk in a God-ordained identity for his life, all right, within the environment of fellowship. There is no such thing as identity. Now, of course, when I say man, I'm talking about all of humanity, right? Genesis 1, all of humanity. Making us see that there is no discovery of purpose for you or for me, all right, outside of divine fellowship. You see, you look around you today, you look into society, you see people who are having what is called identity crisis. And the world is trying to look for the solution. First, they are wondering, what is the cause? The cause is not far-fetched. It's not far-fetched. There is no person, study history, there is no person, all right, there is no human person, all right, that will ever have an identity crisis challenge. No person that will ever have an identity crisis challenge. If, or rather, that did not work in the strength, in the power of the revelation of God's fellowship, of God's communion, of supernatural relationship with God. There is no person. That's why, see, over the years, I've met different people, people who have issues with their identity, some low self-esteem. Now it has become a little bit more advanced. Some, you see a human being that is a man, a male man, is telling you he feels like a woman. I tell people, it's not counseling doesn't help. This is not being religious. You are to cast out a devil. No woman who in herself feels like a man is normal. Now, the world is beginning to realize that, so much so that right now, some persons have come together and they've categorized that as a mental problem. Not Christians. They now see it as a psychological disorder. You see? But we'll come to that later. Now, so one of the things I'm trying to draw your attention to as we look at this is man was designed, you see, to live from the place of fellowship. That is where man's identity, that's where man's identity is formed. Now, the identity of man isn't based on gender. I hope you know that. A man is not a man because he's a male. You see, a woman can't know what her true purpose is because she has all the features of a woman. You see, what sponsors the strength of identity in any person is fellowship. It is the power of relationship. That's what God uses to drive identity home into us. You don't know who you are. You can't know who you are by yourself. Are we paying attention now? You can't be told who you are. All right? Who you are can only be discovered, all right, in that place of supernatural relationship with God. Because so much stems from that. For example, contentment, you see, comes from the knowledge we gain of our true purpose, all right, which stems from what? Fellowship with God. Contentment. There are all kinds of disorder, all right, that a person will find walking in his life who doesn't have fellowship or relationship with God. One of them is greed. I hope you know that greed is a disorder. Greed is a disorder. Anxiety is a disorder. Now someone is wondering, why are you saying it's a disorder? Isn't it normal? No, it's not normal. Now, if you go back to Genesis chapter 1, you will see the Bible tells us that God, after that he had created man. Can we look at it? All right. Some of us were looking at it. Can we look at it if you don't mind? All right. If you don't mind. Genesis chapter 1. All right. Verse 26. And God said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them. And God did what? And God did what? Now you see, God blessed him, all right, as he created him. Are we paying attention? So from the start point of man's creation, all right, he was blessed. Are we following now? From the start point, after that man was created, he was empowered. He was empowered. He says, and God blessed them, and God said unto them, you see, he spoke to them, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moveth upon the earth. Do you see that now? God spoke to man after that man was created male and female. And if you look at the things that God said to man, there is nothing here, all right, that gives man room, all right, to feel inferior. There is nothing here that gives man room to walk in discontentment. There is nothing here that gives man room or excuse, you see, to function from the standpoint of the survival instinct. That thing that makes an individual to live or want to live only for himself. This man from the word go was given responsibility beyond himself. Nothing about himself was highlighted here. Rather, it was about what? His attention was drawn to creation. Drawn to creation. Look at it again. All right? Look at it again. Are we there? 27 is saying, God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them. And God blessed them. And God said unto them, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth and subdue it and have dominion. So this man, all right, after that he was created, had no need to live in fear. Had no need to live in fear. Everything God said here, all right, amongst other things, were targeted at helping that man to function purposefully. No lack, no insecurity, none of such. From the standpoint of his creation, this man's attention was turned towards creation, not to himself. Towards creation. Towards creation. Now that's how you will notice, all right, 2 chapters after, when man had sinned. Are we paying attention now? The first thing that happened to man when he sinned was that what? He arrived at the place, he began to look at himself. He began to see how impoverished he was, or he had become. He began to see how dark he had become. Because the scripture tells us that what? They suddenly found out that they were what? They were naked. And in a bid to cover that nakedness, they went into hiding. Up until then, the man never looked towards himself. So from the time that man was created, his attention was stationed in a manner to help him to begin to live purposefully. That was the kind of man that God created. Look at chapter 2. After that he was formed, God further reinforces that. Look in chapter 2. Look at chapter 2. Chapter 2. Are we there? Are we there? Verse 7. It says, and the Lord God formed man of the dust of the earth, or dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. And man became a living soul. And the Lord God planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed. And out of the ground made the Lord God to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food, the tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And the river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from thence it parted and became into 4 heads. The name of the first is Pishon, which compasseth the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold, and the gold of that land is good. There is Bedilon and the onyx stone. And the name of the second river is Gihon. The same is it that compasseth the whole land of Ethiopia. And the name of the third river is Hiddekel. That is it which goeth toward the east of Assyria. And the fourth river is Euphrates. And the Lord God took the man and put him into the garden of Eden. To do what? To dress it and to keep it. Now, if you look at these 2 words in the Hebrew, it's not as it seems or it appears in English language. Now, looking at this literally is what has made some persons to have the idea that the first man was a farmer. Now, the word dress and the word keep come from 2 Hebrew words that are very deep. As a matter of fact, one of the words comes from the same Hebrew word used to define the responsibility of cherubs. Are we together now? Yes. Same Hebrew word. Same Hebrew word. The word keep there. So this man was like a watcher. Responsibility. Responsibility. You see, so you would say, let's take it, gradually. After that he was created, God spoke to him, right? And when you look at the basis of the words God spoke to him, what does he point out? A number of things. One of the things he points out is what? Is purpose, divine purpose. Divine. So the sense of divine purpose that man awoken to came from the place of what? Of fellowship. So the man after creation wasn't lost, wondering what he's called to do. He wasn't lost, wondering what his life is about. That sense of loss, that sense of, purposelessness actually comes from a lack of relationship with God. I'm telling you. That sense of, a lack of purpose comes as a result of being out of fellowship. Because what God uses to power man's sense of purpose, all right, is interactions with him. Look at a manufacturer, all right? What a manufacturer creates, are we paying attention? Has no purpose if the manufacturer didn't make that thing with a purpose in mind. So all the products need to do to find out its usefulness or purpose is to what? Is to remain in sync with the manufacturer. Or when you purchase a product and you use it for something else rather than the original purpose, all right, the original use, all right, as created by who? The manufacturer. What will happen? You will destroy that thing. So after that man was created, he wasn't cracking his head. You see that today amongst men. You see that today even amongst Christians. They don't know what their life purpose is. Some people think, oh, maybe you need to go and do this. Maybe you need to. No. The first thing first, all right, is to come into relationship, is to come into fellowship with God. Someone says, but I already have relationship with God, all right, then take it a step further. That is fellowship. Fellowship and relationship are not the same thing. Fellowship is what happens after you have come into relationship. Now, when you look through the Bible, you will see that every person that God met and that God used, are we together now? They were doing different things for themselves. But you see, it was not until they met God that they came into divine purpose. Not until they met God. Not until they met God. Look at Abraham. I usually say this about Abraham. Abraham was not a broke person before he met God. So he didn't come into a relationship with God because he was looking for money. Are we paying attention now? Yeah. He wasn't. I've met a number of people. There's somebody I met not too long ago. This is somebody who is well-to-do. I kid you not if I tell you that this person, all right, in dollars is a millionaire. In dollars. And he's been doing great for himself for years. One of the first things he told me was that I've been doing this thing I'm doing. It's about every time, say at the end of every year into the beginning of another year. He said, I always feel empty. I said, why? Why do you think that's so? He said, because there's always this sense of not fulfilling God's purpose for my life that tends to hang over me. This person in the secular world is a mentor. I was almost shaking. If I was a child, I would have because like this is a mentor. So what are you telling people? Because one of the things people do in mentorship program is what? Is that it's an environment to discover purpose. This is somebody who is mentoring people. And I told him straight, it's because you've not found your true purpose. Because again, a lot of people think purpose is just doing plenty good things. Just do good things. Are you aware that that's what happens to many of the rich people of this world who don't have a relationship with God? What you don't realize is this. Now, people think, you may probably think there is social responsibility. For many of them, they are trying to pacify that emptiness they feel. Hence why what? Eventually, they start some kind of NGO. That emptiness in their soul is what they are trying to feel. Hence why they begin to invest heavily in philanthropy. There's just this emptiness. There is just this emptiness. Remember the story of the rich young ruler. Rich young ruler. No, you couldn't be rich in that time if you were not an entrepreneur. You understand that? So that guy must have had a lot of businesses going for him. Please follow carefully. He couldn't have been rich. Even if he inherited the wealth, for him to have remained rich meant what? He was reinvesting the wealth, or he was a good manager of what he inherited. And yet, he came to meet Jesus because there was a void, there was an emptiness. And his question to Jesus was, what must I do to inherit eternal life? He was looking for, he knew something was still amiss. And Jesus' response was simple. He said, go and sell everything you have and come and follow me. Now that again has been misunderstood or misconstrued to think that, oh, Jesus really loved poverty. But that's not it actually. That's not it actually. So there are people like that. There are people like that. There are people like that. So it was within the environment of fellowship that man had God's word spoken to him. And it was from that place he came into an understanding, or he came into a deep sense of divine purpose. You see that in Genesis 1. In Genesis 2, follow carefully. In Genesis 2, what did God do? Somebody asked me, said, you've spoken about this thing time and time again. So, how would you explain the difference between what God said to man after that he was created in Genesis chapter 1 and what God said to him after that he was formed? Now, that's a whole, different subject. But for the sake of this meeting, I want to draw your attention to something as far as that question is concerned. What God did in chapter 2 of Genesis, was to give man responsibility. Responsibility that would help him to live out the divine purpose God spoke into his being when he was created. There are two different things. Responsibility to help him live out, to help him, walk out the divine purpose that God spoke into him in Genesis chapter 1. God gave him a responsibility. That's what you see in Genesis chapter 2. He gave him responsibility. Please, are we still here? Please, I want you to listen carefully, all right? Just follow carefully. He gave him responsibility. That's what you see in Genesis chapter 2. Look at it again. All right, chapter 2 of Genesis. Chapter 2 of Genesis, all right? Verse 15. You see, and the Lord God took the man and put him into the garden of Eden to dress it and to keep it. See, to dress it and to keep it. See, so what he was told to do in verse 15, all right, he can't do it, all right, if he does not understand what God said in chapter 1, verse 27, 28, and 29. And as a matter of fact, how he is going to do, or how he is to carry out the responsibility in chapter 2, all right, is not without his understanding what God spoke in chapter 1 of Genesis. So what did God do in chapter 2 of Genesis? He gave him responsibility. Again, the giving of responsibility to man came again from where? From within the parameter of fellowship. So you see, for man, there is no such thing as discovering yourself. You cannot discover yourself in yourself. You can't discover yourself in yourself. You see, the way God designed it is that man will find himself in God. Man will discover his purpose in God. Man will discover the responsibilities being assigned within the environment of fellowship. That's God's order. That's God's design. Now, why is this important? Please follow carefully. Why is this important? You see, one of the danger of discovering yourself in yourself is that we all are product by virtue of growth, upbringing. We are product of environment. You see, the things you eventually grow up, all right, the environment rather you eventually grew up in, end up amongst other things in determining or defining your perspective about life. End up defining, as a matter of fact, what your interest will be. That is why there are those who pursued interest in a bid to what? To pursue career. And they built a career, all right, or pursued a line of course that eventually they found out that was worthless. Right? That's what, just like our first speaker said, of somebody who studied something else, but she's doing something else. You see, the reason why she chose that path, that course, was because what? It was from the environment. The environment defined that thing for her. Are we paying attention? The environment defined it. That's why there are people who are doing what they are doing, and being successful at it. Notwithstanding, they notice a discontentment. There's a dissatisfaction. Money is coming in, but there's a dissatisfaction. Now, please, I beg you, I'm not talking religion here. I'm not talking religion. There's a dissatisfaction. There's a discontentment on their inside. Why? Where purpose is concerned, they are not nailing it on the head yet. They are not nailing it on the head. They are not nailing it on the head. Look at Abraham. Think about that. He was already an old man by today's standard. By today's standard. An old man. And we'll see that when he encountered God, all right, that encounter set him on a different path. On a different path. And there are many other examples like that. So when we talk about fellowship, please understand this. That again, I'm not talking about that, religiously, and I'm not using that word fellowship loosely or carelessly. All right? When I use the word fellowship, I'm talking about a practical, non-religious, all right, practice of spiritual engagement that unlocks your true potential, that gives you clear definition of God's divine purpose for your life. That's what I'm talking about. And what I'm describing here can play out, all right? It can play out on all platforms. It can play out across all boards. So I'm not just talking about something you do within the four walls of a church. No. I'm talking about God's calling for you right in the middle or in the midst of creation. Who you are called to be. What you are called to do. Every person, if you're conversant with the Bible here, you will agree that every person that had a vital walk with God, they were called to fulfill something unique that they didn't find out for themselves, all right, but that they came into the revelation understanding of by the Spirit of God. By the Spirit of God. So, and that's why we say that what brings true contentment to the heart of man is divine purpose. That's what brings contentment. That's what brings. Now, again, a lot of people don't understand. They tend to want to confuse. A lot of people confuse career path with purpose. No, they're not the same. Career path is just a field. It's a plane. It's an environment, all right, that affords you the opportunity of fulfilling purpose. You see, just like you may have 5 policemen, all right, 5 policemen who are all, enlisted in the Nigerian police force, all right, but at the same time, they are not called out to fulfill the same thing by divine purpose, but by career, they do everything. They do the same thing every day, right? Every day, according to that career path. They'll do the same thing every day. Are we paying attention? They look forward to the same thing every day. But you see, that's why there are people, oh dear Lord, that's why there are people who have retired, who have retired from their different fields and retired empty. It's not because they were not properly paid or settled. Some have retired to find out that while they were pursuing a career, they were not what? Following God's plan for them. They were not following purpose. They were not following purpose. That's why I use that illustration. 5 different men or women, all right, in the same career. 5 police officers, but they're not called out. They're not caught out, and they're not called out to fulfill the same thing. Now, remember the story of Noah, right? You look at Noah, all right? You saw what the earth and creation looked like until God called him and gave him a purpose. God called him, gave him an assignment. You see, the same goes for Moses. God called him, gave him an assignment. The same thing goes for Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, every one of them. Joshua, David, Daniel. You see, Daniel is a very good example. Daniel was a minister, all right? He was a minister. One of the, ministers of Nebuchadnezzar and the other kings he served. But you see, being a minister was not his purpose. Are you following now? Occupying that position and all the all the grandeur and honor and that came with it wasn't his purpose. There was a whole lot more to Daniel's life than just being one who served Nebuchadnezzar and served the other kings. You see, it's important we understand that. And how did Daniel come into that? It's the same as fellowship. It is only God, all right, that gives that divine sense of purpose. Only God. If God does not give it, man will live an empty life. It doesn't matter what he accomplishes. It doesn't matter what he acquires. He will live an empty life. He will live an empty life. He will live an empty life. So again, one's choice of career or one's business enterprise, all right, should not be confused for one's purpose. They're not the same thing. Now, of course, a career path can exist as a tool, all right, as a medium for fulfilling purpose. But the career itself is not the purpose. It's not the purpose. And interestingly, the shift in the economy of the world today has even made that increasingly apparent. I've met people in different sector of the economy of this world, who have said things like, you know what, this business I'm doing, all right, I'm doing it because of the money there. I need the money there to do this that I'm doing. Do you understand that? Do you get what I just said now? Say, the money I'm making from it, all right, I'm making the money because I have identified what I'm called to do. So this one exists as what? As a money-making machine for pursuing something that I have come to the realization is my true call. There was a time that was impossible. All right? And some people are still in that place where what they do, like they say, making ends meet. All right? What they do take a greater chunk of their time to the point that they are eventually not able to pursue purpose. There are different people I've spoken to in different fields, and I've asked them, okay, you are in the oil and gas. What's your purpose for being here? Why are you here? And I've told certain persons, I was having a meeting with some people and I told him, I say, see, it's okay to say that you don't have a divine purpose for being here. It's okay to admit that your being here is a means to another end. But also, you can also be here by reason of a divine purpose. What's that purpose? What's that purpose? Why are you here? Look at Daniel. Daniel understood that his being in Babylon was by divine purpose. That's why if you look at history and scripture closely, you see that by the time the king who eventually gave Israel permission to return back to their land gave that instruction, Daniel didn't move an inch. Daniel lived and died in that region. He didn't move. But there were other persons, all right, who had a sense of purpose that pulled them towards Jerusalem. Men like Nehemiah, men like Ezra. So there was no competition. Men like Nehemiah knew that by purpose they were being pulled elsewhere. They were being pulled back to Jerusalem. Men like Ezra. But men like Daniel knew that what their place of what? Calling an assignment was there. So they stayed there. They stayed there. He understood that so powerfully. Hence why it didn't matter that Belshazzar, the son of Nebuchadnezzar, removed him. They brought him back, remember? The next king and empire that dethroned him sought Daniel out, brought him back. Look at all the many games they tried playing with Darius. All right? Made him sign a new law. Are we paying attention? And as a result, threw Daniel into the lions. Do you understand that? See, that deep sense of purpose that Daniel had kept him afloat. He couldn't die. He knew he was called, he was brought there for a purpose. Brought there for a purpose. He was brought there for a purpose. So as far as he was concerned, his being there was defined by purpose. And that's why you will see what kept Daniel, strong, what kept him going, and what kept empowering his heart. All right? What kept that vision of his divine purpose, going in his heart was the strength or the depth of his fellowship with God. That is even the reason why when they passed a law that nobody should pray in the name of any other God, that was when we had the record that what Daniel went to, he has opened his windows towards Jerusalem. Now that was not religion. That's purpose. That's a man who understood, all right, the instrument that powers his purpose. Are we here? Daniel wasn't trying to be religious by praying. He knew that he couldn't have lived as purposefully as he had lived up until that time without fellowship. Listen. I beg you to listen carefully. See, understanding this and I'm sharing with you would help you live your life successfully. There was a question, so one of us asked, one of our brother asked here about how do you line up, the rest of your life? How do you measure all of them? Listen very carefully. You see, when you live from that standpoint of divine purpose that stems or that is powered by fellowship, every other area of life will line up. You see, you will do life, whether it is marriage, whether it is finance, whether you will do life from that deep sense of purpose. And as a result, all right, you won't come to a place where prayer becomes a struggle. You won't. Because you understand that what everything you do flows from that. Are we paying attention? Now that ought to be the difference between the kind of man that you are, all right, and someone else whose desire, whose pursuit for wealth is informed by what? Desire for wealth. I ask you want to become a billionaire, why? You want to make money, why? Why? You see? Are we here now? You see, when you do life from the standpoint of divine purpose that is powered by fellowship, you won't struggle to hold other areas of your life together. When other area of life begin to become scattered, or you begin to lose grip or grasp of other area of your life, check how deeply rooted in the place of fellowship. Check it. Now, listen, I say it again. This is not religion. This is not, you pray every. No, it's not. It's why do you pray when you pray? Why do you pray? When you pray in the morning, whether it's morning or night, why do you pray when you pray? When you fast, why do you fast? I'm not even speaking from my notes again. When you fast, why do you fast? When you desire change, what is the motivation? When you desire wealth, why? You see, why? You see, when you look at Nigeria as a case study, we have believers who are in politics today. Those of them, not all of them, those of them who get there and begin to compromise. Why do you think they compromise? It's the same reason why you are compromising. Where you are. It's the same reason. Theirs is just what? Even more glaring because what? They are at a pinnacle or zenith of what? Leadership position that what? Everyone can see. That's as simple as that. What drives your motivation for wealth? What drives your motivation for success? What? What is powering it? What is powering it? You see, listen carefully. As believers, we live in a world that according to the scripture, we are told that the God of that world is Satan. You see, and the Apostle John helped us to describe the forces that Satan uses, all right, to hold the soul of men in bondage. In 1 John chapter 2, he calls them what? The lust of the eyes, the what? The lust of the flesh, and the pride of life. So you see, you can't function in this world, all right, outside of fellowship and not eventually become enslaved. Not eventually become enslaved. Now that's when you look at this world system of wealth, you will see that it's different from God's kingdom system of wealth. It's different. I'll give you some, practical examples. Some time ago, a couple of persons had approached me about a business investment opportunity, and very, very juicy, very juicy. You make a lot of money from it, and a number of persons, were doing it, But I began to ask questions. The long and short is that it's a type of business where you acquire certain commodities. I'm trying to avoid specificity now. You acquire certain commodities that are very major, in Nigeria, very major. You acquire them and hold it. You hoard it. You hoard it to drive up demands. And you know the law of economics. When demand goes up, what happens? Prices will go up. All right? And as soon as what? Prices go up, you make the commodity available. and you make a lot of money. And by their statistics, by the time you make the commodity available, all right, you will make times 8. Yes, true life story. You know what I said? I said, I teach the kingdom, not as a subject. I can't do that. Oh yes, I can't do that. No, I can't do that and stand up and still be preaching. Do you understand that? But you make a lot of money. Are we paying attention? Now, I could go on and give you other examples. For example, there are a number of companies that have been indicted, for example. I don't want to mention names again. Some big corporations, that have been indicted, for example. Some of them have been indicted for using underage children, all right, in third world countries to acquire the raw material for their product. Very big corporations. Now, I'm driving a little bit home now. Do you think, by virtue of what I know, because these companies are very big, do you think it will be proper for me to buy their shares? You see, now you begin to understand why David said, it's not the wealth of everybody you should what? You should envy. It's not every wealth. In fact, to put it more correctly, David said, do not envy the wealth of the wicked. The word wicked doesn't mean the man is, it is the man's ways. How did he acquire the wealth? We are talking about the man of the future. If we don't begin to deal with these things, all right, you will become the man like the rest of other men. Do you understand that? There will be no difference. There will be no difference. Where what? God will look at your wealth, and he doesn't see any difference between how you acquired your wealth and how what? Somebody else acquired his wealth. Why? He looks at your wealth, he sees blood. But you are being celebrated as what? Fortune is celebrated as what? But how did you get there? Child labor. But they're making a lot of money. The price of their shares skyrocketing. Skyrocketing. Are we listening now? Now, because you see, that's why I say again, a deep sense of divine purpose, powered by what? Fellowship, must be restored. There are things you will not do successfully. You won't be able to do. You won't be able to do. You can't say, the Bible says that Savior shall emerge from what? From sight. You can't say you have been set forth for the salvation of many. But how you are making your money, all right, is with a group of people who have policies and practices that is what? That is undermining the future of underage children. Yeah. Now, why am I speaking in this direction? Because listen, the war of tomorrow, or should I put it this way, the warfare of tomorrow, all right, or the battle of tomorrow, is the battle of nature. Is nature against nature. See, listen, that's where the world is heading. That's what AI is tending towards. That's what AI is tending to. Because you see, eventually you will see that at the very core of AI, are you paying attention? What AI will be what? An extension of what is human nature, an extension of human thoughts, an extension of human perspective. It's nature. That's where we are headed. Now, by the time, the AI concept began to become popularized, some foremost computer scientists have expressed concern. Hence why, up until sometime last year, they began to push for government involvement, by way of policy. He said, because how are you going to trust In fact, even Elon Musk, I watched a video of his some time back, a long while, sometime 2 years ago, last year, where he said he had a conversation with one of his niece. And the niece was telling him how that they had made it compulsory that people of our set should take an AI course or something. Then he said he took particular interest in the people in his niece's class. And he found out that, number one, a lot of these guys are very erratic. They're not stable. They have honor issue. He now said, he began to express his concern because he said, imagine if these kind of people are taught, trained, and they begin to, because AI is an extension of yourself. AI does not think for itself. The information your ChatGPT makes available to you is what? Is gotten from somewhere. Put on the internet by who? By human beings. You understand that? That's why it's called artificial intelligence. Its intelligence is not organic. It does not think for itself. What it thinks up when you impute a demand is what? Is the collective thought of humanity. So the battle of tomorrow is nature. Nature. Character. You see? And that is why the concept of identity, lifestyle, and principle actually are geared towards, amongst other things, helping us, all right, reclaim, rediscover the true values. The true values that God intended should inform man's perspective, man's vision, man's purpose, man's aspirations. You see, it doesn't matter how great a vision is, all right, if it is lacking in these values, hell is what will be unleashed. Hell is what will be unleashed. Hell is what will be unleashed. You see, and these values are, expressions, all right, that are only found within the context of fellowship with God. Because it is in that place of fellowship with God that God shows you what he is like. Because at the end of the day, what is it about? It is God wanting to fill the earth with his character. It is God wanting to fill the earth with his goodness. It is God wanting, are we here? That's what Jesus did. God came in the person of what? Jesus. And look at how Jesus was. Look at the kind of person that he was. All right? All that he was doing is that he was showing the people amongst whom he lived, he was showing them the true character of God. He was showing them what God is like. He was showing them what God will do at every given situation. It was God showing humanity what his life is like. So that's what God does with us, all right, within the environment of fellowship. He in fellowship, all right, he speaks to you, and by speaking to you, he allows his nature to be mirrored at you. It is in that mirroring that what will have his intention rub off on us. That is how come you can come out of that place, as it were in quote, you can come out of that place of divine fellowship, all right, and run the race of divine vision, all right, free, in a manner that is free of anxiety, free of unhealthy competitiveness, free. Stories you hear, there was this dear friend at the time, years back too, who was talking to me about a certain wealthy man in their nation, certain wealthy man, a business mogul in their nation. How that this was an inside information at the time. Eventually it has become public anyway. This man, was doing well, was building, had this industry, and they were doing good. until somebody else entered into that industry with him. One of the things this man did was, because of the competition he was afraid of, he went to he began to do things to kill the competition. All right? In some instances, he had conversation with the government, and the government refused to give this other one license or permit to acquire land. Do you get those kind of things? Now, while all of that was going on, this other man was being celebrated as a model, a business, model. You understand that? Children were like, "Oh, that's the kind of person I want to become." Like, now you know that for anyone who is doing something like that, he didn't just start doing that now. He didn't start doing that now, because you see, when you are driven by a deep sense of purpose that stems from fellowship, all right, you would enjoy, just like what the question that was being asked, you enjoy the importance of businesses, enterprises existing as a community. You enjoy it. For example, if what made you go into a particular business is because of a genuine need that the people have. Listen carefully. There's a need. These people have a need. All right? They have a need. They don't have give an example now. They don't have or maybe you decide to go into table water. Why? Because you came to that area, all right, all the bottled water you tasted or something don't taste well. And you've done yourself and found out that with in partnership with health practitioners, and you found out that one of the major health issue, all right, that's common there is what? Is typhoid. So what happens? A desire is born in your heart, all right, to begin to what? Make pure, purified, are we here? Professional, health standard water available. Now, by the time you venture into that and you start making that service, that available to people, you will not be disturbed when somebody else starts. Somebody who comes to see the same problem enters into that same business. You will not. But if profit, money from the word go was the reason he went into it, you will start feeling what? You start feeling what? Threatened. So we must begin to understand that is one of the ways divine purpose is expressed. Need-based vision. Need-inspired. Are we here? Need-meeting vision. Goals or visions inspired to meet needs, not money. Not money. That's the way the man of this world operates. He looks at the business opportunity. What he sees is money. I want to make money. But the man of the future sees a problem that he wants to solve. He sees a problem he wants to solve. And that's why when he begins to solve that problem, are we here now? And he sees other people what? Solving the same problem, he will be happy. He will be happy that what? Every other persons like himself, all right, are banding together to do what? To solve a problem. He won't think, oh, this one wants to come and follow me to eat the money. No. Look at Abraham. When God called Abraham, up until when God made Abraham was living for himself. But by the time God called Abraham, God began to show Abraham the future, show him the world beyond him. He said, I will bless you and make you a blessing. I will make you a blessing. He said, look at your wife. She will become the mother of what? Of nations. It's not about occupying a high position. No, it's about becoming an instrument. You see, for the purposes of God to enter into the nations of the earth. That was when God spoke to Abraham about what? In his seed. Abraham understood it than most Christians. He knew that what that seed is not Isaac. That seed is Jesus. And look at how he gave up everything for it. He knew that that seed will not be born today in his day, but he left everything in pursuit of God's word. You see, so this is not religion, this is kingdom. When you begin to allow kingdom perspective, kingdom principle to drive what you do, to inspire how you do what you do. How you do what you do. Because there are two kinds of men. All right? There are two kinds of men in the world today. In businesses, all right, in different enterprises, all right, in different industries, two kinds of men. But it's almost as though the other type of man, all right, is larger in influence, in number, than the other kind. The other one who is driven by greed. The other one whose choices are informed or inspired, you see, by greed. The world doesn't know how to live contentedly. The world wants to be taught. God wants his children to teach the world how to live contentedly. The world doesn't understand peace. God wants his children to teach the world what true peace is. What true peace is. You see, did you see what the Apostle John said to the church? All right, as he wrote to them, 3 John chapter 1 verse 2. He said, I wish above all things that you prosper and be in health, even as your soul. You see, he's telling you where the prosperity should proceed from. Even as your soul prospers. There is a prosperity of the soul. Now, of course, the word soul there is not exactly for soul. It's talking about your well-being, your heart. All right, your being. Your being. So even as your being knows peace. That is the kind of peace the world is looking for. But what informs that kind of peace? It is fellowship. It is fellowship. Where the choices you make in business investment is not informed by fear, your fear of tomorrow. No. Then you begin to understand that whatever I do is a seed. Is a seed for the vision God has put in my heart. Are we paying attention? Let me, round about in just the next few minutes. One of the reasons why Christians lose their investment is because of what I'm showing you. Why do you go into crypto? Why do you want to turn $1 to 1,000x? So that's the thing. See, that's the reason why the average crypto trader or investor, all right, loses his money. Greed. You're afraid. You're afraid for your future. No, you don't invest like that. You need a kingdom mindset. You see, the wealth of the nations belongs to the church, but how do you get it? There's a certain kind of a man you must be to get it. Are you paying attention? There's a certain kind of man you must be to get it. That's one of the reasons why I was teaching this class years back. As back 4 years ago, after the COVID year, someone told me, he said, these things you are teaching is exactly what a major crypto trader in South Africa put into a book and gave to everybody. He said, and this guy is not saved. See the shame. He said, one of the things every crypto trader must die to, all right, is impatience. He said, there's a sense of peace you must have to trade successfully. The average Christian lives for himself. Is that not what Jesus dealt with in Matthew chapter 6? He said, what you shall eat, what you shall drink, what you shall wear. He said, for all these things the Gentiles seek for. He said, take no thought for your life. Remember Matthew 6. What you shall see, that is a mindset. That's the mindset that drives the average human person. Survivor. They said in Yoruba, you understand that? You understand that now? No, that's not the man of the future. The man of the future lives beyond himself. He's not looking for what he will eat. He thinks thinks through the lens of solution providing, problem solving. He's not thinking. So that's why when you invest, you must understand everything I invest. All right, I'm investing from a standpoint. From a standpoint. No rush, no hurry. It's not because I don't know what to do with the money. No, first, if you don't understand, you want to understand the purpose. What is the purpose of your money? What's the purpose? What's the purpose of your money? Some of this I'm sharing with you, a lot of people who are not even saved know this. That's why it has been said that the unsaved, from statistics, all right, the unsaved have succeeded, all right, in preserving generational wealth than the saved. Because they understand these principles. Why? Someone said, why are you saying the unsaved? Yes, it's true. How come? Or somebody is asking, why do the unsaved understand this more than the believers? It's because, number one, money is not a Christian. Money is not a Christian. Are we paying attention? Yes. It's not a Christian. There are laws that govern wealth. And these laws are spiritual, but they are not Christian. By Christian, I mean they are not religious laws, but they are spiritual laws. So what does that mean? An unbeliever who is an unbeliever in his spirit, all right, but that commits to learning these spiritual laws. Because man is fundamentally a spirit being. Man does not become a spirit being after he becomes saved. He's a spirit being by creation. By creation. That's why some guys who are not saved, they will tell you they practice visualization before they get anything. And they get it. And somebody is wondering, is that not witchcraft? It's because man is a spiritual being. That was what I was saying earlier, that you see, all of the religious misconception, all of the religious perspective and lens that the church have of money, all right, must burn if the church want to begin to do well financially. Majority of what an average believer know about finance, all right, is wrong. It was taught him through religious lens. Through religious lens. Are we still here? Yes. Yes. There's a certain kind of person, all right, we morph into as we stay in fellowship. That's why fellowship is important. You see, you don't do fellowship so that you can see tomorrow. You know that kind of? That's why some people pray in the night, so that what? As they sleep. That's why some people pray in the morning. They pray to thank God that what? Many, you know this kind of prayer. Say many slept, but they are not here this morning. You know those kind of prayer, they pray it even at the beginning of the year. Some are already doing, they've entered the ember month. Say many said Happy New Year with us, but they are not here no more. No. You see, in the environment of fellowship, all right, God sharpens your heart. He gives you his vision. He implants in your heart his desires. All right? And God's desires are usually way beyond you. Way beyond you. Way beyond you. That's why as a believer, you find yourself sometimes, God puts certain kind of thought in your heart. You begin to think of how to go into a particular industry with certain kind of figure. You are afraid. It's because the money is not for you. You see, God is not saying he wants to give you money for yourself. He is telling you he wants to make you a steward, so that through you, all right, certain measure of wealth can come into the kingdom. That's why there are believers who they forget when God tells them, I want to give you this. Why? They haven't experienced a mind shift yet. A mind shift. A mind shift. Yet. A mind shift. A mind shift. They are thinking about them. Say, it's not about you. It's not about you. It's not about you. Did you see the last thing Jesus said according to Matthew 28? All right, the last instruction Jesus gave, it was an instruction in which he turned the attention of his disciples to the world beyond them. He said, go into all the world. Meaning never to live for yourself. Go into all the world and make disciples of the nations. Make disciples. That's a tall order. Make disciples of the nations. Go into all the world and make disciples. Everyone God spoke to. All right. You see that one of the things you see that first, amongst other things, the character of God's encounter with them took them out of the lane where they were up until then living for themselves. Where it was about what they will eat, what they will drink, about just my children, just my wife. No. He took them from that and began to make them think generationally. Then from generationally, took them to begin to help them what? See the world. To see the world. So yeah, that's one of the things that is important. All right. There's a need for a rediscovery, amongst other things, a rediscovery, all right, of God's templates for finance to begin to help believers prosper financially. The question you asked, there is a need. People think, a lot of us think that there is no such template in the Bible. It's there. It's there. One of the things that God would help you break free from, so that you can begin to break into true wealth, all right, is to break free from the power of self. The power of self, it hijacks your vision and narrow it only to yourself. Only to yourself. But by God's kingdom principle, that's how God breaks you free from it. Breaks you free from it. There's a certain man of God who, he told a story of how that years back, God had told him, because of the nature of what the assignment he was called to do was going to be like. He said God had told him that he was going to give him an airplane. So he said, long story short, it took years. I think more than 10 years. But quite a long time, actually. I can't remember exactly, but quite a long time, more than 10 years. It took years before he got the first plane. So he said one day while he was praying, he asked the Lord, Lord, you told me this thing years ago. Why did it take this long for me to get it? He said, then God spoke to him while he was praying and said, it took this long because that was how long it took to get you. He said, I needed to get you to come to a point where you see it as a tool. So the distance, follow carefully now, the time it took for that word from time it received out to when it became fulfilled, are we paying attention? It was a mind distance. It's a mind distance. It was not a distance across time per se. Are we together? It was a distance across what? The strongholds in his mind. Are you following now? In his mind. It was a mind problem. It was his mind problem. It was his mind problem. Now, how do you even know how much of these strongholds you have if you do not participate in fellowship? It's in fellowship God sees what you are still like and begins to straighten them out in fellowship. Did you hear what David said? He said, search my heart and see there's what? How will God do it? It's by his word. Where will he do it? Within the environment of fellowship. That's where he identifies the things that are there that should not be there. That should not be there. So you cannot live up to the fullest potential of God's plan for your life. First, if you don't have a relationship with him. And secondly, if you do not maintain, you don't feed, you don't water that fellowship with him. That fellowship with him. Are we here? Yes. So this ordinarily would have been like an introduction to what I would have wanted to share. Yeah, true. Because that's where it begins. Before we begin to highlight, the principles, the lifestyle, all right? Are we paying attention? It's the beginning. So that you can know, you can know what defines your own perspective. What motivates you? What motivates you? I believe strongly, and I trust with all of my heart. The first, God has a divine plan for your life. That's why you're here. That's why you came. He's got great purposes. He's got great plans. He's got great visions for you. But also, I believe that the things you've heard, and you've heard from the beginning of this meeting and all the persons who have spoken, all right, and the ongoing engagement would help set you on, not just on the right path, but on God's ordained path for your life. Amen.
All right, can we have the sound? I want us to meditate. I want us to think. Look at it all over again. Like, just take a deep breath and just think upon. I want you to bring out your note. I want you to write. What is changing? Go ahead. Please, I want you to do this. What will you do differently? What will you think differently? What 2 things? What 3 things? What is really going to change? What are you deciding to do? What do you need to do to make these seeds of words grow into a forest? What do you need to do? Please don't look around. Online, take a moment. There's a lot of fast-paced in it, just fast everywhere. But take a moment. What do you need to check all over again? Please don't be in a rush to, great meeting. Ruminate. The psalmist will say, Selah. Ruminate. Mingle with your thoughts, with these thoughts. Action steps. What do you need to burn off? What do you need to start doing? What do you need to stop doing? What do you need to continue doing? What's the impact if you don't do that thing for a while? What's the cost? What's the cost implication of not making that decision? If you procrastinate now to another 3 years, what would you really lose? Versus if you start now. Remember the words. Remember. Don't sleep off. Don't doze away. Don't. Decide. Now decide. This is what I want to do. I need to connect with that person. I need to send that. Make a decision. One of the decisions might be, I need to listen to this. I need to listen to this all over again. Because it was just too fast. So there was too many things rushing my mind at the same time. That's a decision. I'm not saying you should pray. We'll pray. I'm not saying you should pray. I'm saying you should decide. Decide. Be comfortable with your thoughts. Relax. Relax. What will change? Why should it change? What environments do you need to build to make sure that these words thrive? What habits needs to break? What habits needs to start being built all over again? All right. I was thinking the sound was going to be going on, but it's fine. We will wrap up in a few minutes. It's interesting. For some people, I was like, oh shoot, why not 3 days? Like it looked like everything was just too fast. Why not 3 days? Like there's just so I don't know. Do you feel the same way? I feel like there's nothing. In my mind, I'm already thinking, maybe we'll just do part 2 because I'm not always in a rush to change topics or change. It's not about finishing the Bible or finishing the book. You've not found out. It's not about finishing it. It's about how much is distilling into you. When I started reading knowledge for books, it was about how many books I had finished. But as I grew, it was about what have I done out of this book? What have I become? So one part of my mind is, I wish it was 3 days. I wish we would go home now, then come back again tomorrow and and continue. It's our desire that a seed has been sown into your heart. And for those of us online, same thing. Through the sessions you've listened to, through the speakers, it's our desire that you are making decisions. So, and I'll tell you why we can stop playing now. We're good. Why I'm very paramount about decision is because I'm very, very, based on the people God gave me the privilege to sit under. I celebrate you, sir. Mr. Michael. Please, let's celebrate him. He's just humble here, but he's one good, great person who we connected a while back, doing good stuff for God. He's also into men coaching, so he's just sitting down there doing as if he doesn't know anything. One of the reasons why I'm very, very adamant on decision is because I was privileged to grow up in an environment where I saw people change. When you can, this is 2025, where you can literally look at your life 5 years back and you're wondering, this person is like this. This person is like this. What happened? Is God partial? I used to ask those kind of very hard questions. In my 20s, that was one of the things I studied. Why is it that this person ends up like this? Why is it that this person, I want to know. Under the same, so now I'm putting this under the same condition. Same pastor, same teacher, same school, same, use certain constant variables. Same. And people turn out differently. I was very, very curious about why do people turn out differently with the same, what do you call it? Same what? Same parameters. Thank you, sir. Why? Why do certain people do 10x? Because Jesus did that analysis for us too. He said this one, you give him, you do 1x. This one do what? That's when he said he sowed the seed. I'm just using modern day language. He sowed the seed of the word. Then somebody did 2x, 3x, 10x. Why? One, decision making. The clothes you decided to wear today, you chose to wear it. Even if somebody suggested it to you, the end point was you decided that you were going to put it on your body. So I found out that for transformation to happen, when knowledge comes, either through conference, through self-study, YouTube, using all of those, through personal fellowship, through mentorship, coaching, what else? How do knowledge come again? Community. How? Different ways. Regardless of how information comes to you, the next step is that decision. So the man we will become in another 3 years is now that we start deciding. Is now. Because there can be a model to say, oh, later now. But you're finding out that, hence why we talked about lifestyle. Our lifestyle bakes, so you capture the end from the beginning, then we bake our lifestyle in such a way that ensures that it comes to pass. Decision. So in the school of coaching and all of that, they always say, make sure that people decide. Because I can draw the person to the, like they say, you draw the horse to the river. This is water. You need it. This is this. But if the horse says, I'm not taking, what happens? The horse dies eventually. God's mercy, God's goodness, God will keep you. After this conference, you go to another one. Especially if you like wisdom. I'm going to read something from Proverbs for us. If you like, you will go. Tomorrow in church, your pastor will preach again. Right? Some of us will listen to message again. Some of us who are currently reading books, you will read again. So you have left the level of people who don't read. However, 3 categories of people. The ignorant person, the unbelieving person, and the what's the last one? The inconsistent person. They eventually always have the same results. What does that mean? If we all came here today and we spent our time, you actually spent your time, you've given time to this, you spent it like money. That's one thing everybody has. So you spent it in exchange for something. One of the principles that I learned early is the law of exchange. Something must always go for something, even if it's not money. So today now, you didn't pay for this, but you paid your time. You paid your attention. You paid. I didn't collect 1 naira from you, but you paid. You did all of that. Take another scenario. Somebody is somewhere. He saw the link. He just felt, see, please. I think there's match today, if I'm correct. Yeah, there's match. I play FPL. So I think there's match. I've arranged my guys for the week. I want to make some nice point. I did good last week. So the guy, oh, you play? Yes, I play it. You see this thing? It's just for fun. It's entertainment. So, and somebody saying, no, I want to go and watch ball. Not bad. Now, if you and I, so that person now, based on the level of knowledge, if we are to say, this is the first time So follow me. This is the first time this type of knowledge is going to be shared. So if I were to put me or we and those set of people, it means that you have 100%, as it were, of this knowledge, and that person or those set of people have zero knowledge. Are we together? Tap your neighbor. Say, are you here? Are you here? Good. Now, what that means is, if you and I leave this place, we don't make any decision, we don't believe in what we have heard, the outcome will be the same thing. Because that guy didn't hear any of this. So it means that zero, nothing will happen. Me, I heard all of this. It did not touch me. It did not change how I'm thinking. I didn't accept the truth. I didn't mix it with faith steps or action steps, new decisions, new environment rebuilding. I didn't do anything about it. I was like, oh, nice meeting. God is helping our brother. Oh, those good stuff. We will have the same results with the zero guy that never had access to it. I have a science background, so they teach us experimentation a lot. That's what happens. So I just told somebody that's one of the reasons why you can read a lot and everything, and a lot is not changing. Because that decision-making part that comes into create an environment around it to ensure that it bakes you, that you become, is more about the becoming. So over time, for example, when you read, watch, over time, what happens is that the thoughts of those people begins to do what? Enter your mind, such that if you are so good, you can regurgitate some of the things that they have been teaching. However, that's not the first purpose of information. The first purpose of information is not the ability to regurgitate it. It's to change perspective. Is that okay, after you've heard all you've heard now, what will change? It looks slow, but it's the surest. That's what Mr. Dole was trying to analyze with the one person ideology. If you notice from that ideology, that person pays attention to transferring ideologies. Time to make sure that person becomes that other person's thoughts. Not just scattering the seed. That's an instruction for someone. Reevaluate. It's not about plenty things. It's really not about plenty. There. It's about the strategic direction. When we're searching for God, we're still searching for God. How do I say it? When we're hungry, we listen to every and any preacher. I listen a time came, God said, the way you're going, you end up confused. I said, okay, what do you mean? He said, this person, pause, don't listen to this person for now. This person, pause. And it's as though he pruned off certain things because he didn't want to confuse me. So we thought it's in the multitude of knowledge, as it were, go to this place, be there. Oh, I've read that book. I've read that book. That's me there. Oh, I've read that book. This one, I read it in 2005. Oh, this, I know the author now. Oh, this, you wrote that. Did you read that one? That was the boast. So it's an exhortation to say, it's a desire that this births transformation. Is that you go home, you say, I'm going to give 1 hour. What is changing? What do I need to change first? You will notice that a lot of things were just scratched on the surface. Scratched. We will continue online series. We will continue in we have meetings every month. Guys, we have meetings. We'll try and pick up some things. But the real intention is that, sir, in another 6 months, 30 times 6 is 180 days plus. Something is changing. You are doing something different. You are becoming something different. The sisters that looked at you and said, this one, the way he's thinking, I found out, because I talked with most of them a lot. If you are changing, it shows. If you are eating and you are changing, people will eventually know. It will start in private, but you can't keep it for too long. It's a private endeavor that has public feedback. That's what learning is. That's what engaging with wisdom is. Engaging with wisdom is a private thing at first, but it has public feedback. We will know. Is that not what Apostle Paul told Timothy? He said that as you are studying and you are showing yourself approved, later it will become what? obvious to everybody that what? That you are studying. So we're not studying for people's, we're not coming to conference, we're not doing meeting for people's appraisal. There's a need. One man at a time. So my dear brother, what will change? That's the whole summary. You should have picked, I don't want to say what did you learn. What are you going to become? What will you change into? What's your next version upgrade? It's as though they debugged you today. They removed this, the debugging process, pass you through this. So what will change? When they push you to production, am I correct? When you become live, bro, I mean, when you become live, when they push you to, so they call something, what's the before stage, before you get to production? Staging, what is it? Staging. Staging is the cooking place. They're still cooking you. They are debugging you. They say, no, don't push this, remove this in software development. When they put it to production, live, you should have upgraded. That's when they say you should go and update your what? Your app. So all that happened here today is debugging. It's okay, cut this. It's not to condemn in any way. I know sometimes when the speakers are describing, like, is this not perfection? Who can do all these things? This is too much. What are you? That was not the intention. The intention is to create that such that is what you are looking at. And as you look at it and create systems and environment that facilitate that, it helps you change, sir. You don't have to repeat your dad's mistake. You don't have to repeat your uncle's mistake. You don't have to. You can choose differently. And you don't choose by saying, no, I will not be like him. That's not enough. You can't say, I will not be like him. It is, I will not be like him, then I will do this. I will be like this. That's why you need to forgive him if you have not forgiven him. Because you're not forgiving your father for not knowing what to tell you or treating you in a bad way will hinder your own productivity. So you need to let that thing go. You need to leave that hate and begin to pick information. So what are we going to hand over to the next generation? My dearest brothers online, it's time for us to act more than talk. Act more. Look back at the books. Act more and talk. Go back, revisit this thing. This due to the link. And say, okay, what do I need to change? What 2-3 things do I need to change? If you don't need to learn anything new for another 3-4 weeks, it's not you won't break. You are doing something 80%. It's called the Pareto principle. You are focusing more on change at this point in time. You might not need new information necessarily. I was telling my friend, I said, I need to cut off more things now. I'm not looking to add more things to my life. Now, I want to cut some things off. A time, it was about getting things. Now, it's prune. What do we need to cut to give us space to do this, to do that? You blamed your father. May your children not blame you. You blamed him for not telling you. I know somebody that tomorrow is 60-something years old, but tomorrow, my parents did not send me. He's my parent, though. He's my parent. They did not send me to this. And I found out that through several situations, the mindset is still there. It's my parents. If they had given me a better life, I would have become 60-something. I'm like, no. Today can be your starting point. Today can be, you know what? I'm going to change. This is the type of person I'm going to. The moment you do that, you know what happens? All of the forces of everybody just aligns, especially as a son of God. Everything just, you begin to meet the right people, the right connections. All of a sudden, your RAS, what they call in biology, your reticular activating system, just begin to pick things in that direction. All of a sudden, you just don't know this church. Yes, I'm doing well there, but I'm not being fed. All of a sudden, it just activates you. You just begin to know where you should go and sit down and get fed. Some assemblies, you are not being fed. You are just doing the thing. But because, all of a sudden, you just know. Because your RAS, according to the body, is saying, I've set that as where I'm going to. You become conscious. Like, what needs to get me to where I'm going to? Communities begin to invite you. Market forces just begin to change. Just because that's where I'm going to. Oh, you need to do that long enough to realize that it works. I went to help somebody, in the office. Then I met a lady in the library. So she was sitting down there. So I engaged her. Oh, how are you? What are you doing? Oh, I had a child. Mistakenly, I dropped out of school and all of that. Oh, okay, that's fine. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, so what are you doing now? Oh, I'm trying to sell phones and all of that. But she was sitting in the library. Then I said, I'm sorry, sis, have you bothered to read any of these books here? I said, no, they are these. I'm like, oh, God. Oh, God. And there were all types of books in that place. I say, oh, God, how wish she knew that the beginning point of transformation is this new knowledge. And what she does with that knowledge. Oh, how she, forget the mistake she has made. And I'm saying it to you, forget the past. So the man of the future is the person who is able to take education from the past. So the past only becomes an educational reference, not a point of that pins him down. Okay, it happened. Yeah, you made a mistake. Okay, you had a child out of wedlock. What next? You take the education there and use it. So in case your past has been dragging you down, in case there are people who have been saying, oh, you are becoming serious. What are you? I know what you used to do then, no? And they keep reminding you. And God has been telling you, no, this is where I'm taking you to. This is what I want to do. You should. Oh, you think Abraham didn't have naysayers when God said, this is where I'm going to? You think he just packed himself and go? Do you know? Thank God we were told that he was not poor as at the time that happened, right? So as at the time the instruction was given to him, imagine bring it into our time. Imagine somebody that is very affluent and has cash. And God says, go like this. Don't you think he had people around him that were like, is this guy okay? That's like, what's this? That want to say, come to the past. Like, what are you doing? This is where because he had affluence. He had influence. So you might be here. It's the past that is dragging you. It's a message for you. Take education from there and move. Tell your neighbor, move. It might be a move in mindset. It might be a move in decision making. It might be you just go home and you are just dissatisfied. You just say, no, I'm tired. This is the next thing. I've been pushing that thing I've been writing. Why you be writing? You are writing since forever. You've not even launched it. And that it's always very painful, especially the things you know that you should do. So this is a trigger, not motivation, not aspire to Maguire. Yeah. Put it. Sorry to Man U fans. Sorry, that was not deliberate. But I think it's changing small, Abi. Anyways, it's to say that it's not about today. Because like I said, we are masters of transformation. We're trying to master that thing, how change happens. So it's not about how you feel right now. It's about the decisions. It's about the systems. It's about the environment that God's wisdom would empower you to, to put in place. How you feel right now is good. You feel charged. You feel, yes, I need to do this. Yes, I need to do that. Now imagine yourself alone in your room. What's going to happen? Imagine yourself in the toilet. Imagine yourself in the public transport. You need to keep it. That is the 10x, 20x thing you see that Jesus talked about. I always say it. The goal was they kept it to heart. That was what it. If you go search that, go do the study. It said, and these ones kept it to heart. So the goal for transformation is keep it to heart. Put it there. Ruminate around it. Let it form your new lens. You grew up in a village with all kinds of vices around men. What God is calling us to, what the future we are coming into, is not men of a particular tribe, where the limitations that come with the tribe are plaguing the men. No, it's not this man. It's the man whose identity, lifestyle, and principles is backed up by God-driven values, not religious stuff. Oh, we know a time is coming. People will have bastard money, and they will not be rated by that thing. we're having people like that already. It's not money. And they will be rich, but you will not see, you will not know. Because the values by which they define themselves has been recalibrated. And they will send money on errand. What principles do you need to begin to focus on now? We are talking change. I'm talking timeline. I'm talking rate of development. I'm talking in 2 years, 24 months, what's going to convert? Now you've heard about fellowship. So what will change about that? What should you study? Which books should you read? Who should you connect? That's how you break into your next version. That's how it happens. Those questions. That's how it happens. If nothing changes after this meeting, I'll be angry with myself. For myself. There are principles that your ignorance, I don't know who I was talking with someone. She was like, how do aeroplane fly? How does airplane fly? How is it possible that this big thing lifts? How? And I was like, relax down. Let me explain a bit to you. I said, there's law of gravity. You say, hey. She said, yes. Gravity always brings things down. Why is gravity not bringing the airplane down? Very good question. Because we are talking about principles. So, the law of gravity, is it a principle? Is it not a principle according to physics? It's a level, it's a principle. Then I told her, I said, as you become a type of person, as you grow, certain laws superimpose certain laws, or principles superimpose certain principles, such that in the existence of certain principles that should cause certain things, other principles overshadow it, which is what makes the airplane lift, the law of lifts. That you can power the engines with such torque that it causes it to lift. So you maintain the law of aerodynamics in such a way that gravity says, oh no, like I can't hold you. So imagine right now that there's a level of principle that is causing your current reality. Kai, I'm about to speak in tongues. Should I? That something you should know, according to God's word, is going to be responsible for your next elevate. I don't want to sound like it's going to be responsible for the next elevated site that is tied in a principle. But you are just there. So, because until the law of aerodynamics and law of lift came, people did not know that it was possible to fly. Right? Everybody was always walking like, what do you mean by, I read articles on how they built the plane. Nobody believed in them. It was hard. It took high agency to build that thing. It was hard. Oh boy, those guys, they tried. However, they unlocked the principle that we all now enjoy today. What's that? What's the lesson there? The lesson is our next version, this future, which is now, and the next moment, and the next 50 years, and the next 100 years, and in the next 150 years, there are certain principles that will make us be certain types of people, and we must know them, which is part of what we have been hearing today. So regardless of where AI goes, human value is going to determine where it's going. Can you imagine? So which principles are you aware now about? What do you know that would guarantee the next elevation? See fellowship as simple as that principle, so refreshing. As simple as it is, as it were. Oh, so that is this. So I'm not doing fellowship to say, I've read my Bible today. I'm not doing fellowship to say, me too, I'm spiritual. It has a greater implication to how I turn out. Oh, really? I can put certain things first and other things will find their way. Oh, really? I didn't know. I thought everything was just happening haphazardly. Oh, there's a way I can carry myself over time that I become a certain way. The environment we subject ourselves to, which is another principle, a law of environment. Law of environment. The environment we put ourselves into increases the probability or chances of becoming something. Becoming a type of person. What does that mean? So it means that there are places God will bring you into. There are relationships God will bring you into because of the type of person you should become. You have to be sensitive in the place of fellowship. You have to know. Those are the action. Those are the physical things you see. So as you live, you are aware. Stay aware. Stay in wisdom. Let wisdom. Yes, let's check Proverbs 1. That was the place I was going to read as we wrap up. Proverbs 1:1. Proverbs 1:1. It says the Proverbs of Solomon, the son of David, king of Israel. So this mentorship session, this teaching, this discipleship, David mentoring Solomon. So it says the Proverb of Solomon, the son of King David. It says to know wisdom and instruction, to receive the words of understanding, to receive the instruction of wisdom, justice and judgment and equity, to give subtlety to the simple, and to the young man, knowledge and discretion. A wise man will hear and will increase in learning, and a man of understanding shall attain unto wise counsels. Let's peg it there. So he's telling us the properties of wisdom, saying that as you interact with wisdom, we expect outputs. As you interact with knowledge, accurate knowledge, we expect change. You should track the change. As you interact with books, with people, with new environment, expect change. Curate change. Because that is what will ensure that this person, this future, you come into it. May not be said that we heard all these things. We put all these things together. And we are still lacking. And God is saying, okay, yeah, we have done 24 months right now. Who has gone through the syllabus that was required for this transformation? And they can't find me. They can't find you. Why? No. I'm going to say, oh, we want to send somebody to the earth right now who is going to disciple this. And like the parents are not ready. This is a call. This is an exhortation. I want us to pray. You bow your heads or your heart, as some people say. We become all that God has told us to become. You make that decree. I become all. I walk in the fullness. Online, pray along. If you are listening to the recording again, I become. Yes, it's not about the counting of your age. It's the changing inside. It's not like you are 40 now. No. Don't use that as a metric. Yes, you are now there, but I come into. I realize, I make steps. I do it now. You've been pushing certain things. So I come into it. Certain relations, you've been proud. You've been ignorant. You're saying, no, I'm changing. Oh, you are being proud. Nobody can talk to me. Nobody can coach me. And you are already repeating the cycles that you've seen in your pop man's life. So you are moving. Say, I'm changing. I'm taking these words to heart. I am transforming. I am becoming God's man. Yes, I'm growing. I'm being discipled. I'm taking steps. I'm changing inside and outside. Yes, I'm converting. I'm not just, we're not just happy, jolly, and you're not doing what you should do. No. You are walking through it. Intentional. Look at all the things we've heard today. Only intentional men. Only intentional people. Deliberate. Solid. Clear-minded. Not distracted by the sways of the current architecture of their world. Yes. That's the type of men we are becoming. You fall down, you rise again. You make mistake, you say, okay, yeah, I'm growing, I'm getting there, but I'm clear about where I'm going to. This is where I'm going to. You shake it off and you start again. You say, oh, nobody has done it before. Oh, relax. That's what God has said. I'm staying there. This is what I want to do. This is the type of person. This is the type of man I'm becoming. My perspective is changing. Yeah, God will bring you into circles, bring you into places where it is high elite, all those guys, and you would have something that they want to hear what you are going to say because you have been changing, you have been schooled, you have been prepared. Yes. They bring you like Daniel, they bring you like Joseph. They say, do this, interpret this, interpret this. You already know because you have mastered the process. You went through it. Yeah. You are not skipping spiritual classes. You are not skipping, mind-shifting classes. You were studious. You were going through it. You were doing what he said you should do. We thank you, Lord Jesus. We thank you, Lord Jesus. Oh, we thank you, Lord Jesus. Go ahead and say with me, I'm a man of influence. I'm changing. I'm God's man. I'm growing. I'm making great decisions. Regardless of the past, I'm becoming God's man. Regardless of the mistakes, regardless of the slowdowns, I walk in the fullness of God's purposes. I walk in the fullness of God's plan. I decide to do all that he has put in my way. I'm strengthened by wisdom. I'm strengthened by power. I'm strengthened by understanding. Yes. All right. All right. Alfred, what's the next thing? What's the next thing? I'm saying what's the next thing, like maybe we do the program together. All right. Give it up for our amiable MC, please. Appreciate him. He has done a good job, right? All right.
Yeah, just like 3 minutes. Thank you all so much for sticking with us to the very end. Appreciate you. We'll be wrapping up in just a bit. Thank you, everybody, for engaging, participating. We have a short video from some of our partners over in Abuja, the other person in London, United Kingdom. We'll just run through them very fast. Thank you. They just have a couple of words for us. I don't know if our sisters, our delectable sisters, beautiful sisters, if they still have something for our brothers. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Everything for our sisters, everything for them. Well, then after that, how many of us are already on the WhatsApp group, the WhatsApp community? If you're not there, just come meet me. I can give you the link in your DM, Abi. How? Okay, there's a QR code, right? Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for remembering that. So that note we gave you, if you just check the back, there's a QR code there. Then Manu, I think you wanted to show me something too, Abi. Okay. And Manu still has to come, actually. Thank you. Yeah, please just pass it. That's for you. Yeah, now only you get them, no worry. You no go share them. Only you want to get everything. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. BMT2025, the man of the future. Hey, the man of the future. And we've got books as well. We have a couple of books, wonderful. You'll find them at the front desk as you're stepping out. Please make sure to buy 1 or 10. Anyone works. Are we good? Okay. I'm happy to, before Emmanuel comes, I'm happy for somebody to give us a short testimonial. How has been your experience today? I know the convener has been intent about you reflecting. Everybody, not just convener. The spirit of the event has been intentional about us having takeaway points, making sure that you are learning something. So is there anybody, 10, 15, 20 seconds, you want to share something? Joshua, we started with you. Can we close with you? like the master key that you are. Yeah, come. Let's put our hands together for Joshua. Yeah, come. Yeah, please. We honor you so much. In 20, 30 seconds, how's today been for you?
All right. I want to say praise God, anyway. So good afternoon, everybody, once again. So in 30 minutes, my day has been a lot, actually, and I will just highlight the take-home. One of the things, I know as I go on, I will still have to do a lot of work, but one thing is, as your soul prospers. I think that covers every other thing. I think that's the first speaker, CM, said something about rocks, small rocks, people's sands and waters. When you arrange all of them together, like you have to pick them out which you put first. And I think the soul is the first thing you have to work on. So if I work on the soul, maintain constant fellowship and be consistent with it, I feel everything will be all right. Everything will be all right if I apply the main principles. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joshua. Thank you. Anybody else? Christian Gabriel? Thank you so much, Christian. Fantastic developer. If you want to build websites, it's your sure go-to guy. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Christian Gabriel. So for me, for take home, the one thing I noticed about is knowledge is the first key. First of all, knowledge is very important for anything. So, like, if you listen, okay, fellowship, you don't know that before. Even though you know that, but you've seen in a different perspective of, okay, wow, so my fellowship with God actually can trigger something, and you are not intentional about your growth. So one of the things I see is knowledge, right? Knowledge is important. What you gain, what you get, what you feed in tend to turn out, okay, what your output. So if I take in garbage, what you turn out to be is nonsense. So when I take in something that, purifies me, is it like the soul that purifies me, like my brother would say, what will come out is something very outstanding, something powerful. So knowledge is the first key. So invest in, invest in knowledge, or here they say, invest in history too. So invest in knowledge. Knowledge is important. Knowledge is important. You are seeing, you are a man before that, what drives you, it's greed, it's something else. You want to just, why do you want to make the money? But you now have a better knowledge why you should make this kind of money, why you should go this kind of direction, why you should do this kind of thing. So the most important thing is get good knowledge. Get a knowledge that changes you to a better person, to the man of the future, right? So get a knowledge of the man of the future. Start acquiring it now. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Christian Gabriel. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you all once again. So at this point in time, I think that we're like 98%, almost there, almost. We're good to go. Yeah, please, let's do it. So just watch the video now.
Hello. Good day, wonderful gentlemen out there. It's a pleasure to be with you today, even though virtual, but still a pleasure nonetheless. And I believe that we are all being edified. We believe that we are all having a wonderful time of building. And in line with the building, there are a number of thoughts that I would love to share with us around this theme or the emphasis for this particular conference, which is the man of the future. Now, when you talk about the future, when you think the future is relevant because there is a present, right? So the future is that a moment in time that is ahead, you understand? And between the point A, which is the now or the present, and the future, are a number of activities that must happen. And these activities are what I would encapsulate in one word: choices, right? So the man of the future is a man who presently, right now, is making certain choices. And these choices are very important because they touch on different areas or portions of his life. So you're talking about choices, for example, regarding what to do. And when I talk about what to do, I mean what are his engagements, what are his commitments, what are his responsibilities, what are his duties right now, what are the things that he's doing. And another part of the choices that such a man will be making is where to be, where do I live, where do I serve, where do I work, and all those kind of choices. And then finally, I would say the third one would be with whom do I be with? And these choices touch on relationships. So when I talk of relationships, I mean who are those in his circle, who are his friends, who are those he is accountable to. So who are the authority figures in his life? Remember, he is the one who makes these decisions, and they're not made for him. So that means there must be a conscious effort to make these choices in such a way that would make such a man future-proof. And what do I mean by future-proof? Remember, one of the things that we have talked about in previous times have been defining who the man is from the standpoint of the creator, or like we said several times before, according to original design, right? So the Lord is the creator, he is the designer, and so that would mean that whatever choices a man must make should be ideally, or as ordained, as designed, within the perimeter of the Creator's plan for him, or the Lord's plan for him. So he does not make, or should not make, choices simply because everybody else is making those choices. But the plan and character of the Lord for his life should determine the nature of the choices that he makes, whether it's regarding what he's doing, where he is, or his relationships. So think about it in that way. Who you are meant to be in the future is hinged on the choices that you are making right now. Yeah. So thank you so much for listening to this short nugget, and I love you all. Bye.
Already here at the final hour. So Emmanuel, we'll call it Emmanuel, who has been very phenomenal, helping us to structure, strategize, organize all the different strategic components of this event. Thank you very much, Emmanuel. We're at Poetry.
Yeah, thank you, sir. First off, I really want to say thank you to everyone. I know Mr. Timmy will still thank us specially. Thank you for being a part of this. Thank you for paying attention, and from everything that has happened from the beginning up until now, I'm very, very sure that no one here is a novice when it comes to BMT, right? So you're in the session, there was impartation, correction, learning, relearning, and everything. So thank you very much. So, but very quickly, I just want to take us through what BMT is all about again, in a more comprehensive way. Thank you very, very much. So, building mentorally. Our men's initiative is designed to foster purposeful living, holistic growth for boys, men, and ensure they become outstanding leaders by providing coaching, knowledge sharing sessions, intentional
designed event like this conference, mentorship, and resources tailored to empower boys and men in all areas of their life through engaging session networking. And we've already done that. I believe everyone here, you met 1 or 2 persons, exchange contacts, they know what you do, you know what they do, and all. So yeah, at the end of the day, let me just end the whole thing by saying this, the man of the future is a spectrum, and we've been looking at how to cover the full spectrum of the man of the future. And yeah, like Mr. Timmy was saying the other time that there's still a lot to look into. And once again, thank you very, very much for being a part of this. We look forward to seeing you again. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. As we wrap up our audience, please remember to join our community. Remember to rewatch this for emphasis. It's quite important. Also, invite a man. Let's have these conversations. These are the times to have these conversations. These are the times to do these things. Our boys deserve a better future, better society, and we're intentional about them. Thanks to everyone who made it here. Those of us who have been here since 10 a.m., 11 a.m., thank you very much. Thank you to everyone online as well. We will see you again, and do have a splendid, splendid, splendid evening. Thank you. All right. We're good, right? Cheers, guys. Bye. For our online audience, bye. See you guys soon. Please give us Afrobeats. Give us Afrobeats, please.
I dey live my life and I mind my business. As I dey praise Jehovah daily, that's my business. Hey, enemies will come, go they fall for me sake. I'm on a meta blessing, they come my way. Cause you are not the same, I'm not one of them. Cause you are not the same, I'm not one of them. I dey stay my lane, I'm not one of them. Cause we are not the same, not one of them. Can still my energy. I'm an energy man. I mean I'm a melody man. Hey, come on, come on. Energy. For their melody man. Come on. Like a keeper, I stay my post. When I come out, I then get post. Cause I pull up inside the ghost. And me and my fellas, we make a toast. And I feel like today, that's my daddy, Baba look baby. Koko ibu kunye lo dun toyi. I'ma kill off for all time. And I feel like today, that's my daddy, Baba look baby. Koko ibu kunye lo dun toyi. I'ma kill off for all time. Cause we are not the same, not one of them. Cause we are not the same, I'm not one of them. I dey stay my lane, I'm not one of them. Cause we are not the same, I'm not one of them. Cause we are not the same, I'm not one of them. cause we are not the same. No, I'm not one of them. I just stay my lane. No, I'm not one of them. Cause we are not the same. No, I'm not one of them.
He'll explain.
I'm an energy man. I'm in a melody man. Come off it. Melody man. Come off it.
Oh my God.
First of all, I want to say something.
It's magic.
Without you, God, I'm nothing but nothing. All my life, I not forget something. Without you, God, I cannot do nothing. Cause you're a super lover. You're my super